Boom, boom, boom.
Hey man, what's going on?
What's
How
going
you
on,
doing?
fam? That shit sound like I was watching a anime coming on for real.
Yeah,
Shit's
I got
fire,
my cousin to do the instrumentals. I just wanted to say before we start, bro, I've been watching your fitness stuff. Shit's going crazy.
bro. I've been locked in, fam. I done lost 35 pounds since I moved
I can
in.
see. I can even see on your arms now, like you look much more lean than like even a year ago.
But it's crazy because that shit really is just walking. Like it's just walking and eating clean. It ain't nothing else. It's insane. Because everything else
Mm.
I do is the same.
Yeah. So what? You haven't increased your workout regimen or anything?
So like my workout regimen is the same, but remember how I tore my pec? So it's just all dumbbell shit now. And
Mhm.
then I just walk 2 miles a day. And I saw this video on like this small YouTuber. He not even got like a big channel. He pretty much was like, the easiest way to eat clean is just eat at the same time every day, the same shit. So I
Yeah.
set 4 alarms and start walking 2 miles a day. And it was like the scale just been dropping. My goal was 220. I started at 276. I'm at 248 now.
Damn.
Shit is crazy.
Shit, man. I mean, yeah, I eat the same every day because I'm boring. Like I eat the same boring shit every day, which it works, Like I don't really have to deviate. I'm a bit of a fussy eater as well, so it's the basics: chicken, rice, eggs, bit of avocado, and drink some water. I did start drinking this stuff, right? Let me show you. I don't know if they've got it in the States. I showed these guys on stream the other day. It's called Mockingbird, right? I don't like eating my greens.
They
So
look
this is
kind of
like
familiar.
yeah, it's bro. I'm telling you, this is like steroids.
For
This
real?
shit is like steroids. I started drinking this shit. All of my lifts, hand on my heart, sweat on my life. I went into the gym. I was doing like I don't know, like I'll do like 80 kg on dumbbell on a bench press, like for like 12 reps. I started drinking this stuff. Not a week and a half later, I was doing 110 kg easy. So now I'm pushing myself, increasing my squats. I was doing 150 on the rowing machine. I went straight up to 210. If you can find this, I don't know what is in this
I'm,
shit.
I'm, I'm gonna look for it because I don't have nothing but spinach. Like my meals is boring as fuck. It's like oatmeal, banana, protein shake, and 2 scoops of peanut butter in the morning. That's at 10:30. Then 1 p.m. is 6-ounce steak, cup of spinach, cup of brown rice. Then 3:30 p.m. is banana shake or banana and protein shake. Then 6 p.m. is the same 1 p.m. meal again. That's all I eat. So that green shit might be tasty because it's like sometimes you get bored of spinach, but eating boring, that shit really do work because you ain't got to think.
Yeah, this has got kiwi, pear, kale, spinach, broccoli, and apple in it. So
What's on
everything that you need.
what's in it sugar wise? What's on the sugar shit?
Let's see. It says no added sugar. I think it's got the natural sugars from the pear and the kale. Well, I think the pear actually, just the pear and the kiwi. But yeah, it's good, man. Definitely. And anyone in the stream chat that is asking like Mockingbird is what I drink. My girlfriend put me on it. I've never looked back.
Is it here? It say vitamins UK. I wonder, is it in America? Is this in America? I might go buy some today just to test it out. Is this in America or Europe? Oh, it's not in America. It's only in Europe. That fucking sucks.
That's a shame. It's really good. If you find an equivalent like that, definitely lock into it, man. I don't know what it is, but that shit's like steroids.
Yeah, it says that they got equivalent versions at Trader Joe's in America, and there's one by me, but they don't have that particular brand. And this shit looks kind of tasty. It looks really legit. Plus, I know like here they just give us bullshit to make us fat to save money. I heard like overseas it's a little bit better, so that's probably part of it too. You got
a little bit better, yeah. It's not great. I mean, London is still pretty overweight, but it's not as bad as what I've seen. I've watched like some YouTubers like Tyler Oliveira, and he like goes to the fattest state in America. It's like somewhere in Texas, and the people that are so big that in the shopping centers they already have these little carts that they just get in, and then they instead of walking around they just sort of drive themselves around the shopping center. I was like, what the fuck? This is mad.
Yeah, I think because I was slacking and damn near in denial. Like now that I've been back on the right side of the fence, it's like no, that shit really is just a choice. Like you just gotta hold yourself accountable. And I feel like I'll never ever be fat again in my life. That'll never happen, bro.
Shouts to you, man. That's really impressive.
No, I appreciate it, fam.
C4 is just putting his little one to bed. So before he gets here, so tomorrow we're doing the charity stream for Mortal Kombat, and I've messaged True Underdog because I wanted him to be your opponent on MK11. In the event that True Underdog can't do it, he normally doesn't say no to me. If I ask him to like jump on something, he normally says yes. But in the event he can't do it, who would you want your opponent to be?
I don't even know because I really, when you said him, that's what made me excited to do it because I've seen some of his videos and I would run a record. I wouldn't blindside him like, oh, I'm trying to upstage you. It was like, oh, it's dope. I play this other like well-known creator type shit. I really mainly wanted to do it because it was him. That was the excitement of it because like I've seen so much of his shit. It's kind of like when I used to see your shit before we ever met. It's just one of those things where it's like, oh, it'd be dope to have that interaction. Because do you plan on having comms on for that too?
Yeah, it's going to be done in the exact same way we did the Tekken streams, where everyone will be on one side, having a chit chat. I've told everyone involved, don't be sensitive. We're going to rip into each other. It'll be funny, but it's for kids' charity. So I called the charity today. I believe we're going to donate the $1,000 to Great Ormond Street, which is a children's hospital. So I'm going to call them tomorrow and finalize everything. But it should be for a good cause. Right now, Sikander's in like a war with some guy on Twitter, and I'm saying to him, please just chill and let's do it tomorrow on stream. He's like, no, I want to fuck him up now. I'm like, oh.
Yeah, six stay in the fucking beef. I don't see how you do it. That's one thing I don't have energy is to beef with every motherfucker who got something to say because everybody always got something to say. But he be on that shit. That should be having you rolling. He'll run it in a heartbeat. But yeah, I'm hoping underdogs. I really, when you said him, it was just like, no, that just makes a ton of sense. I really, really want it to be him. Like, I really, really want it to be him. Low-key.
I think he'll play. He normally like says yeah to most things that I ask him to do. All right, someone's just come in. The name's Anti-Villain, bud. Oh, it's C4. Okay, change his name.
Oh, you got it live, or is it not live right now?
Yeah, it's live. It's live. Everyone can see.
Okay, I can tell. All right, bet.
C4, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We haven't even really started yet. We were just chatting about gym.
What's going on, bro?
Yo, what's happening, bro? Sorry for turning up late. My bad.
No, it's all good, man. Well, now that you're here, I guess we can get on with like the first portion of it because this stream's going to be segmented. If you want to stay for the whole thing, Lou, then you can. It's completely up to you.
For sure.
This part is really, I guess, going to be a debate between you two about Dragon Ball FighterZ because you put up a post recently about Dragon Ball FighterZ, which I will play. Do you guys want me to play it so everybody knows what you said? And then we can go from there.
Yeah, I think that's cool. If that's all right with Lou.
No, for sure. I'm curious to hear all the points I covered just off the top of the dome because I didn't expect this to take off the way that it did.
Yeah, it went pretty viral.
Yeah, for real. Which is funny because I've said this shit before. I guess it just caught more attention this time around.
Yeah, it caught a lot of attention. I was reading through the comments. A lot of like Third Strike players were not happy with your sentiments.
I've seen that. I've been seeing that.
All right, let me bring it up on stream. We'll watch it and then we'll go from there.
Look, bro, I know y'all hate when I say this, but I'm going to say it until the end of time. Dragon Ball FighterZ is the best fighting game of all time. Period. I've been saying this for years. Y'all been trying to dispute it, but at this point, with us having new DLC, new patches, the game dropped on January the 26th, 2018. So that means in 2 months and 16 days, this game will be 8 years old. Still tournaments being played, still new moves being added to characters, still new tools being put in the game, still updates. We get new DLC in spring of 2026, and people are still hyped about this game. And there's other games out here that can't even survive 2 or 3 years with bullshit support. Meanwhile, Dragon Ball FighterZ has been so fun that in the times they didn't give us no patch updates, we still was playing. The game's so fire to the point we don't even want part 2. We just want them to keep adding things to part 1. Name another fighting game that got that type of longevity. I heard y'all talk about like some of y'all favorite fighting games from the past and shit, but name another fighting game that has been this fire for this long and you don't get bored of it. And the thing is, you can legit take a break and come back to it and still discover something new with the new team or even your main. That's how saucy the game is. And y'all trying to tell me that Dragon Ball FighterZ ain't the best fighting game of all time. Every time I say this, y'all be trying to go against me in my comments. But think about it. Name another fighting game that has this cachet for this long. What's one of my favorite fighting games? Mortal Kombat 11 is a fun fighting game. I love Mortal Kombat 11. When did Mortal Kombat 11 drop? 2019? People was complaining about that around like year 4, year 5, something like that. But when it comes to fighters, and some people do complain about the cracked ass patches in fighters. But my thing is, if they're the most powerful characters of all time in pretty much anime or some shit like that, the game should reflect that. The game has this way of being competitive, yet still saucy enough where you can do the craziest shit you can imagine with your characters. And y'all trying to tell me this is not the best fighting game of all time when nothing even comes close to longevity, sauce, dope ass characters, comeback potential in 1v3s. I mean, the game literally has everything that you could possibly want. It's to the point where I'm thinking, like, if you don't think Dragon Ball FighterZ is one of the best fighting games of all time, it's because you just ass at it. Nothing else makes sense to me. And I know somebody in the comments gonna be like, nah, Lou, you bugging out. But I mean, y'all tried to gas me up on Sparking Zero when that shit dropped, and that shit already dying off. That shit didn't last, what, a year and a half, 2 years? How long ago did Sparking Zero come out? That was last year, right? Sparking Zero can't last a year. Mortal Kombat 1 fucking dying in year 2 and can't get no support. And y'all want to tell me that Dragon Ball FighterZ ain't one of the best, if not the best fighting? I'm going to say the best. That's my bias. It's the game that made me want to make content. It's the best fighting game of all time. I know somebody going to dispute me in the comments, but tell me, what's your best fighting game of all time that got the impact that Dragon Ball FighterZ got? Because I can't think of one. Best fighting game of all time. Say I'm capping.
All right. So that tweet took off. Now, I don't completely agree with everything you said, but I'm gonna park my comments for now. I'm gonna let C4 go because I know C4 is a big Dragon Ball FighterZ head as well.
My bad, I was muted. Off rip, if I get heated and say that's stupid, I'm talking about your ideas, not you, Lou. Yeah,
yeah, for sure. I'm not taking personal. We all good.
Cool. All right. So I had to take notes. I got a couple.
I saw that. I noticed that you were. I figured that's what you was doing. You was looking down.
Yeah, I've got a memory like a sieve. Honestly, I have to write down some stuff. So off rip, I don't necessarily disagree with you. I think Dragon Ball has the potential. I've been on here saying I think Dragon Ball might have been more influential to the scene than Street Fighter 4. I've said that, but I think it's debate. Like, I don't know. I haven't put that much time into it, and the reason is because I don't know what criteria makes the GOAT game. But from your video, I think all of the points you made don't make that argument. I think the things that you brought up could be applied to something else, to another game. For example, like how long the game's been played for. So I think it was 8 years you said about Dragon Ball, or coming up to 8 years.
8 years on January 26th.
Yeah. So in terms of being played in tournaments, Marvel eclipses that. So yeah, go for it.
Let me give one caveat. So let's do it like this, so that way we don't get lost in the sauce. Yeah. How about, because you taking notes, give each individual point and let's dispute said point, and then move to the next section of what that point would be, so we can kind of like have some level of structure of how we talk about it.
Totally fine with me. Yep, I like it organized. Yeah. So my first point would be, I guess, longevity of a game. For you, what do you mean when you say the game's still being played? Do you mean like online? Do you mean with tournaments? What exactly?
Okay, so essentially, you know how something can be like a quote unquote cult classic. And the reason I say this is because I hear about Third Strike all the time. I always hear people like say that type of shit, right? Mm-hmm. So the thing with fighters is that we always get into these debates we see online about what's a dead game, or like a game not being great, or people don't play that anymore. And I've seen those things said about fighters, and it's like maybe they happen to some extent on the mainstream. But as far as the people who love that game, they swear by it. And as I said, I will have an admitted bias because this game made me want to make content. But even when I wanted to make content, I never thought that in 2026, I still would have a deep interest in this game, combining with the fact that we having a new patch to make it feel fresh. Like, if you played DBFZ at launch and then you played it today, it's not even the same fucking game. I can't think of another game that's figured out how to do that shit for close to a decade, to the point where it's still basically the top of its class is what it's supposed to be. That's what I mean by that.
Yeah, I think off the top of my head, and I don't know the numbers, Skullgirls might be close to like an 8 year where they've done maybe not patch changes, but at least a new character. But I agree, in 8 years, most games don't still get dev support. But there was a huge gap in Dragon Ball. There was a huge gap where the devs didn't do anything. So I don't know if it's fair to say, yeah, like 8 years running, we've had back-to-back seasons of like new DLC. But I would say, what about that makes the game good to put it on the pedestal as the greatest game? I don't think dev support is really that important, but maybe you do. So
no. So I'm not necessarily saying dev support, and then this can be like perspective, right? Because you mentioned Skullgirls not having a ton of changes, but having new characters at it, right? So you can look at this one of two ways. Let's say that a game doesn't get support and then it dies because it's not getting support. Versus, like, for instance, when Dragon Ball, I can't remember what season this was, but when GT Goku came out, he ran fucking rampant for like a year and a half. No patches, no nothing. He was clearly the best character in the game. There was a time there was a tournament like the top 8 players, like seven players had him on his team, right? So you can look at this one of two ways. You can say there was no dev support for an extended period of time, so that kind of hurts the game. Or you can actually say the game is so great, people are basically continuing to play it in spite of the shortcomings that got addressed going down the road. So, I mean, you can kind of, that's like tomato type shit, depending on how you view it. I could almost say that that's a compliment to the game's ability to have longevity versus you saying that it'd be a period where it's stale at.
That's fine. That's fair. I would say, though, by using that logic, Marvel would beat it because Marvel's been out for longer. And Marvel 3 still has, if not the same amount of tournaments that it has now with Dragon Ball. I think Dragon Ball this year had like 12. Like, when I mean like tournaments, I'm talking about like offline, not locals, but where something that people would travel to. Marvel's constantly had that. Marvel 3 or 2. I'm arguing Marvel 3 more, but I could say that for 2. And 2 like quadruple how old Dragon Ball FighterZ is. And people are still finding tech for that game, like in this year.
So wait, are you saying? Okay, go ahead, Mike. My fault.
Can I just throw just a little curveball in there? By this logic, Melee would be the greatest fighting game of all time, because Melee's been around since 2001, and they still, as far as I'm aware, they still find new shit. The game received no updates, and it still remained consistent. So like Dragon Ball FighterZ and Marvel and all these games, they've been around for a long time and they've been supported, but Melee never got supported and it stuck around for years. I mean, it's still here now. They still do tournaments. Melee still has loads of tournaments going for it, loads of locals for it. So by that logic, wouldn't Melee be the greatest fighting game of all time?
So the funny thing about you saying that, right, is I think this got lost in the sauce because when I was talking, I was just going off the dome as far as like what I said in my rant, right? I think the part that people keep missing about longevity is I'm speaking to the longevity based on the impact. So it's a combination of the two things. Because if we were just talking longevity, I mean, you can find a fucking game that's been being played for like 25 years, and we can say that's the greatest fighting game of all time, but that's clearly just not true. You know what I'm saying? So to me, it was more so about the popularity versus the longevity, like the ability to not be stale and continue to be fresh simultaneously. I was speaking more to the combination of that versus just the life of the game itself. Because obviously there were some lulls at certain times. I was talking about how the game can keep being revitalized in this current state. And you see, like, when we got the most recent patch, you couldn't scroll Twitter without finding a new fucking Dragon Ball FighterZ combo in your timeline. It was like every 5 posts, you know what I'm saying? And I don't follow every DBFZ creator, so I think that just speaks to the combination of longevity plus impact. I think that got lost in my rant because I keep hearing the impact part being left out.
What do you mean by impact?
I guess it's kind of like when something becomes, when something transitions from like being a smash to a classic, you know? So it's like, there may be something that's very popular in the first year or 2, maybe 3 years, you know what I'm saying? But then at some point it becomes like one of these things where like, this thing isn't going to go away. I think that FighterZ has stepped into this category where the only thing that's going to put Dragon Ball FighterZ out the way is Dragon Ball FighterZ Part 2. If there's not a Part 2, this game is going to be around. I could see people playing this shit for the next 5 years because this is the reality of the scenario. Let's say that, like you said, you play the game, obviously, right, C4? So let's say that you have a team that you love. You could legitimately play that team and master everything about that team for a year's time, right? And then you could decide, I want to make me a new squad. So you pick up 3 characters that you never played. You make that team and optimize it, and you have the same level of fun that you had with your previous team. And then you could take those 2 teams and say, you know what? I want to take this character I love from it, this character I love from it, and this third character. So like you can pretty much keep making the game feel brand new every single fucking time you play it. Then you combine that with new patches, adding new moves and new system mechanics, being able to cancel special into special, etc. Like the game is just never ending. You know, it's like a waterfall that just won't run the fuck out. That's how I feel about it.
So yeah, I think you're probably just going to disagree, like just point blank, because everything you described applies to Marvel.
So are you saying Marvel's the better game?
I don't think it's a better game, but I know that's my bias. That's what I'm trying to say. Like the criteria that you were using to say that Dragon Ball is the best needs to be specific to Dragon Ball, and only Dragon Ball can do it. But the examples you made for Dragon Ball can go to other games, and I think that's what Mike was saying when he was talking about Smash. Marvel 3 and 2 to this day still have people fighting tech. I don't know if maybe Marvel 2's got more characters than Dragon Ball, maybe, but it's got a lot. And I'm not going to say about the mods, like the community patches, but both Marvel 2 hasn't, but Marvel 3's got a whole community mod in it. It's called like X Factory, where they've added
I saw
30
Dudley.
characters.
I saw Dudley the other day. I was like, what the hell?
Dudley, Cable, and 2 other characters got added. Azura's Wrath in it. I play Azura. Azura, they've got Westguard, they've got Leon. So I know that's not the dev support. And there's probably like a difference. To me, it doesn't make a difference. But I think if you're doing like content creating, dev support in the game is different than a community mod of a game. I totally understand that. But in terms of impact, I think it's hard to argue that Dragon Ball and Marvel don't have the same sort of impact on fighting games.
Yeah, so this is the thing too, like, and it's funny because we got lost in the rant. Is my very first line is, I know you guys are going to disagree with me when I say this, so people leave that out. It's like, it's almost as if people take me saying that this game is the best, it's saying something else is trash or isn't good. I'm not saying there can't be a 1A, 1B, a 1.0, 1.2. I'm just simply saying from my admittedly biased perspective, but also informed perspective, because the thing is this, I don't even play Dragon Ball FighterZ every day. It's the fact that I can legitimately take a 2-month break and come back and have just as much fun as if I'm playing it for the first time. And I don't really have any other game that does that. You know what I'm saying? I love Mortal Kombat 11. Like it's a fun game. It has its shortcomings, but I'll take breaks from that and I'll play like 36 characters of the 37. But when I come back and do that, I'm playing it for content. Whereas like Dragon Ball FighterZ, I can really just come back and play as if I'm a new player learning things for the first time. And it's not too many games that give me that feeling except maybe like Tekken, and that's just because of the fact that Tekken just has a well of fucking knowledge. But Dragon Ball it has the potential to feel fresh every time you play it. That's what I love about it.
That's cool. I think to establish it right now, my problem with the video was I think if I looked at it fairly, I could say like, oh, that's just your opinion. Mm-hmm. But what I see, it might be I've got commentator ears, so I pick up every little word and go like, nah, that's not right. And then I go, well, because you tried to defend your position, it's not just your opinion. You're trying to say that my opinion is right. My opinion's correct, and here are the reasons. That's why I was like, well, if you just said Dragon Ball's the best game because I said so, then no one's going to have me personally, I wouldn't have a problem. But because you tried to defend it, it's like, well, you're trying to give reasons, but the reasons don't hold water. Because the longevity of the game, again, goes to another title. I guess the only thing it has is that after 8 years, the game has a patch. I can't think of another game that does that. We'll just disregard Skullgirls, just for clarity's sake. But the other thing about, I see what you're saying about the only thing that can knock Dragon Ball off the pedestal is Dragon Ball 2. Mm-hmm. The issue is, most people, they just want 2. They don't want 1 anymore.
I don't think that's true.
Okay.
And I said that in the video. I said it's to the point where we're not asking for part 2. We're just asking you that because essentially it's like, and maybe this could be like I don't want to call it elitist. I can't think of a better word. Maybe like a knowledge pool of information. We're essentially asking for things to be added to part 1 because we don't have to learn the game again. It would be fun to learn what part 2 could change or incorporate, but I mean, it's hard to want a sequel to virtually a masterpiece. You know what I'm saying? Because like it's no different than rebooting like an old film. It's always hard to make a great thing twice. So it's like we don't really need part 2. Just keep making part 1 continue to be great because we already have like the foundation. I don't really see too many players asking for part 2.
I see this might be just the pool of people that we talk to. Like you're a content creator, I'm a commentator. A lot of the good players that don't play no more are going, yeah, we just want 2, because what they've done to 1 is they've ruined it. When I was at Evo and I saw the announcement for DLC and a patch, I thought this was abuse. This is abusing fighters. They need to let it go. They need to let it go. The World Tour, and I think Hikari is one of the best players that's ever touched the game. Mm-hmm. But Hikari won in a time where the greatest players didn't play anymore. And that's annoying because there's always going to be the argument of like, oh, if this person played this person in their prime, well, who would win, Hikari or Goichi? We'll never know because Goichi doesn't want to play the game. Goichi's all good, making money playing Fatal Fury, whatever. And the reason that is because Dragon Ball has gone so far away from why people liked it in the first place. It's basically a different game. So top players are like, just make a 2 and we can start afresh. What you've done to 1, we can't bring it back. The toothpaste has left the tube. Now it's just, to them, it's a pile of shit because there's too much aggression, too much mix. There's no synergy building anymore because you just pick the strong characters. You don't have to construct something. But again, you're saying you don't see that. So that is just showing that the people I talk to don't like it. Mr. Popo, Yasha, Kaiden when he used to play. Some of the, like Hook Gang Gods. Hook Gang Gods always trolling the game. And he was one of the best players we had. So I see it from that perspective. And not trying to disrespect or throw shade, but you are probably seeing it from casual players, because I've seen people jump on FighterZ this year for the first time.
Can I just say, because I sit in the middle of both of this, I'm not a Dragon Ball FighterZ player like Lou, and I'm not in the esports side like C4. So I'm seeing it from like through the lens of like I'd say the hyper casual. I would class myself as like a hyper casual Dragon Ball FighterZ player. And on my side of it, I'm seeing people ask for a sequel. I'm seeing people say we're tired of this, and every time I speak to people about it, they always say that they broke this game. And kind of what C4 just said, the Dragon Ball FighterZ that came out like where was it 2018 is almost unrecognizable now. Like it's just they're playing two different games.
Okay, so this is my pushback to that, because I thought about this and I thought this would be pretty cool, but it probably will never happen, right? So first of all, a lot of what we're saying can kind of be disputed the same way, because for you saying that you see players who feel that way, I could say I see players who feel the opposite. Yeah. And I mean casual, and then you have like the casual versus competitive, because it's like a lot of time I think, and this is kind of like an argument to in Tekken, but I don't really talk about it as much on Tekken because I'm newer to that game, so I don't really have like the knowledge to speak on that. But like this whole idea of casual versus competitive is always tricky, because it's like whose opinion is more important? Is your opinion more important because you practice more and put more knowledge into how to win the game at the highest level? Or is it about the amount of people that are playing the game because you want the most people playing, period, so you can make the most money? So like that's always like a tomato argument. And then secondly, to me, the thing is about the players who complain about what the game used to be versus what it's become. That could just be an argument against evolution. Like for instance, we always reference the 2018, I think it was 2018 finals with Goichi and Sonic Fox, where that was just an amazing set. But then, like, I remember when I discovered Wawa, like, there was a time like I took a break from DBFC. Then I came across Wawa's channel, and he was so fucking good that I was like, bro, I want to play like this. Like, I want to go back and do this. So then the thing is, you could have somebody from 2018, like Goichi, saying he's not playing no more. But if Wawa cooks him because of the new variation of the game, is that about you not preferring to play? Is it about players evolving, more players becoming talented, the game being changed? Like, I think we kind of get lost in the weeds and we don't really have definable criteria for what makes it good or bad. And I think people got wrapped up in my opinion because it's just my opinion. It's not really saying your opinion is wrong or this is factual based. I'm just saying my perspective because of the passionate views I have about the game. But at the same time, I see everything that you're saying and it makes sense. And I don't really dispute it, but I kind of feel like we're both kind of saying the same thing on the opposite side of the fence. And we can both dispute opposite sides the same way with the same argument. You want players to see a sequel 2. I see players to still love part 1. You say old players don't play anymore. I see new players coming to the game in 8 years later. That's a good sign, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying?
That's a good sign. I will say, I think in the hierarchy of importance, I think it does go top players, content creators, casuals. I don't see casual players jumping on a game, especially if it's this old, unless they've seen the game played in its like best light. And to see the game in its best light, you need a top player. Then someone like you, who's in the, I would say, just below top players, is the person that distributes that to casual players. So I think you and top players are important to feed the casual players, because the casual players need a reason to play it. IP will only take you so far. And when a casual plays, they might not understand what's going on. That's where you come in, but you get your information from top players. So that's why I think top players, not saying that top players' opinions matter more, but in the whole hierarchy of if a game is quote unquote good, a top player, if there's no top players playing, I would say it's very hard for a content creator to keep casuals engaged.
I get that. So let me ask you this question because of what you just mentioned, and I'm kind of seeing it in the chat somewhat. Do you think that if Dragon Ball FighterZ was, I can't think of like an IP that's not as popular, but like if let's say if the quality of the game was what it was, but it wasn't Dragon Ball FighterZ, would it have the same level of success?
Do you mean if the game wasn't as good?
If the game was exactly what it was, but the IP was in, I love Goku because I watched Dragon Ball FighterZ or Dragon Ball when I was 9 years old. Do you think the game would be as successful as what it is if it was just random characters we never heard of?
Nope. I don't think so. I think this game would have not died, but it would have never. They wouldn't have done a summit for this game if it wasn't Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball is the reason people played, and then they enjoyed the game. If the aesthetics weren't there, the game mechanics aren't that fun.
I think that's insane to say.
Wait, hold on. Do you really think that if they had another anime IP, it would have done as well?
But it depends on what we're saying when we say well. Like, are we talking about the fact that it sold 10 million copies, or are we talking about the fact that it's lasted 8 years? Like, would it reach record-breaking numbers in that capacity for what it's supposed to be? I can't say that, but I think that as much as we enjoy games and use the internet to kind of promote what we're interested in, at least half of the success. I mean, I'm not saying that the IP doesn't help. That's silly. Like, that's no difference than like Injustice 2 with Batman and shit like that. Like, the IP obviously helps. But I'm saying the quality of the game, like, I'll put it like this. If the game wasn't that good, it wouldn't be able to last as long regardless of the IP. Because, I mean, and this is not even to throw a shot at Mike, because Mike got me to waste my money on this fucking game. But we had an argument when it first came out about Sparking Zero. And I let Mike talk me into spinning it. And I was genuinely enthusiastic about learning what it was. Why is the IP not saving Sparking Zero? You know what I'm saying?
I mean, to be fair to Sparking Zero, also my bad, but to be fair to Sparking Zero, it still has the biggest anime player base out of all of the anime fighting games. And although it's not massive, it's bigger than some of the fighting games that we get at EVO. It's bigger than MK right now. It's obviously bigger than Nen Impact. It's bigger than Fatal Fury. So it fell off by Tenkaichi standards, but Tenkaichi standards were far beyond anything in the fighting game community. So when the game launched, they had like 120,000 peak on Steam and then probably tripled that on PlayStation. It fell off. I think it probably sits around I think it sits around where Tekken sits right now in terms of like daily players, if you're to account for PlayStation and Steam. But it's very active. It's still a very active game. It just didn't live up to the hype.
So my point is, if that's all true, then doesn't that kind of add strength to my point about DBFZ?
Well, in what way?
It kind of defeats the IP argument to some extent, or at least pushes back on it in a way that's valid.
No, I don't think I don't think it strengthens your point, because I think the fact that it's Dragon Ball is what made everyone go crazy. I think that people have still hung on to it because it's Dragon Ball. I think if you had Sparking Zero and replaced it with like one of the new age animes, let's say My Hero Academia, I don't think Sparking Zero would be in the state it's in right now. I think it would be far worse. So I think Dragon Ball does carry quite hard. I think I've seen it carry other things that are not deserving of, I would say, of like player bases or even people watching. So I think the only animes that I can think of to take over Dragon Ball FighterZ spot that I might be able to carry is One Piece and Naruto. I don't think anything else, JJK, Chainsaw Man, My Hero, Demon Slayer, I don't think they could do that. Maybe One Piece and Naruto. Dragon Ball carries extremely hard.
See, you know what's funny about you saying that is, and I'm like probably the one that took a backwards route in this, because I'm not really like a huge anime guy, and it's funny because like I like a lot of animated shit, but I don't consider myself an anime guy. It's more so like, oh, I took an interest in this thing that just happens to be animated, right? Dragon Ball FighterZ was so fun. That shit got me to go back and start watching Dragon Ball. That's how much, because I wanted to know what was being referenced, right? And then when I would see, like, I'd be watching the show and be like, oh, that's the move right there. Like, it's captured so well. It just made me continue to develop appreciation for what was going on, because it was like, yo, this shit is fucking amazing. Like, period. You know what I'm saying? Like, it obviously has flaws, but I think the flaws are very minimal. Even when we had delay-based netcode, we played through that shit. The connection online was terrible, but the game was so good, we played through that shit. And then we thought we got an announcement about rollback. That shit didn't come for 2 years. And niggas was like waiting, thirsty in the desert for it. And when we got it, it's like a dream come true. You know what I'm saying? Like, the gameplay is keeping this shit alive more than anything else. Everything else is just an added bonus.
I think I would say it was a time sink. I think so many people put time into the game when they announced rollback, and everyone was like, "Oh, I can't wait for rollback." It's like, yeah, because I sank so much time into this game. I wanted it to pay off. I want to play people from outside of my postcode, because and then when they added rollback, it was a troll. It was Tekken rollback. It was so bad. Then it got good.
For
Now
DBFZ?
Yeah, when that rollback came out, that was
PC had a glitch. Xbox, it was okay. You got a point. It wasn't great. It wasn't optimized per se, but it wasn't trash.
Worse. I think it was worse than delay base when it first came out. that first month, maybe it was I only know like one or two people that played on console, but console in of its own is harder to get a good connection than PC. PC, you have, because you can lower the graphics on PC, so you can like save resources on the connection. Where consoles, you can't lower the graphics. The game is where it is. But it's more dedicated. Like consoles are dedicated to playing the game and online. Where PCs, it's like doing all this other stuff. So I get what you're saying. But PC, if you wanted to see the highest form of the game, like the game in all its glory, you had to play on PC.
Yeah, of course. I got it on both. I got it on PC and Xbox. And I mean, you can feel the distinctive difference. Like when I play on PC, it's easier to drop combos because it's so specific, and console isn't like that. So I do get what you mean. But I guess my thing has always been most shortcomings kill games when they're not in the proper state that they need to be in, and they usually can't survive. Dragon Ball seems to not be able to die. Like people will say it because it's a fashionable statement, but the game anytime they do one little small thing, you see it, it's like it just came out again. And that's exciting for somebody like me who loves it.
I agree. And I think, I don't know how I would demonstrate this, but I think most people would agree the reason it doesn't die is because it's Dragon Ball. It's the only Dragon Ball 2D fighter that we have. So we cling on to it. Same people did the same thing with Marvel. This is what I mean. There's so many parallels with Dragon Ball and Marvel. And Dragon Ball came out as the Marvel successor. Because when Dragon Ball came out, there were no tag fighters or team fighters. Now we're getting like 4 in literally the space of a year. When Dragon Ball happens, there was no team game. The team game before that was Marvel 3. There was no other team game. And then the IP makes it unkillable. It's the game itself is fine. The IP of Dragon Ball is putting vibranium on that game. It's covering up. You can't kill it.
I'm not saying that that's not true, but I'm saying that's kind of like discrediting the quality of the game. Like it's almost like we both have a point, because I get exactly what you're trying to say, and I'm not disputing that that's not true, that it doesn't help, but it's also like it kind of takes it's like saying that the game isn't as great as what it is because it's Dragon Ball. And I like that's the part I don't agree with, because like we got these other games like DB Breakers or like all these other different Dragon Ball IPs. They don't succeed in the same way. So it's like I just feel like, and obviously it's because those games aren't as good, but I think we're just not giving enough credit to the overall quality of the game in itself. That if it wasn't a Dragon Ball game, it would still be successful. It just wouldn't be explosive, is what it is. That's my only overall point.
But I think what C4 was saying is that like when loads of Dragon Ball games come out, they're never going to stop producing Dragon Ball fighting games. But when FighterZ came out specifically, Marvel was on its way out, and there was I think Marvel had already left a bad taste in people's mouth with Infinite, right? Infinite, like even I saw it, and I was like, what the hell? What is this? Because I was not a Marvel player. But my friends were Marvel players. Like we used to go to HMV Gamer Base and that. So I was always excited for a new Marvel game just to go and watch them at tournaments. And then I saw MVCI and I was like, man, I ain't getting out of bed for this. I was a spectator. So I feel like FighterZ, I'm not discrediting FighterZ, because even I was excited when I first saw it. And I don't play tag fighters, but I tried it as well. But it did come out at a time where there was a big pit and it filled that void. So that really did help it a lot. If we had FighterZ, let's say, for example, FighterZ and like a Tokon was coming out at the same time, I don't think FighterZ would have seen the same level of success, just because it would have had something there to like fight back against it. And if anything is going to fight Dragon Ball, it's going to be Marvel.
Well, that's the game I'm excited to play. Like I've been saying for the longest, I was so excited for that because to me, it's like the succession of DBFZ, but then DBFZ keeps changing. But even in playing it, when I saw the whole, like I'll say this, when I first saw that Tokon had the, you got to do a wall smash to tag somebody in, I didn't like that. I'm like, I want 4v4 out the gate. But then once you played it, it makes a little more sense. But overall, I just think from a hype perspective, from a momentum swinging perspective, from a great competitive aspect, when you're watching the top level of players, seeing insane fucking combos, seeing things where it's like, oh, that's my main character I've been playing for 5 years, and this guy just did something that I don't know how to fucking do. I can't think of another game that produces that. Like I genuinely can't.
Would you say that the IP is, when you're talking about the greatest game, if we were saying, oh, Dragon Ball is the greatest game, would you take into consideration the IP, or would you think no, the greatest game is because the game is great, not because of the characters in it?
Yeah, so this is my point. That's why I made the point about the game was so fun. It got me to watch the show because I know that it's this really, really popular thing. But as I said, I'm not really an anime guy. So when people hear me say this, they think, oh, you love Dragon Ball, you love Goku, you love Vegeta, so you love this. It's like, no, I like the game so much that I put a little more time into like, why is Vegeta saying that to Goku in the dialogue and etc. And then from looking at it, because it was so accurate and done well and represented well within the game, it made me enjoy it outside of there. But it's like, I watched Dragon Ball Super for 60-some episodes. I didn't finish it because I'm just not an anime guy. And so that's kind of why I push back so hard on the IP argument, because to me, this is strictly about the game itself. It's not about anything else. It's just about the game.
Okay. Yeah, we're just opposites, because I played Dragon Ball because it was Dragon Ball. I play basically any tag game. I play most games, but my favorite ones have been tag games. I play MVCI. I couldn't defend how it looked, so I just played it with my friends. But I like that game as a core game. It's cool. And then I'm more of a Marvel head than an anime head, so I'm biased. So I never try to convince people because I'm hella biased. But Dragon Ball, I played it because Vegeta was in it. That is it. I was like, Vegeta's in this game. I will put up with any bullshit that's in this game so I can pick Vegeta. That's it.
Now, I will say, because it was Dragon Ball, it made me go play, like, what is this over here? You know what I'm saying? But then I end up falling in love with it. But like, it's the first game where I had to go, like, I try to play it, and I'm watching people do clips. I'm like, I don't know how to play this game. So that game is how I discovered Max. It's actually the game made me like, oh, I want to make content. Like, this content shit looks cool. I used to ask myself in the past, why would somebody watch anybody else play a game? Dragon Ball FighterZ came out. I didn't know how to play it. I watched Max. I watched a few other guys and was like, I want to learn how to play this shit. Then I wanted to make content. Like, so it's like, it just has a special place in my heart. It's like hearing your favorite song when you was a teenager type shit.
Bro, I'm with you. I wouldn't, sorry, real quick, Mike. I wouldn't have commentated Evo if it wasn't for Dragon Ball. That's where I started. I played Guilty Gear before that, but no one cared about that game. As soon as I started doing Dragon Ball content, well, not content, I used to play it at locals and then start commentating it. Dragon Ball was the first game that someone flew me out to commentate for. So Dragon Ball I'm nothing without Dragon Ball FighterZ. So I get it. I totally get it. Sorry, Mike.
Can I just say that, like, I know there's some people, I think there was some people in the chat saying that like IPs don't carry, or maybe I read that somewhere else, but do you guys know about a game called Jump Force?
Yeah, I played the beta and I loved it, but then like it fucked up and I never played it again. But I did like it for like the week I got to play.
Well, I mean no disrespect when I say this. There are people that look me in the eye and tell me that's a good game, and it's purely because it's the Shonen Jump characters. That is one of the most stupid games I've ever played in my life. It is an abomination, but people will look me in the eyes and say it's good. The combos feel like they weren't coded properly at all. The animations are awful, but the game is literally carried because it's got an awesome roster, right? You can get All Might versus Madara, Goku versus Jotaro. Like when I saw the roster, I was like, I want to play this, man. I want to put Dio and Vegeta on the same team. Who wouldn't want to do that? But then you play it and it's like, oh my god, this is garbage. This is a terrible game. And then there's people that literally look at me and say, no, it's great. But I think that's a testament to how certain IPs can literally carry shit. Like literally carry you out of the mud. Not that Dragon Ball FighterZ is dog shit, but I'm just saying.
No, I get what you're saying, but I guess my only pushback to that is that's where the longevity thing comes into play. Because it was like if people were passionately playing Jump Force and it was like over my time. I haven't seen Jump Force in fucking years, you know what I'm saying? If it was the type of thing I couldn't avoid because it was just popular enough where people kept playing it, then I would get it. But I feel like every IP example y'all get, it kind of, I feel like, and y'all could like disagree with me, of course I do, but I feel like it strengthens my point about DBFZ because like these games y'all keep mentioning, they're nowhere to be found per se, you know what I'm saying? Like they're kind of fading off in the wind while this one won't go away.
Well, let's just preface that with.
But I'm not talking about all games. I'm not talking about Marvel 3. Like I'm saying, I'm really saying the idea that the anime IP carries the game. That's all I'm pushing back on. I'm not saying like Marvel 3 is fading because I'm not really off into that. I'm just simply saying that Dragon Ball isn't carrying the game. The game is, I can't say the game's carrying Dragon Ball. The game is collaborating with Dragon Ball. I guess that's the best sentence I can come up with it for.
Okay.
I'm not giving one more credit than the other.
No, we can move on to the next point.
Yeah, I think the reason I asked about the IP thing is I think there's only like 2 to 3 arguments of making that kind of push Dragon Ball to being the greatest game of all time. I think it's aesthetic. I think the game is timeless before its time. I don't know any other way to explain. When you look at Dragon Ball, you can't see it's 8 years old. You can't tell. You can look at it now and go, oh, this is a new game.
Yeah.
Like, and when it came out back then, to still be ahead of, I commentate Guilty Gear. It's just as good, if not better than Guilty Gear. It might be a bit of bias where I've watched Dragon Ball, so I'm like, oh, it's like playing and watching at the same time. You're watching an episode and playing the game. But as a Marvel Infinite player, I think if Dragon Ball didn't look that good, would anyone care? Would it hold the weight that you're saying it does? I think the aesthetics and the IP are doing a lot of lifting. I know you said you like the game, and obviously we can't. When it's not a debate that can be won. You like the game. I think it's okay. I don't think the game is carrying the IP. I think if it didn't have the IP and the graphics, it would have dropped off. But I think the visuals is probably the strongest point about Dragon Ball, and you never mentioned that.
But okay, so I get what you're saying, but I guess to me it's kind of a mute point, because it's like, but if the game is that beautiful, then why do we need to discuss if it's not? It's kind of like, would Steph Curry be the best shooting guard or point guard if he couldn't shoot threes? Why does it matter? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's kind of like irrelevant to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's part of the game. It's like accepting the total package. Like, I guess my thing is like, whatever limitations that you can mention, those are valid, but all the benefits are just as valid. So it's kind of becomes a thing where it's like, well, why does it matter how it looks if it didn't look that way? Because it does look that way. And we just like talking in the reality of the game. Like, you get what I'm trying to say? Yeah,
no, I get what you're saying. The only reason I'm like putting the hypothetical about if it didn't look that good, it would have fallen off. Because I think of Hunter x Hunter. Now, Hunter x Hunter as an IP isn't bigger than Dragon Ball. But for people that like Hunter x Hunter, they can't look at the game. Yeah. I mean, the game itself isn't, it's an acquired taste. But the graphics are like the thing that everyone talks about. They're like, this game looks like it's a mobile game. No matter how much you like the IP, if your game looks shit, your game's shit. Same with Marvel Infinite. Everyone loves Marvel, but it looks shit.
But I guess I'm one of those people, and it just depends on what your preferences are. I'm one of those people that graphics are important to me. You know, like for instance, as I said, once again, I'm not an anime guy, right? I've seen a lot of people having positive responses to the whole Avatar thing. I looked at it and it's like,
it's not for me.
Like, I need more visual pizzazz, you know, like fuck that. Let's talk about Mortal Kombat 11 versus Mortal Kombat 1. A large part of my disagreement to Mortal Kombat 1, it doesn't look as good as Mortal Kombat 11. And I'll have you like, no, look at this graphics, look at how sharp this is. Now, I don't give a fuck about the sharpness. This looks better in totality, and I feel like I'm in that universe when I play MK11. That's one of the reasons I think it's one of the best fighting games around, even though it has a ton of shortcomings. And I'm not saying like best as far as all time. I just think it's a great game because it's beautiful to look at with customization and things you can change. And you know, like I think those things matter to me, but that could be because I'm an older gamer. So it's like if you grew up playing Nintendo or Super Nintendo or some shit like that, and then you see what games have become now, you would probably have more of appreciation for graphics versus if you were 16 and this was just the standard to you because you didn't know what was before that. So like graphics are a big deal to me. I won't play some shit if it just doesn't look good enough. I'm trying to think. I didn't play it. Go ahead, Mike. My fault.
I was going to say I think the art direction is slightly more important than the graphics, though. I think that's what Dragon Ball FighterZ really nailed. And I always argue with people with Mortal Kombat X, MK11, and MK1. I think MKX is the best looking MK game ever made, but not because the graphics are necessarily the best. Like the direction that they went with the game, like the tone and how big the characters look as well. Like it looks like Mortal Kombat. When I look at MK11, the characters are slightly smaller, it's a little bit more zoomed out, and MK1 is even more zoomed out. So like it doesn't have better graphics, but to me, it's more visually appealing. Especially like the stages as well, like the snow stage in MKX and the temple stage with the lightning. It looks like Mortal Kombat. MK11 and MK1, they're not obviously not ugly looking games, but the art direction is just off for me. And I think Dragon Ball FighterZ really nailed that as well. Like, because there's other Dragon Ball fighting games that look great, but I don't think anything looks as good as Dragon Ball FighterZ. I think my only argument, this is a personal bias, is I love the art direction in Burst Limit, and Burst Limit is even older. It's on the PS3, right? And I still think Burst Limit looks better than 99% of anime games that come out now. So I think like the tone of a game or the art direction is more important than like the actual graphics.
Yeah, and I think it just comes down to preference of like said player. Because like somebody in the chat just said in response to me, it was like, "Well, graphics don't make a fight, don't make a game better than another." Lou, and it's like, well, that just depends on the customer. Like to me, it does. If that's something that's important to me, and I'm gonna purchase it for that reason, that's a valid reason. Versus like yours might be gameplay, yours might be loading time, yours might be size of roster. Like everybody has their own thing. The company's intention is to find a way to put all of that in one pot and make it like an incredible recipe. You know what I'm saying? So it comes down to what you like. But one of my biggest pet peeves with Mortal Kombat 1 is it doesn't look as good as Mortal Kombat 11. And I feel like every new game should look better than the previous game in any type of series. That's just what I like. Half the reason when I first played Tekken 8 and I uninstalled, when I played the Tekken 8 CNT, I uninstalled Tekken 7 that day because I was like, I don't even want to look at Tekken 7 again because Tekken 8 looks beautiful. That was like a part of, it just depends on the customer. Or to you, that might not be as important.
Yeah, it definitely matters. I mean, when I actually prefer looking at Tekken 4. And I know, like, off rip, that might sound a bit weird to people, but the direction in Tekken 4 was more grounded and it looked more realistic and more gritty. I prefer looking at Deadly Alliance than I do MK11. I think Deadly Alliance is a more visually appealing game to me because when I look at it, I'm like, this just screams Mortal Kombat. Like the colors, the stages, the way things are like mapped out. The way the characters are sort of like the graphics are not as good on the characters, but the way they've designed the characters looks better to me. So I don't need the graphics to be like, it doesn't need to be like Ghost of Yotei or like, I don't know, some like Last of Us or whatever. Because a lot of people are like, Last of Us is the best looking game of all time. I preferred Ghost of Tsushima. I thought Ghost of Tsushima looked much better. But there's obviously the graphics on the faces in Last of Us are much better. But just as a whole, looking at the game, I think Ghost of Tsushima is a much more beautiful game. So yeah, it depends on the customer.
And let me clarify this one thing, C4, because I know you was finna go. But like,
yeah, that's all good.
What I mean by graphics, I don't necessarily mean beautiful. I mean immersive. That's probably the games I enjoy the most have immersive graphics. So like if I'm playing Gears of War, if I'm playing Ninja Gaiden 4. Things like, it's like I want to feel like I'm in the world of said game. What you said about Ghost of Yotei, when I played it, I was like, oh, this feels like I'm watching Django, like Asian Django is how I felt when I was playing Ghost of Yotei. So when I say graphics, I mean more so immersive, not necessarily better. I just want to feel like I'm in the world of said game. That's what I mean.
I understand. I think graphics is a little bit vague for me to talk about. If I say the thing is, because when we talk about like looks of games, it's very subjective. I would argue when anyone looks at Dragon Ball, there's an objective scale where you can't say it's bad. You might not like it for your personal taste, but I would challenge anyone to look at Dragon Ball and honestly say that doesn't look good. I mean, I would think they're lying. Would we all agree on that?
Yeah. You have to.
Yeah, like there's an objective level with Dragon Ball where you just can't talk shit. You can say it's not my thing, but you can't say it doesn't look good. And then I was going to ask Lou, because we're not really talking about preference and what you like. We're talking about the best game. Do you think the best game can look mid or look bad? Or does it have to, if you're talking about the best fighting game ever, does it have to be at a certain standards when it comes to looks, graphics, immersive, or art style like Mike said?
I think there's a threshold, right? Like I think the threshold is more than likely like probably based on budget. So there's a threshold. Like it can't look cheap. It's no different than like a lot of times you may preview like a movie trailer, and if the movie just looks cheap, you might not watch it when it might be a great fucking film with a great plot. So I think there is like a bottom line threshold of what it has to be considered like best. And then because best is so subjective, it's like for instance, would you say that the best game is a game you don't play? How could you feel that way? You know what I'm saying? So it's like best always kind of goes hands in hand with like a little bit of bias or favoritism because you think it's the best because of the time that you put into it versus like I couldn't say like I hear a lot of people say, oh, Tekken 7 is the best Tekken. Well, I'm never going to be able to say that because I didn't put enough time into it to even have that. And because I know that I'm not as knowledgeable as the people who have the history in it, I just stay out of the conversation versus trying to be like, well, no, Tekken 8 is the best one. No, Tekken 8 is just the one I play. But I'm not going to try to argue with somebody who played all the different versions. And you know what I'm saying? So it's a little bit of both. What do you mean?
I think I could argue, I could convince someone that's never played Dragon Ball that Dragon Ball is the best game. The greatest fighting game. I think I could do it. I might not be successful every time, but I think the points that I would bring don't rely on you having to have played the game. That's why I think it's like, that's why I was asking about your criteria. I could talk about I could show them the game and go, look at this. Have you ever seen Dragon Ball? No, I can show you Dragon Ball and I can show you FighterZ. You're playing the series. That's amazing. I can talk about the history of the game. I can talk about how Evo champions have spawned from this game. That's how good the game is. There's people that started with Dragon Ball and then won Evo in other games. They're the things that I will talk about. And I don't think you need a background in Dragon Ball to understand, like, oh shit, this is it, bro. This is mad. This is a crazy game.
I'm trying to absorb what you're saying because I don't even like fully know how to respond to it, just because of the fact that you said you can convince somebody that this is the best game without getting them to play. And I guess like a large amount of my stances is based on games that I play. Because like the funny thing about like how people get into like these arguments, like they make personal attacks when you talk about like shit that they like. I never comment on shit I don't play. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't. That's why you never hear me say Sparking Zero is trash. I said it seems to be struggling in regards to popularity. I can't say what it is because I played it for 15 minutes and I never turned it back on. So I can say it is or like 2XKO. A lot of people have certain opinions about that game. I played it for 10 minutes and it was just like, I don't feel drawn or compelled to learn. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I would never try to have an opinion on that game because I just don't play it. You're basically saying that you could try to convince somebody why 2XKO is the best game even if they never turn it on. And my difference is I would never.
Not 2XKO.
No, I'm just using it as an analogy. I don't mean like the literal game itself. And I'm saying I would my opinions. I would never try to do that. It's like I would have to have put a lot of time into it and played it and be like, okay, these are the reasons why I love it. And I think the only thing that's like really funny about me saying this is the best one, it's and you got a point. You said earlier it's not fair for you to say it's the best because you're trying to state that as fact, which you do have a point. But if I genuinely feel it's the best, I'm going to say it's the best and state my reasons. I'm not saying, oh, you're not allowed to, because I've had people say, well, what about this game? What about that game? It's like, well, I'm not telling you got to agree with me. The video was what I thought. And I'm stirring the pot a little bit when I say, oh, if you think it's not one of the best, you ass at it. Because some people try to say it's trash. I'm like, okay, when you say it's trash, you just like, you're garbage. Because like, if there is a totem pole or a list, this game has to be in the top 5 all time. You're not going to tell me that. I don't give a fuck who you are. You know what I'm saying? At that point, it's like, okay.
Agree with you on that.
It's like there's a ballpark. There's an impacting threshold. Here you go, Mike. Here you go.
I also agree because I think Dragon Ball FighterZ is it has to be in the top 10 conversation. It has to be. But yeah, top 10. Let's not push our luck. But I do think that there's a contingent of players that do not see Dragon Ball FighterZ the way you guys see it. They actually see that for Sparking Zero. They think Sparking Zero replicates the Dragon Ball Power Fantasy, where you guys are saying this is literally the show. But Dragon Ball FighterZ is definitely more in line with something that is trying to, get the nooks and crannies down of like a competitive fighter, where Sparking Zero is literally, here's Janemba, he hits at light speed. If you play Goldo, you're fucked. Like there's those players that will argue and say, this could never be my goat, because over here I can fly from one side of the stage to the other. I can do twirls, and it doesn't matter if they're just pressing square all day. To them, it's like I feel like Goku in this game. I don't feel like Goku in that game.
In which game? You feel like Goku
Dragon Ball FighterZ. In Sparking Zero, the developers set out to replicate the Power Fantasy. They're very different games. I think Sparking Zero does a better job of replicating the Power Fantasy, but I don't think it's a better video game. I think Dragon Ball FighterZ is obviously a much more technical fighting game, but you will both agree that they satisfy 2 different types of gamers, right?
Give me 1 second. I want to turn off my alarm. I gotta turn off my alarm right quick.
Yeah, one game's for fighting game players and one game is for fidget spinners. Like,
no, listen, I agree with you. I'm just saying that the Tenkaichi style games, they replicate the Dragon Ball the Power Fantasy. FighterZ doesn't really do that. Like it kind of does it,
right? Because it was the androids that were the best in the game at one point, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, the game was broken, but the idea behind the game is to replicate the Power Fantasy. I mean, now where the game is now, it was wrong, but I'm sure Dragon Ball FighterZ would be as well. I mean, who was what's that character called? Is it the new android?
Oh, Labcoat.
Yeah, I mean, the Lab Coat was dominating Dragon Ball FighterZ for a while. I don't think Lab Coat can beat Gogeta, right? In the lore.
I didn't play the story.
Okay, I understand what you're saying.
You see what I'm saying? Both games fumbled in balance and who they were trying to like get to the top, but one set out to replicate the Power Fantasy. The other one clearly didn't.
Yeah, okay. But I'll say with the latest patch and like the pushback that's getting, they've kind of done that, because if if you play UI Goku now, it's like, oh, that's really UI Goku because he's just doing obnoxious. I mean, everybody has some obnoxious shit in the game, but it's like you've seen that teleport combo that you couldn't avoid for like a whole fucking week straight when the new patch drop. But to me, it's like that he should be able to do that. That's how he should play. It's annoying sometimes to get hit with it, but it's like, yes, that's what UI Goku should do. And I think that's kind of what keeps the game just going. It's like you really feel like if I love Yamcha and I feel like, oh, Bulma's trash for fucking leaving Yamcha for Vegeta, I can hop on DBFZ and truly be Yamcha and represent the Yamcha clan to that extent because he's good enough to compete against other characters, even if there is power fantasy scaling, as you said.
Yeah. Whereas in Sparking Zero, you know, you put Yamcha against Goku. I mean, they've balanced the game out a bit more now, so that is possible. I mean, we watched it happen on stream the other day, but more often than not, UI Goku is going to flatline Yamcha. So I think those players are looking for a certain type of experience that FighterZ doesn't offer them, because FighterZ offers you an experience where you can build a team, and Krillin might be on the team, and your your opponents might be Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan. And obviously, in the anime, Krillin's going to get, he's going to get flatlined pretty quickly. But in Dragon Ball FighterZ, that's not necessarily the case, right? I was watching that guy that does the videos do Nappa combos, TOD people. Nappa's not TOD in Vegeta in the anime. So
this is slander, bro.
I'm just saying.
You can say that, true, but in the show, Yajirobe technically beat Vegeta, cut off his tail.
He didn't beat him; he jumped him, and it depowered him. But Vegeta didn't lose the fight because of that.
To Yajirobe, on the scale of strength, Yajirobe is probably in the negative, but he got the jump on a Saiyan with a scouter.
First of all, okay, let's get the law straight.
Okay.
Vegeta won the fight because Goku was basically dead. That everyone jumped Vegeta afterwards. Yajirobe has no power level, so the scouter picked nothing up. Vegeta couldn't sense power levels at the time, and he had already gone through a war with Goku, Gohan, and Krillin. Right, there wasn't anyone else. Yeah, it was those three, and then after he had been blinded by Goku as well, right? Because they shot him in one of the eyes and they used solar flare. Then Yajirobe got the jump, and even after Yajirobe got the jump, Vegeta turned around and smacked him. And then what happened? Oh, Goku gave the Spirit Ball to Krillin. They assumed that was going to kill Vegeta. It still didn't kill him. He came down. He still continued bodying them, and then they jumped him again. So Yajirobe had an assist. He didn't beat Vegeta. It was an assist. Don't talk down on my goat chat.
Bro, don't. Let's not. Bro, hold on. I've got a Vegeta tattoo.
That looks like Naruto.
You see it?
I can't see it. I can't see it. Wait, can you see it?
Please stand up, bro.
That looks like Deku, bro. That's Deku. That's not Vegeta. It's Captain.
I mean, all right. So you're a fake Vegeta fan, first of all. That's the Elite Saiyan emblem. So I'm also a Vegeta fanboy, but the glazing and the excuses must stop. He lost the Yajirobe. He cut his tail off, bro.
He did not. No, he got
into
jumped
great apes.
by
He
Yajirobe.
cannot turn into a great ape anymore because of Yajirobe. He basically stole his DNA. Now he's a regular Saiyan. He can't turn into a fucking ape. Yajirobe beat him.
He turned into an ape in GT. I don't care if it's not.
Oh, you like GT now, yeah?
I didn't say I like GT. I said he turned into an ape in GT. Anyway, let's not do this, okay? Because our hair's gonna start turning yellow.
Okay, so yeah, the fantasy stuff I disregard because in those Sparking Zero guys' heads, when they're talking about, oh yeah, Janemba would beat, I don't know, Whis or whatever, I was like, bro, in your series, Yajirobe beat Vegeta, your power scaling's all over the place. It's fine. Don't worry about it. But I think one of the points that Lou said was that Dragon Ball now is closer to like lore canon in strength, which I'd say you're kind of right. Like Beerus is pretty broken.
He's up there
and
now.
He would be in lore. Obviously the blue Gogeta and Vegito, they're really strong. You have like 17, who's like the outlier. Krillin's still an outlier. But I think it's a criteria that I think isn't good for arguing the best game. The meta being close to the canon, to me, shouldn't be in contention for like why this game is good. I think that's bad, if anything, because if your favorite character is not the strongest, then you can't play him.
I mean, it depends on do you tier her or not? Like my team's mostly consists around Vegeta because that's my guy. You know what I'm saying? Before base Vegeta got buffed and became one of the best in the game, last season and etc. Like I play who I like in games. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not really like I really don't tier whore at all. I just play who I like. Like if anybody notices, the people who are familiar with my content, I usually play whoever is the closest to Bruce Lee that has speed and sauce. That's who I'm going to play. And that's not like a conscious choice. I just kind of looked up one day, was like, oh, all my characters are kind of this way. You know what I'm saying? And I know that like people used to troll me about it because basically since Ninja Killer coincidentally does the same thing, they always say, oh, you're trying to be like him. It's like, no, I just happen to like these niggas too, but I'm less popular than him. You know what I'm saying? But like, I love characters that have that type of style of play in all games. So the canon shit really like, as far as power scaling, that's not really important to me. It's just like, I just happen to like characters that play in that style. And it's just a lot of them in that particular game. I really don't ever play big body characters in most games.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, I think obviously like what Mike was saying about what people like take into consideration when talking about the greatest game. I think the meta, because you can't really control it. I think devs try to, but has a dev ever made a game and gone like, this is how we wanted it to play, and it's been like that through the continuation of its like lifespan? It never happens.
Yeah,
because,
of course not.
Yeah, players are going to break the game. That's what we do. We go into a game and we try to make it as unfair as possible, as unbalanced as possible, and then we cry to the devs to make it better. It's like, but yeah, you guys broke it. You guys broke the game by finding this stuff that we didn't intend to have in the game, like snap meta. People swear down that it was the best season of Dragon Ball. I thought it was snooze because the whole point of Dragon Ball is when you kill a character, you go back to neutral. You get the whole transition and you go back to neutral, where games like Marvel, you kill a character, then you just snowball because you can't defend when you come in. Same with like Nen Impact. It's hard to defend. It's a shit mechanic. And Dragon Ball is like the only team game that forces you to go back to neutral. Yeah. But then players found out how to do snap. So they would Dragon Rush you, snap you, force you in, and then high-low you, 50-50 you. And people said that was good. I think it's demonstrably bad. Because it's boring to look at. It's boring to have done to you, and it's boring to look at. No one cares.
So let me ask you this question then, because you were saying that. So do you play any Mortal Kombat games at all? Like, are you well versed in them? I'm not sure.
I watch way more than I play. I played a little bit of. I asked Mike this before. Which one was the collector in? Was that 10?
That's 11.
That was 11.
11. So I played a bit of 11. I bought one. Wanted to play Havoc, then realized I have to play the story mode to get him, and I bailed out.
Because my reason for asking that is because when you basically talk about like the snap meta versus going back to neutral and how that's, I'm assuming you're saying going back to neutral is a good thing because it's fair for both players, right? That's the point you were trying to. Okay, so and that's why when people talk to me about the new thing with the MK1 and MK11, that was always my thing about why I can't stand MK1, because it's like it's too many non-neutral base. I want to play chess in fighting games. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want to beat you at whatever the thing that we have to be good at is to win. I want to consistently find a way to be better than you at that thing. I hate any game where you find for lack of a better term, I'm going to say glitch. I hate any game where you can find a glitch to avoid being better than me at the thing we're supposed to be good at. Because like, oh, I can call, like, that's why I used to hate Jade in fucking Mortal Kombat 11. That's why I hated Slight Gas Cabal in Mortal Kombat 11. That's why I hated Striker in Mortal Kombat 1, which is ironic because I play a Striker team now. But at the same time, I've accepted that this just isn't a good game. It's like, this is a game I play because my viewers want to see me play this franchise, but the game's ass. So when you said the whole snap meta thing, I was just like curious of what you thought in regards to that, because I feel that same way. I want to out chess you from the nooch.
Yeah, I hate mix. I think mix is boring, cringe. Anyone could do it. It's just rinse and repeat in a sequence of buttons. I think it's the least interesting thing, but I commentate. So I have to find the hype in it to portray it to other people. But me, if a game has, if your mix is why you win, I would say you're not that good, and the game allows you to not be good and win. And Dragon Ball was the first team game that stopped you from doing that. MVCI to a degree had it with the stones, but yeah, when Dragon Ball came out, I was like, oh, it's got the foundations of a really sick game. And then, like I said, when the snap meta happened, they took it out. Yeah, because they didn't want it to be like that.
Yeah, because it was boring to watch competitively.
Yeah, but I think what they did is they leaned in to making everyone TOD, and they leaned into everyone skipping neutral, which is not as egregious as 50-50s, but when the whole cast have moves that go full screen and are unreactable, we're kind of not playing neutral anymore. We're playing, can you react to this unreactable move?
I think
that's why I think a lot of top players stopped liking the game.
I think the only reason that's not so much of an issue in that game is because essentially in the show, that's kind of what those characters do. Not like literally, but it's like if there was ever a game where there should be a believable possibility, it would be that game. And then my thing is, the game does reward defense. Like it depends on what you consider a reward. But it's like you've seen the clip with Goichi in fucking grand finals where he blocked for 20 seconds straight. If you are capable of having that discipline and you can tech a Dragon Rush, and you can fuzzy jump a command grab, I mean, you kind of can play defense. So like the full screen stuff, while annoying at times, it's not impossible. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't feel like I'm getting beat by the game. It feels like this is a frustrating thing that requires a different level of discipline, but the game itself isn't beating me.
I agree. I agree with you personally. But when I think about what the top players have said to me, and when I think about, if I was competitive and the game started off with, you had to have good movement. You had to like have good assist calls to get in and stuff like that. I could look at the game now and say that is gone. Like you don't have to be good. You throw a move out. If they block it, you win. And where before it was like, if it hit, you win. Now you just have to force them to block. And it's like, I'm going to throw this move out. You can't react. Cool, I hit you. I kill you. Cool, you blocked. I called an assist. Then I get 50-50. That's why it's not as good as it used to be, because you couldn't do that. But it was less. There was less freedom back in the day because you couldn't choose 3 assists for each character. So I am with you. I think the game has got better. The fighting game side of it hasn't got better. That's got worse. But as a game, I do agree with you. It's got better. But we're talking about the best fighting game, where that's what I'm like, it's too homogenized. Everyone is doing the same thing.
I guess a thing that I have in regards to like saying that is I like the philosophy of let the players decide. And I think that's what the ArcSys dev team kind of, I don't know if it was like a conscious thought, because you saw there was a time when they were trying to balance and there were complaints. Then you kind of saw this one thing where it was like, hey, break it. Next season, break it some more. And after a while, I was like, well, fuck it. If they're gonna leave it to us to be the Wild Wild West, I'd rather have that versus having my favorite character get nerfed while yours get buffed because he wasn't as popular because they want to see more representation. If everybody's broken, nobody's broken. That's kind of my philosophy on it. That's why it don't bother me.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that. I know if I get my dates right, when it was during I think it was the last year of like COVID, when we had all the online qualifiers and the regionals, and then Lab Coat got announced. When Lab Coat got announced, I'm 99% sure that's when ArcSys started doing the patching. Before that, it was Bamco. So Bamco were very like more trying to make the game, I guess, competitive in terms of like, this is too silly, we'll get rid of that. ArcSys they're renowned for making games stupid. Look at Strive, look at XR, look at Blaz. Their limitations to what is strong isn't a deterrent for them to do it. So if they give something stupid to like, just go with Labcoat. Labcoat, what can she do? She can command grab you and debuff you, so you do less damage through the rest of the game. Until that character's dead, that character is doing less damage. Absolutely insane, because we had TOs trying to change the format of tournaments from 1st to 3 to 1st to 2 because they were saying, oh, this character makes the game last too long. That legitimately happened because of one character, and everyone played her because she was just the strongest. Then ArcSys go, oh, that character's strong, we'll just make everyone else the same level as her. Where Bandai would have went, no, we're just going to nerf that character. They nerfed Labco, but then they buffed craziness. Like S. Broly gets a whole buff from doing an auto combo.
Yeah.
Why?
I don't understand it. Or when Broly does level 3, he gets passive meter build for the rest of the match. I don't know why, but to me it's just kind of like, since I'm getting some obnoxious shit like Blue Goku doing teleport 6 or 3S, you know what I'm saying? Or now he has fake teleport. Like I'm just like, I just don't care. It's like, break the shit. Like I'm like, because at the end of the day, it just feels like basically you got to get around my bullshit and I got to get around your bullshit. Versus when Mortal Kombat fucks them up and it's like I'm playing neutral with Liu Kang and I got to find a way to keep Slight Gas Cabal out the sky, which is virtually fucking impossible. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I just want everything to be broken, and that's why I really didn't like Mortal Kombat 1. I remember I used to pump that game really, really hard about, oh, this is good. If you guys can adjust, you're just trash because of Mortal Kombat 11. And you're stuck to Mortal Kombat 11. Then I remember the day The day I started having negative thoughts about the game was I tried to pick up Reptile, and I wanted to play a team without Reptile and Scorpion cameo because that was Honeybee's team. And I went through the whole entire fucking cameo list, and because of the way that I wanted to play the team, it was like I feel kind of forced to play Scorpion to do what I want to do. And once I started to realize that, it was like, oh, this isn't good. And then it just became a thing where I couldn't get that thought out of my head.
I agree with you.
Are you guys saying that Marvel Tokon is doomed?
Why?
I think it's the other way around because Arc Sys is going to buff everything. So if it's going to be crazy, let us have fun.
Yeah, because that to me does not sound like fun. Like we're having that trouble in Tekken 8 right now where the power ceiling, the ceiling is too high and the power needs to be brought down. If Arc Sys' whole philosophy is just keep on throwing shit at the wall and boosting characters, does that mean that if they've had if they got a track record of doing this, is this how Tokon is going to end up?
The difference is Arc Sys aren't in charge. It's Arc Sys, Sony, and Marvel. Arc Sys aren't going to be able to do what the fuck they want. They're going to have to get in line. If Marvel says don't do that, they can't do it because Marvel just say don't use our IP anymore. Safe.
And to add on to what you're saying, also in regards to like the Tekken point that you made, I think the frustration with Tekken in regards to power levels is that you feel like sometimes you lose to the game itself. Because so it's like it's stupid shit from certain characters and like in their heat stances on top of the invisible wall made me drop this kill combo in a ranked match when I was in a promo. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. I think that's the shit. Like, if it wasn't so much of that type of stuff happening, I think the power balance, while annoying, it wouldn't tilt you as much. It's when you deal with the power balance, outplay somebody in a promo match, you got the kill combo in your hand, you launched them, and then the wall you can't see makes you drop the combo and you get killed. So now it's like, fuck, then you start snowballing because you're rage playing, and now it's just like, it's going through the roof. You know what I'm saying? Like, I get the promo, I drop a wall combo that I can't see, and I'm playing Lydia where I can barely get my fucking turn. I think it's a combination of things where it's like if everybody's just broken, but there aren't all these other factors that make you lose in the game outside of things that you can control, I think it's a little less tilting. Because but before I got a little bit better at Tekken, my main gripe was I feel like I'm losing to the game because shit just keeps happening that I can't predict. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a wall here that I can't see, and I drop my combo on the last kill of it, and I die.
Yeah, I mean, I can adapt to it, like, because I play anime fighting games, and those games are always broken. They're always putting some stupid shit in the games, or there's like a massive power discrepancy, so I can adapt and deal with it. I just don't particularly like it when they do those things, and they just break characters, and they're like, let's just keep on increasing the power. I think it takes away from what you're doing as a player and gives too much power to the actual character. Like, there's too much heavy lifting being done by the character, which is... that happens in anime fighting games all the time. I mean, I play Rebirth of Souls, and I mainly play Renji. And for the longest time, Renji's been shit. He's good now, but fighting people with that character up until the most recent patch has just been a nightmare. And it's so bad that it's like, I don't even know if this guy's better than me. The balancing is just so poor that I don't know if he's better than me. So I'd rather they like get the balancing right and not increase people too much.
So based on everything we've been saying, like criteria and all these different things, because C4 definitely was like coming with a lot of categorized criteria of like about what something should or shouldn't be, or like how it should apply. I never even got a chance to ask. So, in your opinion, because you said Dragon Ball FighterZ isn't the best fighting game, which I think that it is, what is your best fighting game? What's both of y'all best fighting game, and why?
You want to go, Mike?
Okay, so wait, we're doing the Dragon Ball FighterZ debate is like objectively what is the best fighting game, right? Or are you asking me what is my favorite fighting game?
Well, essentially, I'm saying it's the best, and I have my reasons. But what we've been doing is basically using the same criteria to give advantages to and discredit all at once, right? So it's kind of a thing. It's like an unwinnable argument. It's kind of a little bit based on preference, a little bit based on impact, a little bit based on sales and longevity, etc. So my thing is, because of that, and I know I'm going to like never change my mind about this particular game, what is the game that you're going to say is in that position that you're not going to change your mind about? Because I don't think there can't be a right answer, because everybody has their different reasons that they'll agree or disagree. So in your opinion, what is it?
I think Dragon Ball FighterZ is a contender, but I mean, my personal favorite fighting game is Tekken Tag 2. I wouldn't say that's objectively the greatest fighting game of all time. I would say I would probably have. The thing is, I want to throw a name out there and then regret it. I'm leaning heavy right now on Street Fighter 4. I'm leaning heavy right now, and there's a couple of reasons why. Like we've spoken about the the Renaissance era of the FGC, and I think that's a massive, massive deal. I don't think just any game could have done that. I think just the entire tournament scene was revitalized by Street Fighter 4. And I know Dragon Ball FighterZ came in and it shook things up again, but I don't think we would have had the FGC in its state if not for Street Fighter 4 and what it did for. I mean, they were still playing it at arcades as well. Like, it was big in the arcades and it was big on consoles. I might have to lean on Street Fighter 4. It's not my favorite fighting game, but just for everything it did, I think Street Fighter 4 might be the most important fighting game ever made. At least the most important modern fighting game. Maybe not as important as Street Fighter 2, but I think the most important fighting game ever made.
Mine, I think I said at the beginning, I think there's an argument for Dragon Ball to be the best, like, ever created, 100%. Mm-hmm. It's, for me, it's either, I look at it as, can I convince someone who doesn't play even fighting games? I'll say probably fighting games, full stop. If I pulled a granny off the street and I went, look, you have to know about our Lord and Savior, X greatest fighting game. It would either be Dragon Ball, Street Fighter 4, like Mike said, but I would probably go Street Fighter as a whole, because I think you can't really separate 2, Third Strike, and 4. I think they all did the same thing in the era they were in.
Yeah. I think Capcom vs SNK 2 is better than all of them, though, just to be clear. I think if I was to say I would say to somebody that, objectively speaking, these games were way more important when they came out. Maybe not Third Strike. People appreciate Third Strike more now, but I don't think people liked it when it came out. But I think CVS2 is a better fighting game than all of them. I think it offers you way more than all of them. It's got a much bigger roster. Soundtrack is great. It's pretty easy on the eyes, apart from Morrigan. I don't know why they didn't update her model, but I just think the game just offers so much as a fighting game. Like, there's so much there to do. The combos are kind of reminiscent of Street Fighter 4 as well. So if you're a Street Fighter 4 player, I don't think the transition will be too difficult, at least from what I can remember. And there's just so many ways to play. Like, my Bison will play differently to yours, depending on like what ism we choose. You can even run with Street Fighter characters. That shit's pretty cool, man. Seeing Bison run at you is quite terrifying. So I would choose that as the best. I think that might be my favorite conventional Capcom fighting game that has ever come out. I think CVS2 is probably the best.
See, the only reason it's funny to me, my fault. Go ahead, Sigurd.
I was about to say, I've trimmed down my answer. I'm going to fuck all the Street Fighters. If I'm trying to explain to someone what fighting game gave the most impact, I'll say Dragon Ball. If I'm saying which fighting game is the best fighting game because it's a fighting game, I'll say Cross Tekken. Because I haven't found, to this day, I haven't found anyone that said that Cross Tekken isn't a good game. And I played that game, so I can explain to you why it's the closest thing to a balanced, fun game. Most games are balanced and boring, or broken and fun. Cross Tekken was right bang in the middle. You
need to explain to people that you're talking about Cross Tekken after the first year, not the first year.
Yes, the final builds, because after the first patch, they just left it. But the state they left it in was insanely balanced. Insane. And then people just got a bit... It came out before its time, because one, you had like the whole Big Brother house with, what's it called? Cross Assault. With Ares and Tasty Steve. I think that was like the first time they like televised a Big Brother / fighting game thing. Yeah. That was the first... I'm pretty sure it's the first time they did that. You've got the two biggest Street Fighter, the two biggest fighting game franchises together. So IP-wise, yeah, it's not Dragon Ball or Marvel, but it's the two biggest fighting game ones. Maybe you could put SNK as well because of CVS2, but taking a Street Fighter, everyone wanted that. Everyone and their mum wanted that game. And yeah, they tried something different with the gem system, which was before their time. It was like when the Dreamcast came out. People weren't ready to be like, oh, I can pick my characters and still have an ability to play how I want to play, depending on what gems I pick. I'm not locked into playing the same way because I've picked this one character. So yeah, mechanically, I think Cross Tekken. Impact for the scene, I would probably go Dragon Ball over Street Fighter 4. Probably.
See, it's funny because when I asked y'all both of that, and I was finna say one thing, but then what you just said actually kind of shifted what I was going to say. Essentially, I was going to say, you guys didn't speak with your quote unquote best game about with that much conviction, where like the conviction I have for thinking Dragon Ball FighterZ is the best is like undoubtedly how I feel. But then you said what you just said about Cross Tekken, and you sounded a lot more definitively like confident on that particular point. You know what I'm saying? So like my thing is, as far as all the totality of things that could come into play, I just don't think Dragon Ball FighterZ like isn't the best fighting game of all time. And it's funny because of me saying that I don't even play it every day anymore because I just play so many other games, like make content for some shit. But it's more of the fact that I could literally say, like, let's say we don't get a Dragon Ball sequel, I could see me going to play Dragon Ball FighterZ in 10 fucking years and still having the same fun that I have today. And I don't think that there's another game that I could do that with. Mortal Kombat 11 has a little bit of that, but that's only because Mortal Kombat 1 was so bad. If Mortal Kombat 12 was better than 11, I probably would never play 11 again. But I think with Fighters, if we don't get it 2, the game's not going anywhere. Like the only thing that can really knock it out of the way would be its follow-up. And that's assuming that it's good.
I think that like the only reason that I was stuttering a little bit is because like with your one, you have a personal love for that game. So you can jump to it straight away. Whereas like I don't necessarily love Street Fighter 4. Like I think it's a great game. I wouldn't say I love it, but I'm trying to look at it more objectively. I take my own bias out because obviously I am a fan of 3D fighting games. I would, if I wanted to get someone into a fighting game, the first game that I would go to is Tekken 5. That's the first fighting game I'd say pick up this game. You'll have a great time. There's loads to do in it. So like the only reason that like I second guess myself is that I'm trying to think like Dragon Ball FighterZ had a massive impact, but Street Fighter 4 is like it's like ground zero for the FGC post Dark Ages. And you know, I'm not saying we would still be in that time without that game, but it is the game that got us out of that. So that's why I was like, I need to take my personal bias out of it because I play a lot of stupid games as well. I can't like name fucking Bleach Rebirth of Souls. People are gonna look at me sideways, even though I've got like 600 hours on it. It's objectively not a great game. You know, there's a lot lacking. Whereas Street Fighter 4, whether you like it or not, you can't really deny that that was the game.
Yeah, you saying like you're trying to be objective and fair and take your own bias out. And I guess I'm saying because of the impact, I'm basically saying because of the mainstream success, I can kind of have my personal bias, but I feel like that there's enough factual or subjective criteria that puts it in the argument. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like I'm just saying it solely because it's my favorite one and the place that it holds in my heart. It's also like enough people have played and seem to agree over a long enough period of time where I don't feel like I'm just rage baiting by saying that. Because I've seen some people saying that like, oh, he's rage baiting. It's like, no, I really genuinely believe this. I've said this shit 3 years ago. It's just that I guess my voice wasn't as important to people then. You know what I'm saying? But I've said this shit since like 2020 or some shit.
I think the rage bait comes from if you think it's trash, then you'll just trash at the game. I think like I said earlier, I
kind of believe that.
No, like I said earlier, like with anime fighting games, people like the power fantasy, and arena fighters try to replicate that. Dragon Ball FighterZ isn't really going for that, even if it's kind of gone down that road anyway. Just the way the game is structured. So if they were like, this is trash, that's just because Sparking Zero offers a completely different Dragon Ball experience. They want to feel like they're in the show. I don't get that feeling when I play Dragon Ball FighterZ. I get the same feeling that I get when I play Marvel. I feel they don't feel exactly the same, but the idea behind them feels the same. So that's why that post probably seemed like rage bait. Like I don't think it's fair to call someone trash at the game because they think the game is trash.
Well, I'm not saying I said. I mean, I guess I kind of did say it in a way, but what I'm essentially saying is if something's objectively good, it's kind of like if somebody tried to tell me, Marvel Avengers Infinity War's ass. It's like, shut the fuck up. You know, it's like that.
You're
it's
a DC
like
fanboy. You must be a DC fanboy.
You might not like the movie, it might not be your cup of tea. Like, let's not be ridiculous here. You know what I'm saying? Like, so when I hear people say that, it's kind of like, all right, it's some people I just can't talk to, and it is what it is. But my overall point is like, some things are really just objectively good, and then depending on where it hits you at personally, it'll like make you move it up or move it down. But I just hate when I read, oh, that's not even the best Dragon Ball game. It's like, shut the fuck up. Like,
wait, hold on a second. It was Infinity War first and then Endgame?
Infinity War was before Endgame, yeah.
Okay, yeah, no, Infinity War was good. Endgame is questionable.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that it's not. I'm just saying like when people try to take something that's universally accepted and say that it's not good, it's like, bro, It's like you're being a contrarian for the sake of it. You just want to argue. Like, I think that's rage bait. When you say some shit that is like, don't act like what I'm saying is just fucking unreasonable. You know what I'm saying?
No,
like,
but I don't think that's fair.
I don't mean you.
Like,
I'm just talking about people in general.
No, I know you don't mean me in general, but since Yaya's here, I might as well bring up the point. Like, I think that My Hero Academia is pretty trash, right? But Yaya doesn't. He doesn't really agree with what
I don't even get a high, bro. Like, it's cool. It's cool.
That's how I feel. Okay, no, My Hero Academia is not trash, but some of the characters in that show are really bad. And Yaya doesn't necessarily agree with me, but it doesn't mean that I don't watch anime or I don't know what I'm looking at. It just means that, in my opinion, that's a kid, that's a show made for a 10-year-old. I'm a 33-year-old.
You gonna hate me tomorrow, man. He gonna be so mad on Twitter, bro.
But does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes total sense. I guess it's just like that thing that C4 said. I was like, I don't try to give an opinion on something I haven't played unless like I'm well versed in it. So that's kind of my like. So when people are like, oh, he's rage, but it's like, no, I really genuinely believe everything that I say. Sometimes I might be trolling a little bit and throwing like a little sauce on it, but for the most part, I mean what the fuck I say.
Yeah.
If it go viral, it just happen to go viral.
Did you have more points that you wanted to go over with regards to his tweet?
Nothing important. I think the only other one I wanted to talk about was the comeback potential. And I think Lou was talking about like the hype of watching Dragon Ball games.
Yeah.
But I was just going to make the same example about, oh, you can get that in Marvel. And we've kind of like established that. I would say for Lou, like the reason I bit on the video is more that I felt, as you're a content creator, obviously I'm not here to tell you how to do your job. But as a content creator, I was like, I wish that you gave better defenses to why Dragon Ball is the best. Because like I said, if you say it's kind of semantical, but I'm a commentator, so I care about words. If you said Dragon Ball FighterZ is the best fighting game, I would probably agree with you. Because I think the only thing is lacking is the story mode. Other than the story mode, as a game, it's the best fighting game. 100%.
So this is I get what you're saying, and I think this is the difference, right? We're having like a discussion based in more factual criteria to support like your argument, because we're having like a debate. So it's like when you're talking about a debate, you're gonna like really dig into why you mean what you say or what you think. I was just talking my shit and it just happened to take off, and I was like, oh, like people. But the funny thing is, it's 50-50. People do agree and people don't agree. So it's like what I wasn't really saying was that outlandish. I just wasn't really trying to get into like a case study about why I was the best. I was just saying some shit that I felt off the top of my head, and then the shit just took the fuck off. Where this is more of like a case study of like, this is the criteria, this is that. So I think anybody who watches this to kind of like see where we both coming from.
Yeah. That's fair. Yeah.
So were y'all on the side of Dragon Ball FighterZ being the greatest?
That's me.
I think Dragon Ball FighterZ is probably top 3. I wouldn't put it number 1. I think Street Fighter 4 would be number 1. I think I wouldn't be mad at
my answer. Depends on I don't know how your community acts about this, but my answer is one game I would probably put above it, because my thing with fighters is the community from the cell scream, yell, Goichi and Leffen, like that era, that timeline, even before COVID. I'm not even talking about what they doing after that. I'm just being real rap with the peakness. It is, to be honest, I would not get mad at somebody saying it is the best fighting game, right? Because like I said with fighters, like even weeks ago with the Spark and Zero debate, right? The only thing that fighters fails at before 2020 was the story mode. And even then, like, you got funny memes and stuff, people still use out of it. So it ain't all trash, right? Like there's something to take from it. And I guess it just didn't have rollback, which pre-2020 barely any game, but any indie games had rollback. So it's like, yeah, Dragon Ball FighterZ, I'm okay with people seeing. I think you made a video. I saw it on the timeline. I was like, you're not wrong for that. If you ask me personally, would I put it up there? And this is how, if y'all view it as a fighting game, for me, that would be Melee. That would be what I would put there.
Yes, yeah.
I knew you were gonna do
he's
that.
Right. He's right. He's
No,
right.
he's
He's
incorrect.
Yeah, see,
You're
this part of the
objectively
conversation I
incorrect.
can't speak on because I like this goes where I just check out because I don't play that, so I can't.
I
have an
don't
opinion.
play it, but he's wrong. We need to normalize saying people are wrong. You are
What? Okay,
incorrect
wait. How is he wrong about Melee?
because the impact from Dragon Ball is way more influential than Melee. 100%.
No, but you can Melee's in the
crossover is there in
conversation though.
No, the conversation is going to end real quick. There's no crossover in Melee. Melee's not bringing a great player from one game and we took your great player. Dragon Ball took Leffen and got up against Goichi and up against Sonic Fox. You don't do that. You don't spawn Evo champions. You can maybe take Leffen, but we also claim Leffen. No one comes to your game and wins Evo in another game.
Hold on. That goes to your point earlier that you were saying that's because it's Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball carried a lot of people over and it kept them there because they love Dragon Ball. If that was the same game, but it was, I don't know, like My Hero, Leffen weren't going there and he definitely wasn't going to stay for that long.
Bro, there is no correlation from Smash and Strive. Not one.
Hold on, but that's a good point for that though. Like without Melee, we wouldn't have got to Brawl, Wii U, Ultimate. And from that, we do have Leffen right now with 2XKO. We do have Void. Even if it ain't on the same scale as Fighters, I get where you come from.
Yeah, it's not close, bro.
But in terms of like cultural impact, like overall, like Melee has it.
Yeah, Melee was
outside of fighting games.
You're crazy.
See, you got to think about it this way. You got to think about look at Melee this way, right? It was infinitely more popular than where it is now. When it like back in the day, it was doing a lot back in the day. I mean, you even look at the Smash documentaries; they've got millions upon millions of views. But aside from that, this is a community that is riddled with criminal activity, and the game is still popular. The game still hung on amongst pedo allegations, amongst harassment, amongst assault. Melee survived all of it, right? It had the worst community, and it still lives. You got to give it some credit.
That's just
no.
That's not the flex you want to do.
Give me.
You're right.
Look, if you want to do we can run a little bit.
The criminal buff is crazy.
You can give me. No. That's crazy because he's not wrong. He's not wrong about that. That's why I don't play Smash anymore. Like I'm completely off of it because of the pedal stuff. I moved around. I was like, hell no, there's better shit to play anyway. But legit, like if you give me the best fighters moment, right? I can fight that always with Wombo Combo because that phrase transcends outside of the FGC. You have League of Legends, Valorant, Marvel Rivals just had a tournament last week talking about Wombo Combo. They don't even work like that in that game, but they recited Wombo Combo.
Bro, I've said Tomahawk on Evo. Like,
okay,
because you took a turn from you doesn't mean anything.
Okay,
happy birthday.
Okay, no. That's not what I mean by that, though.
You're crazy. Ain't nothing beating Cell Screen. You're crazy. You're just a liar. It's okay.
Now you're just being a fan, bro. Because like literally everybody know Wombo Combo.
No, I know everyone knows Wombo combos. But I'm talking about hype.
Hey,
who cares?
Hold on,
you're talking about a terminology.
Okay, but people can recite it word for word.
It's not hard. Wombo combo. It's literally the same word. You've just changed the first letter.
I'm not saying that. I'm talking about the whole sequence. The Wombo combo. That ain't Falco. Oh.
Ain't no one saying that shit, bro. I didn't even know there was a follow-up.
No. Hold on. Chat.
No.
Chat. Answer this question.
See, you didn't know either. You're wrong.
Okay, fair. That's fair. But chat, tell me who started the sales screen. Can anybody tell me who started the sales screen?
The Dragon Ball community? Did you think it was one person?
No. I'm talking about the person. Yo, y'all wrong because y'all know what I mean. Y'all know I'm talking about the commentator, bro.
It was Yipes, wasn't it?
Okay, yes, you know it's Yipes, right? I would expect you to know, C4 and even Lou even to know it was Yipes. I'm just saying.
But the community was what made it hype, not Yipes. Yipes is obviously a plus to it, but ain't no one going. Not everyone in unison is going Wombo Combo, Falcon, whatever else you said. That no one knows. But when Cell is on screen, people get giddy, bruv. People get bricked when they see Cell picked first because they know that screen's coming.
Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen the meme where like it's a bunch of people in the bar and I got Cell on the screen, like whatever that little shit is.
I feel like it's just a side of you not seeing both. Because to be fair, I do see what you mean with the fighter sales screen. Like I could give you that, right? Because the sales screen would not be hype without the yelling, but without the initiation of who pushed that out first and foremost, plus the crowd, most people don't even know who that is, right?
You need to give Melee some credit because, like I said, amongst everything worked against Melee. Its own community did, its own developer did. Nintendo tried to kill Melee, right? That's like Galactus trying to kill Silver Surfer, right? You spawn something, then you try to murder it, and Melee survived amongst everything, amongst police raids, amongst people going to prison, amongst people getting ostracized from the community, amongst its own father trying to gut it. Melee still survived, and it's not that big anymore. It's now starting to die. But it's been what, 24 years? Like you got to give the game some credit.
I just want to say, as far as Dragon Ball players, we don't have these degenerates representing our game.
Hold on.
That's not true.
Y'all do.
Someone tried to have sex with a dog.
One person.
Clayton told me.
Can I say his name?
Someone said that they were trying to have sex with a dog. Okay,
let's
see. If you want to talk about degenerates,
I was about to say we used to have Nakiel. You know what I'm saying?
I'm sorry, but bestiality kind of trumps a lot.
That's one creep. We got one creep, and we sent his ass to the planet of the King Ka or whatever the fuck. Like one creep. I hear about a lot of shit over there in that community where it's a lot of freaky shit going on over there.
Now,
I will say, me as also a Mortal Kombat player, we got some weird motherfuckers in our shit too. But Dragon Ball FighterZ for men of honor.
Let me defend Melee.
Actual facts.
So let me defend Melee. I will say there are creeps in all of the community altogether. I'm not going to deny that. We at that point. But I will say, outside of some of the community leaders, Mike Hollow, the ones technicals cooked, right? We haven't had the creep allegations in Melee. It's been Ultimate, all the other Lucky Go Weenie Hut Jr. versions of Smash games, right?
It has been a lot of Ultimate. Melee's obviously been caught up in it, and the COVID era was not good, but Ultimate has had a lot of issues. I just want to say though that if we're talking about a gentleman's game and a gentleman's community, the best fighting game community for that, if you want to tip your hat, is Soul Calibur. Easily. I've never heard a controversy from Soul Calibur. I was in the scene
for
a long
one
time.
Problematic person. That's it.
Who?
That's it. Amy. She's like the one problematic person.
Amy's fine, man. Amy's cool. She's controversial. She's fine. She's all right. She's never done anything crazy.
Okay.
She's never. But people see me as controversial. Amy's not a bad person.
They see you as controversial because they're stupid. Like that's what it is. Like they get on you for something that every other person that does content creation does. Like it's dumb. I say it every time.
That's just part of the game, though.
That is.
It's just part of the game.
Especially with the kind of stuff that I do, I get why people don't like me. But Amy's not. She's not a bad person. I've never seen her do
she was a bad person. I'm just saying she is looked as that controversial person. Hey, she draw the raw shit and she play Ivy. So in the day,
you know who doesn't have that? KWF. I ain't ever heard of KWF drama.
That is the go-to community. That is the one. The SNK people.
Has there been a button checks on KOF? I don't think so.
They be playing their game and everybody be like, "Why this game ass?" They don't be doing nothing. They just attack them. They the bullies.
The game's too hard to have side quests about an 15-year-old. The game's too hard.
Someone mentioned
play games, go to bed.
Someone mentioned Virtua Fighter in the chat. Now I would have said Virtua Fighter, but I had a very unpleasant experience, and maybe this is unfair, but it was Virtua Fighter on Reddit, and Chad the Third also had an unpleasant experience where he went in to ask a question, and they were just like, "Who the fuck are you? Leave! Like we don't need you around." And I was like, "The fuck?" And also DOA, like my initial introduction to DOA was great. Like I was having a great time. I was like, "Oh wow, this community is really cool." And as I got more into it, I was like, "Okay." There's a little trouble in paradise here. And obviously, because I'm still new to DOA, I'm not going to talk down on it. I think the game is great, but some people in that community, they need to chill, man. So I've been arguing with some guy called what's his name? Punisher or something like that. I've been arguing with him on Twitter.
That guy.
Fucking hell, bro. Honestly, I've never I went through his timeline. I was like, okay, I see what's going on here. I understand what's going on here. This is not about fighting games. This is about boobs. And it's fine. Like, look, that's part of DOA's identity. I don't want them to censor it. It's fine. I'm cool with it. I like DOA as it is. But trying to have conversations with somebody about the fighting game, like actually talk about it, it's just in one ear and out the other. It's all about feet, bum, and boobs. And I'm just like, Can't have a conversation.
what's crazy? let me clarify something before we go further, because people like to take stuff and clip it out of context, right? You know, with that dang Globku fucking clip, because he's been laughing at that in his stream for the past week. Regardless, with the Amy thing, I have no problems with Amy, but I've gotten, when Soul Calibur and stuff and the stuff was changing around 2020, people were sending me stuff about this person, and I don't like that. I like to find stuff about my people themselves. So I've heard from other sources, oh, she's a problematic person, but that's social media. That's the game. Game is game. Essentially, people don't really hate you on the internet. They hate the version of them that they've interacted with you or they made in their heads. That's what it is. She's not a bad person.
Look at it like this, yo. In all the time that we've been speaking, have I ever messaged you and said, stay away from this person?
No.
Right. People that do that are weird.
Yeah,
they are perpetually online and they're trying to drive a narrative against you. I have never gone to anyone that I've seen online. I've never gone into their inbox and asked and told them stay away from said person. Some people have asked me about particular individuals, and I've given them my opinion, but I've also said do what you want. Like just because I see them as the bad guy, maybe they're not. But people that send you stuff saying stay away from this person, that guy that what was his name again? The Tekken guy. Fuck, forgotten. Hayes, that was it. He was putting out that post saying block me, like block Mike Hollow. And I was like, I was actually grateful they put that up, because I was like, whichever idiot follows what he's doing, and I know that you're stupid now. So I think people that do that are a little bit weird. And in Amy's case, if people are sending you stuff about her, I would say don't push it to the side.
But I've seen it for like a year or two. You know what I'm saying? So like,
yeah, she's outspoken, and that's gonna get you a lot. That's gonna get you in heat on Twitter, but it doesn't. I don't think it's a reason to be like she's a problem.
Yeah. So like for me, like I am the person in my space that is the controversial person, because I don't like the norm thing that everybody else likes, and I'm okay with that. For example, Mike don't like My Hero. I'm probably one of the only anime YouTubers like, fuck you, motherfuckers. This shit's gas. Right? He gonna hate tomorrow. He gonna see so much glaze. He gonna be mad as hell. But literally, real talk, it's gonna be one of those things where a lot of people look at my views and like, oh, he's just trying to be different. No, ho. Every time I tell y'all this ain't it, y'all look at me like I'm crazy, and then a month later, y'all depressed because the thing y'all thought was it is trash. You know, that's just how it is. It's just
well, in terms of like
get to you, yo.
This whole like greatest fighting game thing, I feel like we covered everything. Unless there was any remaining points, and then we'll move on to the hitbox discussion.
I think what I was going to say, I think we might have disappointed you. I mean, I'm not sure. Like in the times I done popped in this debate, almost like we might have disappointed the audience because they was expecting us to be like screaming and talking shit. That's what I think they was like anticipating when it was like, nah. I think we just got like some criteria that is different based on personality and how you view games.
Yeah, I was heated the other day. I'm not gonna lie. The other day I was.
I don't even know why. Like I don't feel like what I said was that crazy, but I think maybe it was because a little bit of hyperbole. You thought, oh, this is literally how he feels, and it's like, I'm gonna be a little tongue in cheek, a little bit of humor.
See, when black people get together, they solve the problem. See how that works, people?
I don't know about that.
Yeah, I don't know about that. But yesterday I was more mad because it was like your message is right, but how you got to the conclusion, I think, is flawed. And then I didn't want other people to take what you said and use it as a defense. But we've hashed it out, and you basically said like we've gone over the criteria, and you're saying it's more from your opinion. And like I said, I also think if we're talking about an actual game, I think it's hard to argue. Maybe Street Fighter 4, but
I'm surprised it bothered you just because you're so close. Like because you're kind of close and you see kind of how I got to that point. I'm surprised that you said it bothered you initially the way that it did, because it sounds like you're basically saying top two is kind of how you've been saying it.
Yeah. He was in my. He texted me in the morning. It was like, get Loose Streets on the phone now. I was like, damn, son, it's 9 a.m.
I was tight. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not even gonna sugarcoat it. But it's because the things that I think make it the greatest game you didn't mention, like the art style, the things it's done for the scene. But obviously, again, like Mike said, it was early in the morning. I didn't have my thinking brain on. I didn't see it from outside of my perspective. So.
Yeah, it wasn't meant to be a case study. I was just talking shit, and I looked up and was like, "Oh, this got 1,000 views, 2,000, 10,000." I was like, "Oh, these motherfuckers
It's
really
on
care
like
about this shit."
50K now.
Yeah, it went
I had a question here just before we move the topic from Joe Familia. Thank you for the $5. Street Fighter 2 Super Turbo is the greatest fighting game of all time. End of debate. No fighting game has created a larger cultural impact. Oh, it wasn't a question; it was a statement. Yeah, I guess it's hard to argue against Street Fighter. Street Fighter 2 is probably, I mean, it's definitely the most important fighting game ever. I don't think anybody would argue that, right?
Yeah.
Really?
I think it's overhyped.
I knew people was gonna say something.
Fundamentally, the game is bad.
No, but I'm saying it's the most important fighting game ever made.
I understand what you're saying, but who's to say that, did MK come out as a response to Marvel 2, to Street Fighter 2?
Yeah, MK was after Street Fighter, and I'm pretty sure they were like direct competitors in the 90s.
I don't know if it was considered a response, but they were alternate ends of the spectrum as far as what they represented. But I don't know if it was a direct competitive response versus like we want to make this passionate thing.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, Mortal Kombat probably would have come out regardless of Street Fighter 2, because obviously there was a Street Fighter 1, and that was trash. No one's talking about that game. So when we're talking about the first one, go gas up Street Fighter 1, because without Street Fighter 1, it wouldn't have been Street Fighter 2.
No, but because Street Fighter 2 was so popular that it would have other people that looked at it and been like, this is a genre worth getting into. And the MK guys probably looked at it and thought, let's put our American spin on it. So I think Street Fighter 2, I think it was a response. It might not have been like, we're going to take those guys down with our American fighting game, but I think it was like, fighting games are huge right now. Everyone's going to the arcades. We're going to make our own game. Just like we've seen with like when Call of Duty came out with 4, suddenly there were shooting games everywhere. Like you couldn't turn on a stream without someone playing a shooting game. So I think they were kind of direct responses in the same way that like I believe Virtua Fighter was first and then Tekken came out. It might not have been like, we're going to take these guys down with our 3D fighting game, but it was like, oh, this 3D fighting game is sick. People are paying attention. Let's make our own one.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Because me being around for like most of those games originally coming out, you would see like a trickle down. I feel like you see Virtua Fighter, and also like we see Tekken and Soul Calibur and shit like that. Before you go to the next thing, I want to just like mention this one thing and see if you guys know it, because like you guys are all older gamers. What the fuck happened to Eternal Champions?
Eternal Champions. I haven't heard of that in years.
And they haven't made a new one in forever. And this shit was part 2 was fire. They had stage fatalities.
I think Eternal Champions is no different than Bloody Raw, like in terms of how they've been treated. I think it's just one of those things where like they've been left to the wayside, and one day we might get an announcement at a state of play, and they might just be
Bloody Roar at the 30th anniversary. I'm cursing out Konami myself. I'm tired of them.
Bloody Raw's gone. It's gone.
No, bro. We got faith. We got one more anniversary. After this, then we slandering Konami, because all they got is Yu-Gi-Oh. We don't care no more.
Well, they got Silent Hill.
Whatever. I'm gonna see if I can find Eternal Champions on PC and see if I can play that somewhere. I feel like most of the chat don't even know what the fuck I'm referring to.
90 Matthews 90, thank you for the 199. Mike, can you and Lou stream MK9 tag matches only? Does MK9 even work online anymore?
Do not do MK9 online.
I don't think I've never played MK9. Ironically.
It's trash online, by the way. Yeah, it does not function well.
I'm literally, if we played MK9, I'm gonna just go back to the old me and I'm just gonna play Cyrax. I hope you guys
one I played on Xbox, but I feel like it was Armageddon. I don't know if I played 9. I can't. I get confused because they're so old.
Yeah, no, 9 and X is region locked, so it's just a bit difficult. It's really 11 and 1 is our go-tos. Joe Familia, thank you for the $5. Street Fighter 2 made over 10 billion in revenue in its lifetime, 91 to 94, 50 million sales overall. Yeah, but it was also out in a time when there wasn't that many competitors. Yeah. So whilst it deserves its accolades, it was also not competing with like 10 other games. Now we've got Tekken, Virtua Fighter, Street Fighter, Marvel Tekken, Dragon Ball FighterZ. Like there's so many fighting games in the ecosystem. Back then, Street Fighter 2 had what? Within it, it had Tekken, Virtua Fighter. Was Dead or Alive even out at that point? I don't think it was.
Yeah, it sounds like he's paying homage to like the game being a pioneer more so than like the best fighting game. That's what it sounds like he's doing.
Street Fighter 2 is ground zero. I think it's the most important fighting game ever made because I think everything came from it. But I don't know if I guess you can make an argument for it being the greatest fighting game ever, but
it's a terrible fighting game. I can't.
Yo, you sound like you know what's funny, C4? You and Ghost would get along because y'all hate. Like I will go in the call and I would just scream, share, fight K, Street Fighter 2, and he would get so mad. Like he fucking hates that game, bro.
The issue is the reason I hate it won't be the same reason he hates it, and I care about the journey, not the destination. Street Fighter 2 is a bad game because the game wasn't even designed to have combos in it. It was an accident. It's got random stun, my guy, bruv. It's a bad fight. It's a bad fighting game. It could be the seed that planted and grew everything else, but it's a bad fighting game. It is.
Yeah, but Melee wasn't designed to be the way it turned out. It's still a great fighting game.
No, it's not. That's your argument. I say it's a bad fighting game.
No, I don't think
strong in weird ways, but it's powerful because they're still alive. But the game's difficult. It's not good. You have to ban items. The game clearly isn't designed to be a good fighting game because you have to have community rules to make it competitive.
But good. Didn't you just say it's about the journey? So the journey to getting it to a competitive point, is that not fun as well?
No, because the community is changing it. I don't like Smogon for the same reason in Pokemon.
You don't like what?
Smogon. Smogon.
It's what, the thing with the paint on its tail.
No, not the. There's a in Pokemon. You know, you got VGC.
Yeah.
There's Smogon. That's the version that the community have made, where it's 1-on-1.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about that Pokemon that has a. What's the Pokemon called with paint on it? Smeagol. That's it. Yeah.
Smeagol.
I was like, why do you hate Smeagol? What's wrong with Smeagol, bro?
Smeagol's okay. But Smogon, I don't really like. Well, no. I think when you have the community dictate the tournament format, then the game is clearly not meant to be a good fighting game. It's meant to be a party game. But other than Smash, Melee, I think they're difficult games, but they're not meant to be fighting games. So I don't think you can put it in the greatest fighting game.
So you disqualify things if it turns out that way, rather than being intended to be that way.
Do I disqualify things if it turns out to be that way?
Yeah, rather than being intended. Like if I intended to make a competitive fighting game and that's what we got, versus I intended to make just a fun game and it turned out to be really competitive.
Oh, no, yeah, that can be the case. If Smash, if the devs that I think they have said it, like it's meant to be a party game, right? They could still have made the best fighting game. What happened is the community changed the game. You're not playing Melee. You're playing what the community wants you to play.
Don't we change every fighting game we play?
Nope.
We have rule sets and bounds to them too. The same way.
That's rules. That's not changing. The game.
You change the items off the rules.
No, that's changing the
Smash.
Game. Okay,
that's literally a rule set you turn off.
You're right.
That's what it says when you turn the game on.
What I don't understand is that this isn't like they modded it. The game shipped with the ability to play it this way, and that particular way is competitive. If they modded it, then I'd be like, okay, cool. But how is this any different from, let's say that a game ships and the timer is 99 and the community are like, no, we're playing on 60, but the default setting is 99. How is that any different from the default setting is Pokeball and I take it off?
I'd agree. Just show me the game that does that. Show me the game where they change the timer, and I'll agree with you.
Got you. You fucked up. I can show you this right now.
Go on, he's going to show me a game that's irrelevant. But go for it.
I'll show you Ultimate.
Ultimate what?
I'll show you Ultimate.
Is he showing me Smash Ultimate?
Yes, I can show you Smash
Ultimate isn't a game either. But you
just you wanted to simply like you could it's the same thing.
He's trying to hit me with a fucking gotcha, bitch. It's like, yeah, they're both Smash.
Are these guys saying Virtua Fighter? Did Virtua Fighter do that? Because if Virtua Fighter did that, that kind of tanks your whole argument.
Virtua Fighter is 60 seconds, right? I remember watching Chad play.
I don't. Isn't Virtua Fighter 30 seconds? I'm pretty sure Virtua Fighter is 30 seconds. What if they change rounds from 2 to 3? That has happened before.
He ain't want to get cooked, y'all.
Yeah, they shouldn't. I think they did it in Exard. In Japan, in the what was the arcade called? Makaido? They all played 3 rounds. In the West, we played 2. And I was like, this is dumb. Why are we not playing the standard? So yes.
But so you would disqualify that game from being considered the greatest fighting game because maybe the community were like, you know what, the developer. No, I mean like just in general. If like let's say Virtua Fighter shipped, right, and it was played on, I think they said 40 seconds. The community were like 30 set. Like we've fleshed out the game. Like fighting games obviously evolve over time. Like you said, the developers try to control the meta, but they can't really. The community also develops that as well. So sometimes, much like Dragon Ball FighterZ, I'm sure the developers never intended for certain things to happen. Like Snap was in the game, but you said that Snap is the stupidest thing ever, and they took it out. But by your logic, shouldn't Snap have stayed in the game? Is Dragon Ball FighterZ not excluded now?
No, because that's the devs doing it. And I personally don't like Snap. Like I said, other people like it. The devs changed that, not the community. The community didn't say, we don't want this.
But it was changed because of the communities and the community finding it to be a busted thing that they put in the game.
You got to make this another topic. We'll be here all night. We'll be here all night. We got to make this another.
Well, that's an alternate universe. We only know the reality where it happened because of us.
No, you don't know that. You don't know if Bandai would have changed it if we didn't ask for it to be changed, because people like it and it still got changed.
It wasn't visually appealing on stream, as I think probably the main deciding factor. It's just a matter of, did the community feel that way or did the devs feel that way? But that's the main reason they got changed.
Yeah, that's not the people. That's them saying, "Oh, you guys don't like watching it."
Yeah. So if Marvel Tekken comes out and the timer is 99, but the community figures that it's better at 60, does that disqualify it from being the greatest fighting game of all time for you?
I wouldn't let it, but if it did, yes, I wouldn't let it happen. Because that's dumb. There's no reason to do that.
Fair enough. What about when they ban characters?
Also, extremely dumb.
So wait, are you for like Shinakuma being legal in CVS2?
Yes. If that's the game has, if that character is broken and the devs don't want to change it, that's part of the game. When you come along as a community and go, we don't like this. You've modded the game. No one, unfortunately, people don't take modded games seriously. What can I say? I play MCI Beyond. I play Max's version. I don't play the base anymore. But don't you think that people would take it less seriously if we were allowing characters like Shinakuma to run rampant in tournaments? Well, why are we trying to sprinkle glitter on shit? If it's a shit game, stop trying to make it as a participant in this greatest game of all time.
No. Hold on a second.
You have to tamper with it. That's the
Capcom vs SNK 2 has got tons of characters. Let's say that one character's in the game, one of them is bad, which is Shinakuma. He's clearly playing Dragon Ball Z. And the community's like, right, we've got this great game. Everyone's competitive, but this guy is too powerful. He's wiping whole teams. You would say, keep him in because the developers put him in there. And unless the developers nerf him, don't take him out.
I wouldn't say anything because I don't care, because I don't think it's the greatest game.
I'm just asking.
I don't care.
Okay, but for the sake of the conversation,
if you're saying if I played a game and there was one hella broken character in it, would I want them to take it out? No.
So you would rather the game and the community suffers to keep the integrity of the original design?
Marvel 3 is right there.
No, Marvel 3 is, what do you call it? A Kusoge or whatever they're called. They're fucking bonkers games anyway.
So that game doesn't count.
No, but you guys have established that within your community that it's okay for you to have the Storm Sentinel Magneto stuff. But over in, like, let's say Tekken, for example, if there was a character that was, like, let's say a more beefed up version of a boss character, and this one character was just ruining competitive play because the hitboxes might have been fucked up or the character's just too powerful, rather than doing what seems logical and being like, right, this character is just way too powerful, let's remove him until they fix him, you would say keep him in and suffer until the developers decide themselves fix it.
This comes down to you being soft. I don't know what to tell you. Us tag game and team game players, when something's bullshit, we find answers. We don't cry to devs. That's just it.
What answers did they find for
your game over there? But
wait, hold on, C4, because I watched Marvel too. What were the answers for Storm, Sentinel, and
win neutral? Win neutral. That's why they didn't ban none of those characters. Everyone had incoming.
I watched the whole MVC2 tournament, the best players in the world, and it literally came down to one player was in the corner cowering like this as somebody was just hailing Storm on them.
Yeah, did they lose all the time?
Yeah, pretty much all the time.
You didn't watch properly, so let's keep going. Let's move on.
I watched.
It's fine. It's fine. It happens. That's why they play like first to 50s, because sometimes you just lose a round. It'd be like that.
Well,
you
this is
don't
a
bitch. You
tournament,
just
right?
keep
This
playing.
is first to two.
You don't. First to two, Marvel. You definitely
First
didn't watch it,
or first. I'm saying in tournament, first to two, first to three, whatever you're watching.
right? So you got 3 chances, and plus 3 because you got 3 characters. What? I don't.
But wasn't the point of Dragon Ball FighterZ resetting the neutral? That incoming was so broken in these games that people didn't get to play.
That's good. I agree. That is good. But I'm also not a bitch. So when games I played had that, I firmed it. I win neutral, then I don't have to block incoming. I'm not soft. I'm sorry.
I don't think it comes down to soft, but we'll agree to disagree.
For the devs to change their game. Stop playing then. If you don't like a character, if you don't like a game because of one character, you need to go find another hobby.
What about if it's a whole system?
If it's a whole system, why are you playing the game?
No, but like, what if the system there's a particular system in the game that's causing problems, and 90% of the game is good, but that's this one system that people are interacting with is fundamentally messed up. Is that not worth saying to the developers, hey, can you fix this?
You can say it, but I'm just going to say you're a crybaby.
I agree with C4 because it's like it's a lot of shit in Tekken 8 that I don't like, that I can't stand, but I'm not like tweeting for nerfs. Like I hate fucking Harang, I hate Elisa, but I hate the Bears, but I'm not actually tagging Harada like, hey, nerf this character. It's like, hey, can I just fucking step, please? That's all I want. Can I just step?
Can you not do 2 things at once? Can you not try to figure it out, but also acknowledge that there's a problem?
What makes it a problem?
Because well, I mean, if there's
that's not a problem.
If there's a particular character that's doing something, whether it's like, let's take Heihachi in Tekken 5, for example. He had an unblockable. You couldn't do anything about it. It'll take like 80% of your health. You just have to hold that shit. I'm sorry, chat. We'll move on in just a second, but is it not fair for me to be like, okay, I'll figure this out, but this is dumb. Like, this is dumb. I can't do anything. I lose 80% every time I get knocked down. Getting knocked down in Tekken is, it's like getting jabbed in Street Fighter. It's gonna happen. I can be like, okay, I'll play the game. I'll work around it. It's here, whatever. I play broken fight games. I play anime fighters, so I'm not new to dealing with bullshit. But I can also be like, hey, this is kind of fucked. Can you fix this?
I don't think he's saying you wrong in what you're saying. I think we're saying I'm not going to tweet it. Like I'm not going to tweet for the actual request to try to make it happen.
You've got more muscles. I've got more will. Like I firm shit things. If I'm playing a game and I like the characters, if I play Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball had what we're saying about the go back to neutral after a kill, if that wasn't the case and it was snap, I'd firm it and I wouldn't cry. Because you know what I can do? Instead of tweeting, I could go on Steam and buy another game and play that.
I'm with C4 here because my main reason why I don't fuck with fighters, I don't like the whole reset to neutral thing. That's my thing.
Well, this is steamroll the whole match.
I want my Nin Impact bullshit. I want my Marvel bullshit. Like if I kill somebody, they need to guess while I'm standing up. That's my one reason why I don't like. That's why even BB Tag. I like BB Tag more personally.
You like coin flipping at people.
Game? What'd you say?
You like coin flipping at people.
Yeah.
That's some people's bags. It's not mine. I prefer.
That's why I'm playing
to.
Alawi now into SKO. I want you to guess for game when these tentacles come out. That's not my problem. You got some options. I hope so.
Do you think you should ban characters? Okay, so I agree with C4 and disagree with him. If I pick up a game and I want to play, I just deal with it. Okay, like I said, I play anime fighting games. I have to deal with bullshit all the time, but I will also let the community know what I think about it. So I can do both. I don't think that I'm not the kind of person that just sits there and takes bullshit. I think that there's a lot of people are like, you fed me slop, so I'm just going to eat it and deal with it. I will acknowledge that you've given me slop, but I will ask for you to fix it. That's just how I am. So, and again, the proof's in the pudding. I play anime fighting games. They're fucking full of broken characters that you have to deal with. And sometimes I play Lotus, and which I did in Rebirth of Souls. I had to deal with bullshit. I had no choice. And I learned to adapt whilst also acknowledging the developers fucked up here. There were things about Rebirth of Souls that developers didn't even realize that they put it in the game. They didn't even realize they did it. And I was like, yeah, you did this. Can you fix it? I think you can do both.
Wait, okay. I gotta reply to 2 comments in the chat right quick before we go further. Someone said Yaya will like Eddie. No, I don't like Eddie, but I like the other character they won't put back in Tekken. That is my favorite Tekken character. So they won't put Christy. They don't give me Christy.
Why is Christy your favorite?
We
She's
saw
barely
the
a
banner,
character.
bro. He doesn't like anybody play Christy. We've seen the YouTube banner. We know.
No. Stop. Okay.
Guy.
One of my favorite Tekken characters. No, I'm not. All the characters on my banner don't even wear fucking sandals.
Why are you denying your goonery, bro? Just
I am a gooner. No. I am a gooner with a purpose. No.
We can't troll you if you just say, yeah, I'm a gooner, and what?
No. I'm a gooner with a purpose, but not always. Like
a gooner with a
purposeful gooner is wild.
Yes. Look.
Explain that.
Type of person. When I say
what do you mean by that?
All right. I'll use KO, for example. Ari is in the game, right? Ari is a damn fox. I ain't with the furry shit. All right, if that's your thing, that's your thing. But
why
Ari,
is he judging people?
I'm not judging people. I'm just saying I ain't with that. I'm just being real. I'm not saying I don't hate. Like Sonic Fox, cool. I dap them up at tournaments for. Don't do that shit. Now, point stands, right? When it comes to Ari, that is a waifu ass character that they designed. They know what they was doing. That's why she getting all these damn skins. However, my gooning is like, damn, that's hot. But she could do all the raw shit. Like I was posting all the damn combos because nobody could fucking figure out how to do some easy shit for new people. I have a purpose behind my gooning. All right. I'm also not one of those gooners that I see some shit on Twitter. I'm like, damn, I think I should whack off to this shit right now. Like, no, that's not my goon.
But isn't that also gooning with a purpose? I mean, you see.
No, that's not gooning with a purpose because you just
Mike is lying.
Just exerting energy because of fucking titties on the screen. Like, no.
He's lying because the other day when you was on here, you talked about your other Twitter account and what you doing there.
That other Twitter account is for gooning purposes, but I'm not doing it just
to
do the shit.
What did this conversation turn into?
No, because he's trying to catch me and Glob will see this shit and clip it. Glock, you see this shit. Do not clip this. Do not put this in Ultimate Burst. I know you would do that shit. Don't do it.
Yeah.
Dog, the chat is.
Wait,
crazy,
so hold on. This character in Twitch, she's got a tail, right?
Yes.
And okay, do you know what?
No. See, now you're judging it because I don't like it either. If I could delete the tail, if this game was moddable, I would delete the fucking tail off the character.
You know what? You know another hot take? As well as not playing your games you don't like, don't play characters you don't like.
See, exactly.
Me. Yeah, facts.
If you don't like the way Ari looks, don't pick her.
I've done it a couple of times. I'm not gonna lie.
Hold on. I play characters I like. I don't play.
But I don't
play female characters, right? Because I don't like playing females, right? But I don't. If you like the tailed girl, it's fine. It's not a problem.
No, she's cool. She raw as fuck. My point still stands, though. Right? There's reasons to why I like certain character designs because they do certain things. Right? I've always been I kind of
see that too. Like, yo,
I knew that was no. My thing is, usually the lady characters always do the acrobatic flippy shits. Right? That's not always the case in every game, especially Tekken, for example. Before I knew about the lore of Christy, my favorite characters is motherfucking Lars. Lars is raw as fuck, and plus I saw him. He was in Storm 2. Lars is raw as hell to me.
Yeah, I get that. Like, I know chat. I'm not sexist, okay? I can see your comments. I just don't like playing female characters. I don't think they do women justice in a lot of fighting games. I think a lot of women are there for people like Yaya, Gunabait. I think.
Bro, you know what? I play some female. I play Alawi, Juggernaut in 2XGO. But
what's funny
about
that
track record is not being a gooner. So
I played Taki in Soul Calibur, but I never tripped off her breasts. Like they were huge, but I really played her because she was fast. Because I play speed characters.
They got Globco in them Discord got me as a soundboard now because of the damn Chung Lee shit from last week. Okay, now mind you, I was with SNK working with SNK for 2 weeks with Chung Lee. I had early access. Even in the video, because I had I could show proof. It pre-uploaded. I didn't say shit about ass, titties, thighs, or nothing. Twitter gets the trailer the weekend because SWC happens, right? And everybody's talking about thighs and shit like that. I wasn't even thinking about that. And usually I make those video jokes.
Let's have a look at your Twitter, shall we?
That's crazy.
Okay. You
Man, you checking your Carfax, dog?
No, you can look at my Twitter. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I am a gooner. I'll be real. I'll keep it 1,000.
No, you made a tweet. You made a tweet, bro, and it fucking killed me. I left a comment underneath, and you were busting.
I saw that. Yeah, I saw.
I was. You. Where is it? It was from the other day.
Checking the Goon facts is insane.
Yeah, bro.
That's him, bro. I just can't say nothing. Like,
bro, it was so funny. Like, he gave this whole breakdown about why this was so special, and I was like, you don't care about none of that. You just care about the fact that my Chun-Li touched breast.
That's
Where
funny
is
as
this
hell.
tweet? But yeah, chat. I don't have anything against female characters for anyone that's asking. It's just that I don't feel like a lot of video games do female characters justice. I think a lot of the time they are just there for eye candy, and I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with that because people like it and it sells. But I think there's like I really like Lydia, for example. I thought Lydia was a really cool inclusion into Tekken. You know, she's a fighting prime minister. Someone like Mierizo, that shit's stupid, man. Yeah, Makoto in Street Fighter 3. I thought that shit was sick. Dude, you tweet a lot, man. I don't even know what this is.
that's because I'm tired of y'all calling me a gooner.
I've scrolled through so much.
Just look through the
bait.
replies of your Twitter.
You know, you got while Mike's watching, I know you got the early access of Chun, but you don't seem to have a video on Joe.
Ah, because I don't like Joe. I don't like
Interesting.
Joe.
Would it be because Joe doesn't
I
have
literally
thick
told him,
thighs?
I was like, I never liked Joe. And mind you, I was a combo breaker and
You're a
played
content creator. You got to throw the content out, right?
Oh my god.
That's what you told me. Content.
I know.
You got early access to Joe, and you didn't want to tell the people about him or have a video to help with a guide to
I'm not gonna
newcomers.
put some fake ass shit out there and be
Because
like,
he
hey
hasn't
man, I'm
Because
playing
no,
Joe.
Jiggle Figgles?
Jiggle
Physics.
Fizzles? I don't need Jiggle Fizzles. I mean, bro, point stand, dog. Now you got me fucking up.
Jiggle Fizzles.
Point stands. I just didn't do Joe. I'm gonna do the other guy after Mr. Big. He cool.
Okay.
You know what?
And also, I did Andy.
Every
let
time
me read
somebody
this.
says something sus, all you ever see is Urban Boy type clipped in the chat.
I know, right?
Nika, thank you for the $5. Is it worth discussing the universal mechanics S-dash auto combos vanish being polarizing to many fighting game fans? Feels like a major point against it.
Dragon Ball.
Yeah,
I think only like most games have auto combos. I think it's more the
turnaround on auto combo that gets people annoyed. Like as I said, I didn't say it was perfect. I said it was the best. You know what I'm saying? But flaws, of course, we know.
Yeah, I think the reaction to all of those mechanics, auto creating auto combo, super dash, and what was the other thing? Vanish. No one cares anymore. They're not an issue. They're really not an issue. I think at first people saw super dash and went, "Oh, you can just press one button and zoom towards your opponent." But then as people got good, they just stopped it. Yeah. Like it's reactable. So it's not really a problem.
All right, and just before we go into the next discussion, Joel, thank you for the $5. Anti, you have to count Super Turbo as well in the SF2 lineage. That's still being played in top tournaments, even EVO. Yeah, it does still get played. Do they not play HD Remix? Is that not? They don't play that anymore. Or Ultra Street Fighter 2.
I can't remember which one.
Ultra Street Fighter 2 had a Violent Ken, didn't it?
Was it Ultra?
It had Evil Ryu and Violent Ken, I think.
Maybe it's been a while. I don't watch.
All right, well, let's talk about the hitbox discussion.
Now I'm gonna let y'all get to that because I'm not a hitbox guy and I'm fucking starving, bro. Like,
No, Lou, I appreciate you being on, bro.
For sure, I appreciate y'all coming and let me be on, fan. Hey, let me know about tomorrow. I'm gonna drop a follow on y'all on YouTube, C4 and y'all.
Oh,
yeah,
don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I don't really do YouTube stuff. Don't waste your time. It's all good.
I'm talking about Twitter. Yeah, I'm talking about Twitter.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, to answer your question, Lou, I think you're going to be fighting True Underdog. I'm just waiting to hear from him, but I'll let you know who your opponent is tomorrow.
For sure. Y'all boys have a good rest of the stream, bro. I'm going to get to the gym and give me a walk in.
All right, man. We'll catch you in a bit. Bro.
Peace.
Mike, you want to start this with Yaya? I want to go get a drink real quick.
All right.
Yeah, I'm going to show the stream what has caused a lot of controversy because this has really pissed a lot of people off.
I'll be in chat, but I'll be AFK.
Please don't tell me it's that hitbox video.
5 minutes. Want to go get a drink real quick? And
probably I got it.
Okay, cool. Right. I am gonna show you guys what has caused the controversy online, and then I guess we'll go from there. So, Hitbox Arcade put up this tweet saying, using true neutral SOCD, you can easily perform dashes out of blocking 2x KO. Advanced forward with a maximal amount of time blocking for optimal movement. Mash to your heart's content. And so they put this video up.
It just looks obnoxious on him.
Yeah, Marvel memes. And the Sanford failure to So this way you can move forward while you're blocking, and you don't got to commit to any other options, since you can just cancel it immediately.
So you can actually block while you move forward.
Yeah, that's why you would do it.
Great! Awesome!
What's the actual input?
So right now I'm Yasuo.
Stop the clip. I'm so tired of this. They did it like that to make it look easy. The FGC sees it and goes, this shit is totally whack. Look here, hoes. All right, I was prepared for this because this conversation happens every damn fighting game. If you own something that looks like this, you can do this shit on these controllers. Actually, these are even a lot more broken in a lot of scenarios because there is no option to clear SOCD cleaning on D-pads or have a true pre-described button. Let's say Riot Game comes out and says, you have to use the basic neutral chicken senpai. The profile picture kills me. But let's say 2SKO Riot Games, if you know their games, anything with exploitable or cheat codes, they will potentially ban. True SOCD cleaning is another way to make it to where if you press down or up, it does the neutral, right? If you use
Could you just explain to people what SOCD is?
So SOCD cleaning is pretty much the directional press of when you hit a button. Just to break it down pretty easy like that. So essentially, Street Fighter had this controversy when Street Fighter 6 was coming out because Gal was going to be fucked up if they let that rock, right? And a lot of times in the game, it lets you store inputs by holding down and up. And usually a lot of times when you don't have that on, down and up can do whatever it wants to be. But when you turn on true neutral SOCD cleaning, right, it makes it to where whatever your last press is, I may get this wrong, whatever the last press is, it goes to that input. So you can't bypass to get some other option, right? And 2XKO, those dashes, them shit's easy as hell to do. There's a dash button. I can do it fast too and hold down. I can show you with controller and turn on 2SKO right now. Like literally, there's a dash button you hit and then you just hold down back. It's the same thing as doing it on a motherfucking leverless controller. It's like.
So what is the appeal then? If it's the same thing, why is there such a massive appeal for Hitbox?
All right. So the big appeal about Hitbox, I'll explain for myself. I'm gonna be real honest with myself. I could show you, but this whole back row where my finger is pointing over here a little bit, those are all leverless controllers, but that Hori Rap V. I've been playing on controllers like these and leverless for. I'm wrong.
He's going to get a drink.
He getting a drink. He just looking at the thing. Regardless, right? And it's not what I mean by that, because I didn't say it all one-to-one, is that there's some things with some controllers that, of course, you can't do it. But like the BFG, you could still you can still do it. It's on the back of the controller. I wish I could have a better zoom, but you can still do it as the way you want to change it on like a Turtle Beach or some other leverless controller, right? But Lily with 2SKO, like I don't think it's whack though. Like the big appeal of it is a lot of people think it's why we like leverless controllers is there are shortcuts, right? But there's been shortcuts on normal controllers for years. For example, if you play Street Fighter growing up, and a lot of people may be able to relate to this, a lot of people see the little icon. I remember Street Fighter 4, how to do a Shoryuken input. It show you like this little Z, right? Now, an easy way to do it, forward, down, forward, right? Same thing on a levelist, if you learn to do it and execute it the right way. The big appeal why I switched personally for myself is I don't like the stick. I was holding it too hard. I fucking made a bad habit for myself. and it started hurting my hands. And at the same time, I got very fucking afraid because Hacks dropped that video where he made the box. You know what I'm saying? So when he made the box, and I was like, oh shit, am I going through the same thing? So I panicked, and then I was like, I gotta find something else to play, or I'm never playing fighting games again.
So if someone said, so you don't think there's like a discrepancy in terms of ease of use between a conventional arcade stick and a hitbox?
There's advantages and disadvantages to all of them.
What would be the disadvantage of being on hitbox?
Number one, the big thing about disadvantage on hitbox, I think the first thing, and it depends on player. This is where it gets very nuanced. But first of all, when it comes to using a leverless as a player, C4 has been playing it for, like he said on Twitter, since 12 years ago. So he would understand that the most. But with some disadvantages, a lot of players, even people that have Switch, are having a hard time switching between using the bottom thumb and button in a lot of scenarios. In a lot of ways, they have came out and said, especially in Japan, made some of their defense very weaker. But other than that, you can learn it. You know what I'm saying? With controller, it's a lot of people like that too. Like some of the people, even when we do have leverless, it's not like everybody's winning is just solely on leverless controller. Like even in Street Fighter, you have people still playing on pad doing well. People still using stick, and stick has been looked down in a lot of people's eyes. Oh my God, don't use stick anymore. But I think there's all disadvantages on every peripheral you use.
Why are you shaking your head?
Because there's no downside for playing hitbox other than skill issue.
I mean, that's what I said. Like it's pretty much a skill issue.
No, you said there's a disadvantage. There's no disadvantage. You can just be not optimal. That's a skill issue.
Okay, I guess it's a skill issue then. Cool.
Yeah, it's a skill issue.
Yeah.
So would it be fair to say that you can do things on hitbox that would either not be possible on a controller or just extremely difficult or on an arcade stick?
From stick to hitbox, there's things you can do on a hitbox that you can't do on a stick.
Yeah,
you can't go from back to forward in one frame on a stick because there's travel time. You just can't do it. It's just impossible.
Can from stick to controller? Can you do that?
You mean hitbox and pad? You can do it. It's harder. You have to use like claw style. So you'd have to go back on the D-pad and forward on the analog.
Literally
Right.
in 2SKO to do what that hitbox video did, because I'm literally making a video about it before people start this shit again. I'm using this controller. I could get a PS5 controller, but literally, and plus the game has macros. You just literally press down and hit the dash button. It does the same thing. I'm telling you, it's the same thing.
Watch the video.
I've done the video. Like I've really done it. I'll show you. I'll watch. You will see
wish
it.
YouTube should have down votes because it's misinformation. It's wrong.
No, it's not.
If you watch the Twitter video, he showed you how to do it. It's not the same as just doing.
Yeah, let's continue watching it because we didn't finish.
It's not what Yaya's saying. Watch the
video. I'm telling you, the act of doing it is like, okay, I guess like it's not that big of a deal in that game. Like,
all right, let's continue.
Like,
let's continue watching it. So let's see what he says.
So crouch blocking. And then this is my dash, and then this is the jump button. Okay. So holding down back to do it backwards, I'm just gonna with my thumb hit dash and up. Okay. Because up cancels down, and then you add that button and you walk backwards. So if I go from immediately crouch blocking and then just frame dash plus stand up.
So it's a proper wave dash essentially. You're forced standing and then
It's like a perfect wave dash because
Okay.
it's blocked.
What's the
Because
forward
that way
dash?
you
You're talking
already
about forward
cancel
dash,
back.
that's back
The
dash.
cycle's over as soon as you let go of your thumb.
okay.
So and then to do it forward, but without doing the combo extension version, you would press forward, so all three of them down, so left and right cancel each other up. So and then this would stand up. So you're like double SOC.
Okay.
forward is different.
So I've got it's true neutral.
Oh, you're going full neutral. you never go full neutral.
Your natural dash, if you're neutral, is dash forward.
Okay.
So the manual way to do it is press forward plus dash and up. And then since I live in second position most of the time, I've got this wired to forward to where similarly, okay, if I want
All one hand.
one, and then if I want forward dash,
I see.
so that way that's the way it just is like marble plink dashing or whatever. You just let it happen, so that way you can shin you do whatever you want. So if you like to mash buttons like I do, then you can have some tight ground movement.
Oh, cool.
He doesn't really need it as much as the other cast, but he's definitely like got the ninja movement.
So
The video.
movement used to be one of the most difficult things to do in a fighting game, and now these stupid things have come along and basically it just made it so that a monkey can do it.
You can do that. You can do what he's doing.
Why
No,
not?
no, no. That's why I was
Because
like,
it's
when you
just
shot the other one, yeah, it's just frames. You can't.
just
So
frames.
Do that.
why is everybody up in
Because
arms
they
about
don't
this?
understand what they're talking about, bruv. That's why.
Okay,
It's
explain it
doing
to us.
gyms, watching a tweet going, oh, they saw the first 10 seconds, just like Yaya did when he said, pause it, let me talk about it. They saw the first part and went, oh, you can just mash forward dash. No, you can't do that. I played the game. I know you can't just do dash and down back because they've got recovery frames. You have to go to neutral, then go to block. So there's still like 4 to 5 frames where you can't block. If someone pokes a low out when he's doing that, you still can get hit.
How much harder is it
was
to
talking
do it?
about it like, oh, you can't get hit. Yes, you can. You have to stand to dash forward.
Yeah,
That means you can get hit low.
How much harder is it to do that on an arcade stick?
You can't do an arcade stick.
You can't do it.
Oh, it's not possible.
So about the other part of the video, right?
Wait, hold on. Just before you go on, I just want to clarify. You're saying that this technique is only possible if you have access to a hitbox
or pad.
Right. So arcade sticks are essentially obsolete.
Been saying that for 12 years. I don't know what to tell you, bruv. For 12 years, I've been saying, why are you playing suboptimally? Unless you play an arcade where everyone has to play on the stick, that's fine. But if we're playing on console and you're choosing to pick stick because it's more comfortable, that's cool. But you're choosing to be unoptimal.
Okay, let me ask you another question. You're saying you can do it on pad as well.
Yeah.
Which is it the same level of difficulty on a pad as it is on the hitbox?
I don't. So I think that what they did on that video, you could probably do it just like normally holding it. It will be hard because you have to time. You basically have to time a little bit better. Sorry, I said that terribly. You have to be more simultaneous. That's not the word, but you know what I mean. With your left hand and your right hand, which is harder. It's harder to be like my left hand needs to be 1 frame earlier than my right hand when I'm doing these 2 inputs. It's easier to do it with your hands, like with one hand with fingers. So it is doable, but
it's a ball ache.
It's a skill issue. It's doable, so it's a skill issue.
Also, can I say something about the hitbox video? You could put them on. I don't know if you have a new one like they do C4, which I'm not too sure about. But do you have a combo extension? But okay, yes. I don't know if it works on most other levelists, but there specifically is an added extension that they made called the combo extension. When they showed in the video, the little yellow icon was saying that. So like, yeah, for that specific hitbox, yeah, that the way he was doing it, okay, cool. But like,
I'm just trying to establish it because C4 is saying skill issue. So let's say we had a bar and the bar had red, yellow, and green indicators. I'm assuming this would be green because of what he was doing. Where would it be for the controller? In terms, would it be red or yellow or green?
To execute it?
Yeah.
Yeah, in the middle, yellow.
What, like? So is it like in the middle yellow, or is it going towards the red?
It's closer to the green.
Yeah.
On a controller, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But on the hitbox, it's all the way over here.
On the hitbox, it's not in the green. It's still hard. And you can't. So with pads. Sorry. In games normally add the SOCD clean. It's a simultaneous opposite cardinal directions, which basically means left and right will give you neutral, up and down will give you neutral if you hold them both at the same time. My hitbox, I have SOCD on back and forward, but not up or down. So I can't do that tech. What he's doing, I can't do it because I don't have the SOCD clean on up and down. Pad players, if the game has SOCD already built in, pad players can do it. Every pad player can do it. Not every hitbox player can do this.
I watched just because this I guess you can relate this to Tekken. I watched somebody play. They were demonstrating how much easier it is to like wave dash on a hitbox than it is on a pad. And so the only reason that I'm asking that question is that playing Tekken and seeing the difference on pad. I'm not saying that it's like super hard, especially not in Tekken 8, but the difference in ease of use seems night and day. So like I'm wondering,
right?
like
missteps in Tekken.
Yeah,
Yeah, missteps are super easy on hitbox. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, so my problem with these controllers is that you're taking something that has been universally difficult, and obviously as time goes on, like I guess we've had different types of controllers and different types of arcade sticks, but this seems like it is decreasing the workload quite a lot, and I think that's one of the main reasons that it's so popular. Like you're even saying that you're playing suboptimally. Like this arcade stick gives you access, or this hitbox gives you access to things that you couldn't do otherwise, or would be way more difficult for you to do. And I watched someone playing with Kazuya, who I'd played with previously, who has been playing Tekken for a long time, and he just can't wave dash consistently on a pad. Within the first week of having the hitbox, he was wave dashing, and I looked at it and I was like, this seems like cheating. Like it feels like cheating to me. I don't know if cheating is the right word, but it doesn't feel fair. And I think the reason it's so popular is because a lot of players are like, there's a lot of work that I can just offset to this new device. And I kind of compare it to modern controls in Street Fighter 6. Like it's okay to use them if you want to. They're there for a reason, but modern is easier than classic. There's no debate over that. They designed it a certain way. It has its drawbacks, but they designed it so that players can get into Street Fighter 6 and play it without the hurdles that classic offers you. And that's the same way I look at it.
Competitively.
People play modern competitively. I was watching a tournament the other day.
Yeah, but I think the big thing would, that's a whole other discussion, because the big thing about modern is that yes, you do have instant reactions to like with the supers, but when you play modern, you lose out on tools, and the mental stack decreases for the player on classic, because if they know the buttons that player has instant access to, even from the first hit of the auto hold button, you completely can get downloaded faster than somebody that's on classic as well. There's a whole statistical data chart about like classic versus modern matchup. That's why
what I'm saying is the reason people pick modern is because it's easier. It's easier to get into.
I didn't pick modern. I didn't pick modern because it was easier. I picked modern because I just like the buttons, because I'm an anime player.
No, but that's you. That's you.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's just I hate when people group that for everybody, because even when you come to Street Fighter 6, like even the most casual player base, they have a chart each month. I don't know if they still do. I haven't been following Street Fighter for like a year outside of the character drops, but literally classic new player on average than modern outside of like the popular modern character choices.
Yeah, but I'm just saying the design, the intention behind modern was for onboard people, right?
Yes,
I think they succeeded in that as well. I just wanted to bring up these tweets. This was between C4 and Perfect Legend.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Yeah. Perfect Legend wrote, he, I can block and move at the same time. Now I share his sentiments. I'm not gonna lie. I think being able to block and move at the same time is kind of ridiculous. Yes, the game gives you that option now because of these new devices, but I think it's stupid. Are you arguing from the?
Wait, before you go into that, I'm gonna just say this, and then you can go to that. It's funny, that's a thing, but like when I read that, because I was looking at it, I was like, that's funny when like my time is just gonna hit you anyway if you just fucking moving in my face, because that's just how strong that assist is in neutral. So like even if you do have the block and move at the same time, okay, yes, but the game itself is very volatile. Like even the data they blocked out today, ain't nobody gonna use that shit. but like
I'm just trying to establish that C4, when you're arguing this, are you arguing from the standpoint that it's in the game, so use it, otherwise you're playing suboptimally, or are you saying that there's nothing wrong with it, because obviously you think it's okay, but do you acknowledge that it is an easier way to play the game?
No, I don't acknowledge.
You don't think it's easier?
Nope. When I was talking to PL, because it's PL, and like, I fully respect him. I've spoken to him. I think I spoke to him at Evo once in Vegas. I didn't want to talk to him like I talk to anyone else, because they're going to see that I'm trying to, dogpile, and I didn't want to have that kind of conversation. You know what it's like trying to talk to PL. I think because of everyone else, because it's on the timeline, I didn't want it to look like I was taking a shot at him. So I was trying to understand why he didn't like it.
Yeah,
we didn't finish the conversation. I think he had to start streaming. But what I was getting at is, to a degree, what you said, but it's more the case of I don't think PL or anyone else has an issue with safe approaching. So his initial tweet was like, haha, look, I'm doing something easy and approaching. What I was going to get to is like, well, then you must not like safe jumps. You must not like it when someone does a safe jump at you because you can't do anything. It's a safe offensive attack, right?
But isn't that a technique or a type of thing you do in a game that you learn to do over time?
Yeah, and the same way you learn to do that technique that he did in that video for the forward wave dashing. You can't just do it. Again, if you're talking about Tekken with the missteps, I know that's easy. But that's not what we're talking about here with the 2x KO thing. That is harder. That's way harder.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really comment on 2x KO because I've never played it. I don't know. The title of this though is hitbox users cheating. So just across the board, does it feel like cheating? I would say yes. I feel like even though we've moved into an age now where everyone's using hitboxes and the arcade stick is like from a bygone era, it does feel like it can't be cheating if everyone's doing it, but it does feel like you're doing things that you would have otherwise had to work a bit harder for. And I don't like that personally. I don't think that's something that I don't like seeing it personally. Like I don't really have a good argument against it. Like fighting games have moved on, but just watching what that guy was doing, and he started mashing his hand against it. If I saw somebody moving like that in a fighting game 10 years ago, I would have thought the guy was like sent from God. Now it's just like some Joe Schmoes on the timeline just hitting the hitbox, and like he's moving like we used to see in combo videos back in the day from these guys. Or like, how's he doing that? I don't like that personally.
Sorry, I got distracted by chat being stupid. So I would ask you, because you're reasonable, do you have a problem with frame kills for like meaties? So like when you knock someone down, you like whiff a button and then press another button to get a meaty. Have you got a problem with frame kills? Because that makes it easier to time your meaty. That way you don't have to count the frames and get a rhythm in terms of when to do this button. You're just using another button to make it easy.
So you're saying like when you knock someone over and then you do like a jab to time for the next attack that you do.
That's making the meaty easier, right?
It is, but I think that's like something that you learn over time in the game, and I think there's a timing to that as well, because you can easily fuck that up too.
No, a good frame kill, I guess, is say you do like a DP, you knock him down, you mash light because it's going to come out the first frame. Say the jab is 10 frames altogether, and to get a meaty, you need to do the button on the 11th frame. So that's why you just mash the jab. As soon as you see it, you go, oh, I'll mash the next button. And I know that's going to be meaty because I can't mess the timing up because this jab is 10 frames. I can't mess it up. So it takes away the skill of timing because you mash the first button and then mash the meaty button.
Yeah, I mean, I think if there's things in the game that take away from learning a technique properly and it's just something you can mash, I would be against that. That's something that I would expect developers to look into. If it's a thing where it's like a timing based thing where like you kill the frames through timing something correctly, then I would be like, no, I mean, maybe it's difficult to do, so maybe it's not a big deal. But my problem with these things is like it's the same issue that I have with like modern controls being in tournament. I know they've got drawbacks, but it is like, here's the training wheels basically. Like it's like riding a bike with the two wheels on the side.
Sorry, I read chat.
Are you reading chat?
Someone said you would still need to. He said there's a rhythm to mashing. I need to close chat. Hold on.
That is why I was like, that's why I explained it a certain way earlier, because I knew C4 was gonna get tilted reading the chat.
Who said there's a rhythm to mashing?
That's why I explained it the way I
Eslako. I don't know how to pronounce it. It's got an E for the profile pic, a green E.
There would still be a rhythm to that regardless of controller. If you're mashing, you're mashing. No, I don't think he's saying mashing. I think you read it wrong. I think what he's saying is that the technique itself, the frame kill, there's still timing involved in that.
No, he's wrong.
You're saying universally there's just a mash in you.
There is meaties. I can't. I could be on the game, but I'm not going to do it. Darius has one in 2xKO where he knocks you down. You mash special to do bleeds, and then you mash H. There's no timing because that's what a frame kill does.
Wait, hold on, C4. Wait, isn't 2xKO a one button game?
You can do it in Street Fighter 4.
Oh, okay.
I can't remember the frame kill. I think it was with Makoto. You do up punch. Then you do standing medium, and whatever frame it is, I can't remember. When you do forward heavy, I think it's the chop. Because you can mash those 2 standing mediums, it will give you the perfect frames for the H to be meaty. Like that's.
I know what you're talking about, but I think that is a little bit different to the 2xKO situation.
No, because you're not timing any of them. The reason you do a meaty is because you can't mess up the timing. I wish Chad was here. So with a meaty, what you do is you mash the button. The reason that's very important is because you mash the button so it comes out on the first possible frame. You don't time the button after the recovery of an attack. So you are actually meant to mash it, technically. If you could time it, then you don't need the meaty. If you could go, oh, I'm going to hit this button at the perfect frame, you don't need a meaty. Yes, it's auto-timed. Thank you, Darkos. It's auto-timed. That's why you mash the button. And you react to the visual. So as soon as you see the frame kill, which is the whiffed attack, come out, you go, oh, I'll mash the next button. So as soon as that recovers, I'm hitting it on the perfect frame.
That's one of those things in fighting games you can't really avoid, is it? Now, there's not many fighting games that you can avoid that kind of thing with.
So not anymore.
How would you even fix that? Like, what do you do to fix that situation?
You make it so there's not a buffer. The buffer window is smaller. So basically, was it Street Fighter 5? Darkest knows. I think in Street Fighter 5 there was like a 4-frame buffer window. So you could press the button. So you know the scenario I was talking about mashing. You could press the button early when you're still in the recovery from your whiff move, and it will still come out. That's how most modern games are now. If you play CVS 2, you have to get that on the exact frame. And mashing, you might miss 1 or 2 frames. You might not get it perfectly. But with modern games, the buffer system makes it so you can be a frame too early or a frame too late, and it will still come out when it needs to.
Yeah, I'd probably advocate for it to be like games like CVS 2 then, where there's technique.
Then no one's going to play it because it's too hard.
Well, that's a different discussion. I understand that, but in terms of like your comparison, like if you're just making things super easy for people to do that were once difficult, I would say if it's something where people will learn this technique like for a long time, revert it to the way where people had to learn something. Like I don't like this whole make things easier thing. It's the same argument that we have with martial law and Tekken. They completely bastardized that character when they took away all of his stuff surrounding his dragon stance. Like it was just like, why did you do this? Now everyone can do his combos, and I feel like the hitbox is just another one of those things where it's like all of the hard work that people would have put into learning these things, these devices or these mechanic changes are just like giving people. It's like, here, do it for free, and that's what the hitbox feels like.
But we don't. When people find tech or lab, the whole reason you find tech in fighting games is to make your life easier. We don't find tech to make our life hard.
But sometimes executing that tech, like being able to pull it off effectively, can be difficult. Or at least it used to. It used to be.
But I agree. But you know how you improve that tech? By making it easier. We don't. This is like backwards evolution. It's like people are trying to de-evolve. Tech is to make your life easier. Obviously, it only goes so far. So yes, there's still difficult stuff, but we don't stop because it's like, oh, this would be too hard. No one does a setup or a mix-up and goes, that's too nasty. I better tone it down. Like we don't.
No,
do that.
I completely agree with that. I think I'm just saying more that there's an argument that games were obviously harder back in the day, and learning tech was harder back in the day, and we did find ways to make it easier so that we can beat our enemies quicker. But getting there was always difficult. Like getting to the easy part was hard, right? Like
in older games,
in older games, getting to the easy part was the hard part, to try and shave down all the unnecessary stuff to get to what you need to do. Whereas in newer games, you kind of just do it. And with in terms of like the hitbox, that's what it feels like. It's like, here's this new device. You've basically been given these powers that otherwise you won't have access to. I know your argument is like, well, it exists, so are you going to use it? And I get that from a competitive side, but I think the argument that people are having is like, we're slowly just removing skill from fighting games. Like we've got these one button games now we've got this thing that doesn't even have a lever on it. It's like, I don't like it. I can't make an argument for it to not exist because, you know, it's out there now. I don't want to like just say something that's not gonna manifest, but it has gone from like difficulty was here, now difficulty is down here. Would that be fair to say?
I agree with you. I just think most people that have the same sentiment as you don't care about that because, like you said, 2XKO is a one-button game. So if you care about difficulty in execution, then you're playing the wrong game. Go play a KOF. They won't play KOF. They might play City of the Wolves, but City of the Wolves has the same thing. In City of the Wolves, every character, if you do a special and you want to cancel it into super, have you noticed that no one's ever missed that? Even though they're an inch off the ground. They don't have timing anymore. They used to, but now you can do this DP with Ken, and before you land, you can input super. As soon as you land, the super comes out. You don't have to time it anymore. That's in City of the Wolves. That's a modern game. In SNK, notoriously make hard games. But
City of the Wolves as a whole is still difficult, though.
It is, but that aspect's easier. And when I see a hitbox, I'm like, oh, one aspect might be easier. Good for you.
Do you think that's the case with hitbox? So do you think one aspect has been made easier or multiple?
It does depend on the game. Like you said, like I said, the Tekken thing with the missteps, I've seen that easy. I've tried it. It's hella easy. I don't see the problem of evolving and getting stronger. And getting stronger is to make things easier.
Is there ever a point where making, like, I know you're saying evolving makes things easier, but is there ever a point where we're like, we've gone too far? Like, at what point do we say maybe we shouldn't be having these devices in games because they're basically neutering the journey? Like you were saying, it's all about the journey, but some of these things that are coming out, like the hitbox, half that journey, like half of the work that you would have put in is now gone. Are we going to get to a point where we're playing fighting games with one hand, or like what do we do in electrics with one button? Like, where do we draw the line now?
I think there's a argument for like accessibility for people. I don't want to make that one because I think it gets a bit weird and awkward where you're talking about people with disabilities being able to do really powerful techniques and they don't have the ability to do it on normal peripherals like a pad or something. But besides that, for me, it's the equivalent of saying, oh, why would you not pick that DLC character that's really strong? But why would you not do that? If a hitbox makes your life easier, yeah, obviously it's more expensive, but you're still paying. You're like, if a DLC character is strong, I wouldn't. We've already had the conversation about I wouldn't ban characters. If you're fine with banning characters, I guess banning hitbox makes sense. I wouldn't ban a character. I would say if the devs don't want us to do that, they can easily fix it. They just make it. They can take away the SOCD clean. They could do that, and then no one can do that Tekken in 2XKO. And I'm pretty sure you could do that in Tekken. I'm not too sure because I don't play Tekken, but I'm sure the devs could make it so. Oh, if you do the electrics this fast, it will give you something else. I think I saw someone.
Harada even tested Tekken 8 on leverless. Yeah, came out and said I think there's a tweet where and even I remember when we was at the Combo Breaker, he was walking around with a hitbox at one point. So I guess developers are testing. Like I'm starting to see it like more and more. A lot of developers are testing leverless controllers with certain things versus other things of that nature. And I feel like in some ways, like, all right, like I can understand being leverless and then being like, all right, one button lame. Like I get it. I can understand that angle. But at the same time, like you still have to put in the work because you have to still learn how to do those shortcuts or the things that make things easier. You still have to be efficient in doing it. Like the video we saw earlier, you can even see him struggle. He was like struggling. He was explaining it perfectly, but he was also having to showcase like how he was holding it in his position. He even said he already is used to playing in that position, so this is easy for him. But a lot of other people not. Like for example, I remember even with Strive, right? Strive had the instant access to like some of the overdrives in the game, and when people were learning on leverless, there's a whole group of people that are like, "Oh, this shit is free on leverless." But then some people could not do the has to go back forward ones on leverless for a quiet period of time. And really, in reality, it all comes down to it's a fucking skill issue. That's just how I feel.
What C4 was saying was not the argument I was making, and I can see people in chat like echoing what he's saying, but I never once said that you shouldn't pick a top tier or pick a device that's going to give you the ease of access. If I could play a hitbox and go to Evo and win, I would. I would also acknowledge that my route there was easier. The reason I picked it was because this thing has given me access to things I couldn't do otherwise. So I'm not arguing that you shouldn't pick a top tier. I wouldn't make videos about people rage quitting on me. I know why they're rage quitting on me. It's not because I picked a top tier. It's because of how I play. I play in the most annoying way possible, and they can't take it. But that's my route to victory. So I'm not telling anyone, don't pick a top tier. Don't pick the best device, especially when you're competing for money. 100% pick the most broken character. The internet can hate you for it. Get your money. Like the competitive side, I understand that, but you should still be able to acknowledge the fact why you picked the broken character. It's not that everybody has a skill issue thing. It's that you pick the character for a specific reason because they're broken. Like we can do both. We can acknowledge both, right?
Yeah, but at the same time, there's that group of people that be like, "Oh, I picked somebody ass. Oh my god," and then bitch about it. Like, no, you came into this bracket a certain way. You should have a mentality that you want to win, right? And I think
I agree with that.
I think in the case of like a lot of the times, like even if I'm using this hitbox or levelers, right? I can do like, and for me, a lot of my content is predicated on pissing people off, right? Like 2SKO, I will backdash full screen if I know I see you whiffing S1 with Darius. I'm not trying to get put in that fucking frame kill scenario like C4 described earlier. I hate that shit. So literally, I know that, and I literally have people rage quit on it. But the things I'm doing on levelers, I still would have did the same shit when I was playing on controller. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, listen. I know there's someone in the chat that keeps us saying this and that and this, and every time you guys say something, but I'm speaking plain English. I am not against top tiers. I'm not against you picking.
I know you're not. I know you're not.
Mike, was you saying about when is something becoming too easy a problem?
Yeah, when does it start to take away from the journey or the experience of playing a fighting game? Because one of the appeals of playing a fighting game is picking up something, like in Tekken, for example, you're exposed to this whole like move list and all of these techniques that you have to learn. But in Tekken 8, they've made things easier. Like, for example, if you go into heat with Kazuya, you don't have to time the electrics anymore. They just come out. And it's like, okay, you've done that now. What are you going to do next? Like, are you just going to have auto hell sweeps? Like, where do we draw the line before the game stops becoming fun? Before Tekken starts feeling like Tekken or whatever you're playing?
I have something to say about that. And then I have to go to the bathroom after this. But my thing is, and this might be a hot take for some people. People get mad at me when I say this. So bear with me, y'all. I'm just saying how I feel. Since I've grown up with everything in my face from the Smash. My first fighting game was Marvel 2 and Smash 64 with MK, right? So I have like all this different feelings about like control schemes. Me personally, execution is fun, but it's not the barrier to me enjoying a fighting game personally for me. That is a big thing about fighting games. I respect it and 100% get it. Doing some of the hardest shit is cool for people. But for me, I care about like the mind games and neutral and like things that happen in the match more so like the executionary part of it, right? As a person who does the hard shit for no reason, I can go turn on Marvel 3 today and just fuck around for hours trying to do zero loops. But then I can also go play Grand Blue. Like I literally I stopped playing Tekken for Rising. And I don't do the motion inputs in that game. It's just a fun game because I like how intense the neutral game of it is and the back and forth, right? And for some people, I don't believe this is always the case. It's just another battle I don't want to fight. While they be like, well, emotion inputs is a barrier to playing the game. Whatever. Regardless of how you feel about that.
It 100% is.
See, but a lot of people don't believe that. They like it's just a skill issue. You know how people are with that. And I think
that is a skill issue though. Like motion inputs require a level of skill.
Oh well, yeah, because you have to. It's something you learn, right?
Yeah.
But I think for me, like I admire the beauty of Smash Brothers, but I also admire the beauty of Tekken. My favorite one to watch was 5. I like watching 5. Tekken 5. Like I like those different intricacies between all the games because of what's going on in the match all entirely. It doesn't have to be visually flared, but I just like the mind games and knowing, all right, he hit this button, what comes next? I don't really care about, oh, this motherfucker did a DP motion into what comes next, right? Especially with nowadays a lot of fighting games. This goes to another argument. Well, then the bullshit about player expression or like certain things, certain combos is just like very stale or just very like neutered in a way to be homogenized for the player base. It is what it is. For me, I appreciate all of types of combos in any type of game because I can know what goes into it mechanically to be like, oh, that was cool. Oh, that was corny. That's just how I am.
But it
That's
was
just
cool when you would see someone playing a game and you knew who was playing just because of the combo. That
Right.
doesn't really exist anymore. Like across the board, like it's just everyone's doing the same shit now, and it does get a little bit annoying. And I do think like I play Rebirth of Souls. There's no motion inputs in that game. Like at most
Right.
you might do tilt and triangle. That's it. And like sometimes when I talk to the anime guys, like I'm not
Yeah.
saying it as like a put down. I'm like, look, I like the game. Obviously, I play it all the time, but this is a piss easy game to play. Like a monkey could play the game. And
Yeah.
obviously, there's levels to it. Like I think
Right.
that I'm better than a lot of people on Rebirth of Souls, but
Yes, you
I can
are.
teach you how to play it in 2 seconds. Like it's very simple. I can't teach you to play Street Fighter in 2 seconds. Like motion inputs are always going to be more difficult than games that don't have them.
Well, my thing is that is 100% correct. But I will say with arena fighters, me being an arena fighter guy, right? Like, and mind you, I would argue I play some of the hardest in that space, the ones I really like. I like not Class Ninja. I like Storm 3. I like Gundam Extreme Versus, right? Movement alone makes it harder to play the game because you have to be able to move to do anything in those games, right? I Storm a little less, but I can definitely argue for Gundam Versus, right? And for me, I just generally like the act of how the fuck he got hit, not what he did. I mean, the same way that matters, but not knowing the motion skill behind it, if that makes sense. Like in Rebirth of Souls, watching you play, and we're probably gonna see you this weekend. All right. So Lily, watching you play Renji. Now, mind you, nobody fucking plays Renji. I know the game doesn't have motion input, so a lot of people could be like, oh, that shit's boring, it's not impressive. But I know how you move in neutral because I played against you before, right? You don't move like a Neanderthal. You trying to play Tekken for some reason and Bleach, and that's just fucking me up because I don't get why you moving that way, right? And I see it when you fight other players. I'm like, damn, Mike fucking whip punish that shit. And you know how dumb that button is. I've seen you do stupid shit against Yamamoto, and it just works out. And I'm like, now if that was me, I'm getting cooked, right? So I admire that act of like the spectator part of just mind games and neutral, more so the execution. At the same time, like for example, I did a race with my other homies. The only person I couldn't beat, I know y'all ain't cool, was Kenso because he been playing Sea Vipers since 4 came out. Right.
I'm
But like,
not cool with Kenzo. I just
well, that's stupid. That stupid shit that happened, regardless.
Yeah, I'm not cool with him. He just made that dumb video, and I broke it down. Everyone said it's a stupid ass video, man. It's like some SpongeBob meme.
Point stands.
That was it.
Like,
I'm not uncool with him though. I'm fine with Kenzo. I haven't spoken to him since.
So literally, combo trials wise, he's the only one that I just couldn't beat because he has that years of experience behind that character. But like combo trials, I am doing it on classic. Like it was funny with Street Fighter 6 for me. I was playing on modern and I was getting shit for it. And I get it because people getting hit with fucking reversal neutral supers. Marissa was running amok the first fucking month and a half. People just getting bust out level 3. I completely get it. And then somebody's like, play classic. And I'm like, okay, you think I'm scared of quarter circles? And it was like, oh, you can do the fucking Genra loops. Yeah, like I've been playing fighting games forever or something. It just felt like it was just like an inherent thing. And I feel like hating somebody for liking that side is weird. I feel like we should, I mean, sometimes gatekeeping is justified. I ain't gonna lie to you. But at the same time, I feel like it's just weird attacking people playing that side of the game when you know you're a better player. If you're the better player, you should not ever be afraid of modern, right? Even Hatani has even said when he got that 3rd place in Evo, he literally said because people in over here don't explore all their options, right? He literally
I don't think it's a case of hating though. I don't hate people that play modern. I just don't respect it.
Okay, that's fine. I don't give a fuck if you respect it, but at the
Well,
same
no,
time,
you sound like you're upset.
No. I can't come off upset. You fat. That's fat.
More upset than me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't hate people. You play the game the way you want. I just don't respect it.
My thing is that like when I was playing the game, it started becoming unfun because people that were commenting that were way ass than me, right, were like, that's not cool. You did it on modern. And I'm like, bro, I'm not even using the auto combo thing. I'm doing the general route outside of the game that they teach you. I'm not even doing the auto combo stuff. but they see the M, you just disqualified, right? That was my big thing with modern controls. And I'm like, all right, okay, cool. But at the same time, that made me like not want to play the game anymore because I'm like, damn, niggas can't just play the control scheme they want to play it on.
You
Like
can,
if they
though.
didn't show you the M, if they didn't show you the M, you wouldn't give a fuck.
No, but you can. This I'm saying you can.
Fighting,
Like, people play broken characters, right? Like I played Bankai Ichigo in the previous season when he was busted, and people were sending me hate, man. I was like, I don't care. You plaster me all over Twitter, call me a bitch and that. I don't care. So if people are calling you names because of modern, it is what it is. Now I'll be honest with you. When I see someone playing modern, I roll my eyes. I'm like, this guy's not serious. But if you want to do it, by all means, do it. I can't tell people how to play the game, but I can have my opinion.
I
don't hate modern players. I don't hate you, bro.
I know you don't.
You're lying. You
don't. He's sending it, so he being nice right now. But I know he see he like, fuck this shit.
He hates us both for different reasons. He hates you because you're low on the poll, and he hates me because I'm at the top, being optimal.
Wait, what do you mean low?
I'm looking down at both of you thinking you're just hyper casuals, bro. Like if you're not playing on Hitbox, just say that you're a casual. That's fine.
No, but the thing is, I don't have a problem with going into a tournament knowing that I'm playing controller. I'm not going to complain that somebody else is using Hitbox because I know what environment I've walked into. So I'll hold my L, and if I can't do something because my controller doesn't give me access, that was my problem. So I don't complain about it, but I acknowledge what it is. Like I know what it is. We can have a discussion about it. I can be like, I don't like this thing. Like if you ask me personally, I don't like this, but it exists, and you can use it. Just because I don't like it, it doesn't mean you can't use it.
Do you like that Usain Bolt wears like special trainers to run his 100-meter sprint?
What's the
would
reason
you want him to wear
for
like standard New Balances from like Sports World?
Does he wear trainers that are different to all the other runners?
Probably. They probably got the same like spikes. But well, like football players all wear studded boots, but they're not all the exact same studded boots, right?
But I don't know of any particular studded boots that give football players advantages. Is Usain Bolt's shoes giving him advantages over the other runners?
No, they're just track shoes. In football, you've got blades and you've got studs where they're like circle, right? Some people say the blades are better for like when you press off of the ground or whatever. But do you think Usain Bolt should be wearing, I don't know, fucking plimsolls?
I think that he should wear whatever he's commissioned to wear. Like whatever the other track runners are wearing, he should wear that as well.
Right. So shouldn't people be playing on Hitbox? Instead of saying, oh, you're a loser for playing on Hitbox, shouldn't you be playing Hitbox?
Wait, hold on. I'm not calling anyone a loser for playing Hitbox.
Well,
I've never said that.
Them. You look down even though we're above you, but you look down on them like... Oh.
I don't even necessarily look down. I'm not looking down on somebody because I'm the one that's choosing to do something that is more detrimental for me. So if anything, I'm in the wrong here. It's just...
Okay.
We came from a different time, right? And I'm kind of stuck in that. It's the same when we had that conversation about Tekken not showing the damage on the side. Right. And initially I got annoyed and I was like, why is it even showing that? That's my old man brain being like, that wasn't in Tekken before. Why is it hit? The hitbox is relatively new. But it's what I like though. So I'm not telling anyone else not to do it. This podcast was not Mike Holler said you can't play Leveless or you ain't shit. Yeah. This was just a question. People could do what they want. I could have my opinions. I'm not hurting anyone. I've been in a tournament where I've lost to somebody using Leveless before. I haven't turned around to him and said, oh, it's fine. I went into losers and beat him later on anyway. But I didn't turn around to him and say, oh, you use Leveless, that's why you won. I just held my L. I was like, when my boys asked me in private, I said, yeah, that motherfucker's using Leveless. Exactly. I don't rate him. But so I won't come out. Yeah, I did think it.
You look down on them. You just don't say it to their face. You do. You do.
Yeah, I'm not out here attacking people to their face. You beat me in tournament, you ain't gonna hear from me. My boys will hear about it in private, but you won't hear from me. I ain't gonna shit on somebody because I chose hard mode. That's on me.
No,
you chose easy mode.
Unoptimal. That's the correct word.
You chose easy mode. I chose hard modes. It's fine. Because maybe you could even say I chose stupid mode and you chose common sense mode. Whatever way you want to frame it.
You are the Pikachu. You're Ash Pikachu that didn't want to evolve into a Raichu. That's basically what it is. You wanted to stay weak.
Ash's Pikachu's a champion, so.
See, you want to say the difference?
He is.
The whole squad. Real quick. To answer the original question, when Mike was saying, what is too far when it comes to games getting easier? It's going to sound like a cop-out, but I don't know. Because if I look at any other sport or gaming thing, I don't think, okay, how tall is too tall till that person can't play basketball? I don't know. What's the cutoff? Can someone be too tall and not play basketball? Is that a rule? I don't know.
Well, I don't know. That's like a whole different dimension. I don't even know how you would even quantify that conversation.
And that's what I thought about this game. I don't know what it looked, because I played dive kick. That's literally 2 buttons. It's jump and dive.
You play dive kick.
I'm sick of dive kick. My neutral's godlike. Anyway. Yes, I played dive kick. That's 2 buttons. No execution. It's just neutral. So if you're talking about removing all the elements of like execution and whatnot, Darko's in the chat. He knows. I beat someone in dive kick with my eyes closed. That's how good my neutral is. I just know patterns. But anyway, when you strip away the execution and all that sort of stuff, you've only got the mind game. You've got the I know when you're going to do something aspect. When you strip a game down to that, I don't still think it's easier. Someone still is better than the other person. So I don't know what the level is of, oh, you've made this too easy. It's not competitive anymore. I don't know what that level is. The same way I don't know what height people need to be under to play NBA.
Well, I guess you have to be under the hoop, right?
If someone's taller than that, should we ban them from playing basketball?
They probably would get banned, because then you would have to change the entire sport to accommodate this one person. Like you wouldn't be able to raise the hoop because humans are not at the point where they're dunking that high. Like there's maybe a very, very small percentage. So you wouldn't change the entire sport for one person. You would say to them, I'm sorry, but God did you dirty. You want to be a basketballer, you're 9 foot tall. It sounds good in an anime, but in real life, we can't have you. You're just going to stand there and put the ball into the hoop. So you can't play.
Then I'll just, like I said, it's all sports. Usain Bolt, should we ban Usain Bolt because he's hella too fast? I don't know. I don't know where the line is. If someone runs a certain speed, we'd be like, you're clearly an inbred from like Sonic the Hedgehog. I don't know, bro. You can't do this. It's unfair for everyone else.
Well, I don't with like competition. I think when you get into the discussion of genetics, it's a bit difficult because you've got people like Michael Phelps, or you've got freaks of nature like Brock Lesnar. You can't ban them for being freaks of nature, but if the sport might change over time because of them, because we're always playing catch up, right? At some point, people are going to break Usain Bolt's record if they haven't already, and at some point, someone's going to win more medals than Michael Phelps, and someone's going to be stronger than Brock Lesnar. So with those things, it's a little bit more dicey.
Yeah, because people are evolving. That's what the hitbox is. Sooner or later, people can be like, playing on the stick is irrelevant. It's not good. It's not as optimal. So yeah, everyone should just evolve and get better.
Would you make that same argument for steroids?
Well, no,
is the hitbox a performance enhancing device?
Because if you're bad at the game, the hitbox won't make you better. Bad players don't get better from being on hitbox.
But you said that the misstep is piss easy on Tekken.
Yeah, but do you think
that's a barrier for Mishimas, by the way? That people don't play them because of that.
Yeah, but if I started playing Tekken right now and I could do missteps, do you think I would beat you?
No, but I think like someone like me, for example, I can do missteps, but I'm not the best of them. But if I went over to Levelers and now I would play a Mishima straight away if I could do missteps consistently. 100%.
You're not a bad player. So that's what I mean. Bad players don't get.
I'm a bad Mishima player. I'm a bad Mishima player because I can't misstep consistently. I can't do it the way I see main man Sui doing it. But if there's a device that lets me, now suddenly all of my other skills have been transferred over to Kazuya, and now we've got a problem.
Yes, so you're a good player that benefits from playing on the hitbox because now you can play more of the cast. But if you was a bad player like me, I can't just pick up a hitbox and go, time to electric wing my way to victory. It won't happen.
But maybe I was a strong heavyweight, and now I'm taking steroids, and I can literally rip someone's throat out.
What sport are you playing when you're ripping throats out?
It doesn't matter, but you get my point. The option's there. If I want to, I can, right? I'm a Brock Lesnar. Now I'm a super Brock Lesnar.
Yep.
Why are you not against that?
Because I don't see hitbox as a performance enhancer. I see it as an evolution of the game. Because devs could stop us from doing it. They want us to evolve. Like you said, they're making games easier because they're seeing that execution isn't that important. Whether that's true or not, I disagree. I like execution. I'm with you. I think that's a skill, and it should be a barrier for people being the best at a game. I 100% agree. But that we're in the minority.
Okay, but you know that there are performance enhancing drugs that have they've pushed the limits of what they can do. Like there's different types of performance enhancing drugs. There are performance enhancing drugs that you can take at like they're like pictograms, and they can apparently have an effect on you, and I don't know like to what extent, but they do ban people if they find those substances in them. But let's say even if it's not like that small, it's just a minuscule amount, but it's not detrimental to your health. You are still taking something that is making you fight at a more optimal level versus if you weren't taking it. So I think in the Pride Championships, steroids were allowed. Like everyone was juiced to the gills, and then when they came over to the UFC, they were banned. So why would you not just allow it there? Like we can't hit this without taking this, and you can't do that without holding that controller. So why are you against the performance enhancing drugs but not the device?
Because I think with drugs in fighting games, I don't see it. Someone have to present to me why it's bad, because I would say like, oh well, you was talking about the drugs making you more optimal, right? When you're playing, I say, well, having a good night's sleep also makes you play better. Are we going to ban how much you can?
That's natural. That we have to sleep. We can't avoid that. We don't have to take a performance enhancing drug.
Right. So are you saying a hitbox is unnatural and a stick is natural?
I'm saying that the hitbox is a performance enhancer, and the
relentless. A monster is the performance enhancer, no? Should we not be allowed to have monsters at events? If you make top 8, you can't have a monster.
I think that everything exists on a spectrum, and maybe a Monster energy drink does. It does like enhance your because they're energy drinks, right? But they might come out of an energy drink that is like Monster, Red Bull, coffee, all in one, and you can see the future now. Like you've got observation hacky, and now we've got a problem. Now it's no longer just an energy drink. Now it's a real problem. Now this energy drink is giving you a Sharingan. So where do you go? We've gone too far.
That is too far. That what you've described is way too far. I don't think the hitbox is anywhere close to that.
Now hold on in just a second. That was too far for you, and the hitbox was too far for me. So who is right here?
Me.
How? Why are you right?
Observation hacky.
Why? It's the next step of human evolution, right? Future sight.
I guess if we can get that, then how fighting games are played are probably just fundamentally going to change. But at the moment, I can play you right now on Tekken, me using the hitbox and you using whatever you want. You could use your feet and you'll still probably beat me. So the gap between hitbox and stick isn't that big. There is a gap, but it's not that big. Where observation hacky is a hell of a big gap. I literally can't play Fortsies with you because you'd always be right. Like you'd hop kick every poke. Like obviously I can't play that, but on a hitbox, I have better movement. I'm still going to run into your normals. Like I'm not going to be better than you because of that.
Yeah, I think for me, like the hitbox it's a step too far. I don't like it, but it's fine. It's here. It's here to stay. I just got to deal with it. But I think there's going to come a time where they're going to introduce a device where even you're going to say that's too much. Like you need to dial it back. Or maybe they will legalize performance enhancing drugs, and then as a commentator, like you're going to sit there and go, well, they're legal now, so why wouldn't you take them? It does make you a better player. You are more switched on. And then I'm going to be sitting here going, we've gone too far. Like we need to go back. So
I think you hit the nail on the head when you said unnatural. I want to see peak natural performance. You'd have to describe to me why a hitbox is unnatural. And then I would agree. I think a relentless or a monster or whatever comes under like a coffee, and I don't think that's unnatural.
What if they design a controller that's like a power glove, and you can just sort of like go like you're not really even touching anything, you're just moving your fingers in the motion that you're thinking it basically. And now we've got this new controller where I think I want to do an electric wing God fist, and I kind of just motion it with my fingers a little bit, and it does it. Mm-hmm. Is that going too far? Like, do we say to the developers, you need to relax? This can be played at home. This can't be a tournament.
I'm not memeing. I'm down for that because that means I can play games when I'm 90 years old. I can still hang. When I'm 90 years old and my fingers don't want to do what I want because I'm too old and I've got arthritis and whatnot. If I could think and do the attack, I think that's sick because it's not foolproof. I can still get whiff punished. I can still think the wrong option. That's why I think it's fine. I can still lose.
So you're basically okay with the makeup of a fighting game, just what we know today. You're fine with just washing away with it.
The makeup is still there. With me thinking, the makeup is still there. It just hasn't got execution. And I just told you, I've played a game with no execution, and I thought, still feels like a fighting game. Is Dive Kick not a fighting game?
He's
No,
it's.
What did you say? No, you got a My Hero fan agreeing with you. Okay, we got problems.
Here we
Let
go.
me change my argument. Hold on. I can't have him agreeing with me. But yeah, I don't. As a commentator, obviously combos are kind of the most important thing about fighting games.
I mean,
I acknowledge that. Yeah, it's important for sure. A lot of the hype comes from combos. A lot of the hype comes from people dropping combos or the potentiality of dropping combos. When everything is guaranteed, it's less impressive. But at peak play, you don't expect people to drop combos. That's the thing. If I'm looking at it as like, I want the best of the best to show their skill, I don't expect drops. That's the whole point. So if we want to see the best of the best, there will be less drops. So execution is a barrier, not really for top players. It's more of a barrier for people getting into top level play.
Hey man, people in 2SKO without motion input still can't do the RE fucking jump H2 conversion. I've seen that drop for the last 5 tournaments I've commented. I'm like, damn, bro, get it right.
Mike was there. We saw people drop combos in Hunter x Hunter. There's no motions in there.
Yeah. Also, guys, if you're wondering why I took the chat down, there's some weirdos in the chat with very strange usernames, and you can't see them on the YouTube chat. I think YouTube has banned them, but because I'm streaming on StreamYards can see them. So I might be able to see things that you guys can't see. Yeah. So I'm still reading chat. We've just got some basement dwellers in the chat, unfortunately. So the mods can't even do anything about it because you can't see them. Only I can see them. You might have seen them if you were watching the stream. You might have seen someone with a username that was a bit dicey. It's not your fault, mods. It's not your fault. It's StreamYards lets people come through. So I've just taken the chat down, but I can still see it on the side. But is Yaya still here?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Do you know one of the original ideas for today's stream? There was 2 ideas. One of the ideas I'm gonna save it. I'm not gonna say anything because I wanna do a stream dedicated to it. It's gonna cause some trouble. But one of the other ideas it was
nuclear, bro. It's gonna be Fallout. Fallout New Vegas is gonna be Mike's stream afterwards. Just radioactive people walking around.
I guarantee you could get 100 people and I'll be the one win at the end of the conversation.
So I'm not gonna say what it was, but I floated the idea to C4. I said I want to do this stream today. And C4, he kind of talks me out of it. It was like, let's do this instead. Because when I floated the idea, he was like, I can almost guarantee if you do that stream, you're gonna get flamed forever. I think it's gonna be fun.
I needed steroids to prepare myself for that stream. I need performance enhancers. This stream is going to be friendships will be absolutely destroyed. Bridges are going to be napalm.
I want to know what it is, bro. Y'all hyping this shit up. Like,
I'll invite you to it. I'm gonna do it next week because tomorrow we're doing the charity stream. I'm gonna do it next week. I'm gonna invite more people onto it. What I'm gonna try to do is I'm gonna try to invite one person from each place, and then we'll sit and we'll have a discussion. It'll be fun. But you know, it's funny to see C4 go, don't do that.
I did do that. Low key,
for him to say that, it's going to be a pretty nuclear stream. That'll be. I
tried to be the big man about it. Like, no, I've got a better idea. It's like I don't want to do that, bro. My body's not ready. My body's not ready for that conversation.
I think
I've got a week of prep. I'm cool.
Yeah, we'll do it next. We'll do it at some point next week. I'm not gonna tell the chat what it is. You guys will just have to wait and see. But it'll be fun. I think we covered everything, right?
Yeah. I'm guessing all the people that you banned from your chat were the people against hitboxes.
The people I banned from my chat
because of the name.
No, it's somebody that's writing crazy shit. But I haven't banned them. YouTube has banned them. You can't see them in the stream chat. Only I can see them because I'm streaming through StreamYards. So even if you're banned on StreamYards, you still come through, which is really weird. And I can't ban you on StreamYards, so I can see them, but the chat can't see them, and you guys can't see them. So it's very weird. So you're free to spam me if you want, whoever you are. No one can see what you're saying. Only I can see it. So it's fine by me. One of the other stream ideas that I was gonna do, Yaya, was I was gonna rank the greatest shonen main characters. And I thought it would be great to have you here, considering how
because I'm pissing some people off. A lot of y'all got bad taste.
Really? You think My Hero is peak?
You see, a lot of y'all got bad taste, so y'all just can't read, or y'all watching the shit with your eyes closed. Like that, I'm 100% confident on. If anything I've ever been on this podcast about, I can tell you from there. And I've been watching. I've watched anime from '77, so don't play with me.
Wait, you're younger than me. How did you watch it from '77?
No, I said I've watched anime from '77, not since watching from '77.
Okay. About to say, wait, what the fuck?
I'm doing some quick maths. Did you say pro tags? The best pro tags?
I wanted to do protagonists and like their secondary.
Okay,
but that might get a bit difficult because not every anime has a secondary.
Yeah, I can't think of any pro tag I actually think that's the guy. I can't think of one.
I think it's going to be an interesting discussion because
in my head, I can think of
most people will go to Goku, but I think there's going to be it'll be an interesting discussion. I've got an anime. I'm not going to say who it is, but I've got somebody who I think is one of the greatest anime main characters. And every single time I say it, I get flamed. And it's not like, oh, this is a bad take. It's like you're a bad human being for saying that.
Who?
I'm not going to say it now. We'll save it for the stream. But I've literally been in a stream. I've been in a chat. I've been in a chat, yeah. I know there's one person in chat that knows what I'm talking about. Jerome, don't say anything. I was in a chat and I was literally told that I have a fucked up idea of the world if I'm saying what I'm saying. And I was like, well, I'll explain it to you guys when we do.
No,
it's not.
I know who it is.
No, we'll save it. We'll save it.
I think the only pro tag I like is Jubei from Ninja Scrolls. That's the only one I think of.
That's a good one.
Jubei's a bad man. Other than that,
I can see some of the chat throwing names out there. Light and Eren. Those are the two that people will go to all the time. But I'm not going to tell you who it is. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. What days are you guys free next week?
Just let me know. I can figure it out. Because after this week, Ultimate Burst is happening, and the commentary slots will be filled up. So, because I've been on commentary like almost every day for the last week. So,
I think I'm free like Tuesday, Thursday, something like that.
We'll do the nuclear stream on Tuesday, so that we have the week to recover.
Okay.
I don't think it's going to be that bad. I mean, listen, maybe you guys haven't been dragged on Twitter the way I have, but it's not that. You get used to it after a while.
Yes,
the stones stop hurting.
I've gotten dragged this year. It was when I made that might be too political for stream, but it's about some guy named Hurl. It rhymes with Hurley. So, I got cooked.
Wait, what did you say?
Okay, so the Charlie Kirk shit, right? I was like, I don't think we should celebrate people, yada yada. And I didn't think about it because I didn't know who he was, so it was ignorant on my end because I didn't look into it. And then I literally saw he literally said something like, "Yo, black people are better off in slavery," and I was like, you know what? I get why people being the way they are.
That's crazy.
I was like, yeah, he kind of gotta go. I didn't know better, but
yeah, okay. Well, I don't want to turn this into I don't want to turn this into a political stream. I watched that video. He didn't say that, but people clipped it to make it sound like that, and it's really hard to have a discussion about it. When I started talking about it, bro, I got fucking torched.
Yeah, you should. I texted. You deserve it for just what you just said, by the way.
It was. I don't like clip culture.
Like what?
I don't like clip culture. I don't like things. I don't like when things are taken out of context, whether I disagree or agree with somebody. So I watched the whole thing. I know what was said, but those are always difficult conversations to have. But yeah, that sort of thing. Yeah, that's gonna get you cooked. I think the thing that got me cooked this was non-FGC. This was randoms. I was getting random people attacking me. And at that point, I was like, "Oh, some of these attacks. These aren't FGC people. These are like random dudes. Some of them are like gangsters or whatever." I was like, "Oh, okay, maybe I shouldn't have said that." there was a video that came out of this black dude sitting in his car, and the police officers punched through the window and grabbed him. And I'd seen the full context. Now, as somebody that has unfortunately been on the receiving end of the police dragging me because of what someone else did, I always take the stance that, yes, I know there's problems, but just be cool, be chill, and abide. Because even if you abide, sometimes you get fucked over. But just abide by the law and hope for the best. I'm never on board with people that are like, I'm not getting out of my car, blah, blah, blah. Because I'm like, these guys have guns on them, and we've seen what happens. Just try your best to do what I said. And people were calling me Uncle Tom. They were saying that, oh, you should die. I hope the police get you. I was like, I was arguing from a point where I'm like, I want the black man to go home to his family. Don't sit there 10 toes down like I ain't getting out of my car. That's all I was saying, because I've got a family member that was on the receiving end of that. So I've already experienced it, and I was in the car when it happened. Well, I was like, bro, shut up. Like, please, I just want to go home. He didn't want to shut up. He didn't want to get out of the car. And I got dragged. And there were people messaging me. I'm pretty sure they were from Southside Chicago. And I was like, oh boy, this is gonna go sideways.
Yeah, I would have definitely got on you about that. So, but I'm not the person to yell at you. I would listen and then look at you and be like, "Are you fucking dumb?" And I probably would have just did that. And
why does that make me dumb? I want people to go home and be safe.
That's not the part. That's not the point.
What's the problem?
You being obtuse like the way you hate my hero.
I don't understand.
This is such a lukewarm take.
Industry, just industry, bro.
No, wait, why?
No, we're not doing this. Industry, bro.
Wait, C4, are you against what I'm saying?
No, what you said is so lukewarm.
Y'all live over there,
You're
literally
man. Saying,
y'all got it.
This is universal vice. Don't piss off people that can kill you.
That's basically what I was saying.
Everybody can kill everybody.
Yeah.
Yes, don't piss anyone off unnecessarily. Like this is simple evolution. Literally, Mike is being a hitbox player.
What? Look, I'll give you Avatar. I'll give you an example. Yeah.
Oh my god.
I got pulled over in a foreign country. Yeah,
okay.
Where the police are not friendly. I'm not gonna say where it is because I don't want to offend anyone. I got pulled over. I was on a work trip, and my colleagues were in the car being stupid, right? And they were saying, we're not gonna get out of the yeah, put your damn, I'm talking to you.
I gotta get my food.
All right, go get your food. We'll continue this in a bit.
All right.
A man was looking at me talk, and he turned his camera off. Yeah, that's the equivalent of going like this.
Speak to the hand. I was literally about to do the same thing, get a drink, but I'll show respect. See,
that's mad. We're almost done. We're almost done. I don't even know why we're talking about this, but we might as well finish it though.
This is it's a story with a happy-ish ending because you're still alive. So
I'm still alive, but it did not go. I was not happy. I was not happy at all. But I'll explain it to Yaya when he gets back. But yeah, no, Twitter's mad, man. Like, you say one thing that people don't like, you get absolutely cooked for it. Absolutely cooked. Have you ever been in that situation before where you said something and you wake up in the morning, it's got like 100,000 views, and you're like, what the fuck's going on?
I've not had 100,000, but I've had the commentating strive and being misgendered. I've got that.
Wait, you misgendered someone?
Kind of, yeah.
And they came for you?
Not the person. Funny enough. Yeah, the last one was with Tiger Pop. I think I used the he pronoun, but I said this was at Evo as well. And I said he. And when I knew Tiger Pop, when Strive came out, I said he. But on their Twitter bio, it didn't say that it changed. But personally, they have said that they don't go by he anymore. So someone tweeted about me saying C4 still using mispronouns on certain people. And I said, my bad. I looked for the correct pronoun before I did the top 8. Tiger Pops didn't say anything. So I just went, oh, I guess it's still he. And then Tiger Pop said, oh, don't worry about it. I haven't made it public that I did that. So, but
I mean, you said sorry. That's not a big deal.
Yeah, like I sent her a message saying like, oh, I didn't know. I know for now If I ever have to commentate a match again, I'll make sure I do it. I didn't mean to offend you, blah, blah, blah. But it's always other people that get offended on behalf of the person. So I get dragged by them, but it's nowhere near the numbers that you get. No, not even close.
Yeah. John Diaz, thank you for the $5. Enjoying the debate / discussion today. I do think Lou had a good point earlier about Dragon Ball FighterZ gameplay because not all Dragon Ball games have staying power. Yeah, I think we covered that earlier. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I think we covered that earlier. But yeah, appreciate the donation. Also, just before I go back to what I was saying, someone said in the chat, I supported Superman in the Injustice games.
Yes.
That is 100% true. I did support Superman in the Injustice games. Superman was correct. I'm sorry, yeah. Batman has got one job and he flopped every time. And look what happened. He lost his wife, he lost his unborn child, and he lost his whole city in a matter of seconds. In a matter of seconds. And you think that I'm not going to come into the prison cell with my superpowers and put my hand through Joker's chest, the person causing the problems? Batman's lucky he didn't get it as well. You know about
that? I'll send him to an island or something. I don't like killing.
No. Bro, he
put him on the moon
blew up Metropolis. No, okay, wait, hold on. He blew up Metropolis.
Yep.
He had Superman murder his wife
and
unborn child.
Yep.
If that was yours, if that was your family and your city where all your friends are, what would you do?
Something worse than killing him. Killing him is actually, I think, too nice. I'd put him in some zone where he's getting stung by bees and doesn't die. This is obviously DC, so there's definitely a dimension like that. I'll give him to Raven and say, put him in fucking one of your dad's fucking pockets or some shit.
Okay,
this is the problem. I want him to suffer. I think killing is the easy way out. I think that's corny.
This is the Batman mentality. This is just
whoever
keeps on banning
rehabilitate him.
Sorry,
Batman would rehabilitate him.
Whoever keeps on banning Tiny Parcel in the chat, could you please stop? I don't know. Whoever keeps on doing that, please stop doing that. Okay, it's really irritating. This is the Batman problem. Okay, because Batman's always like, put him in prison. He's better off there. No, this guy murdered people. Get him out of here. We just in the off chance, because DC's full of people that have the ability to pull people out of dimensions and throw them in. There's a chance that someone will free Joker from his eternal punishment, and more people will die. Just kill him. Get it over and done with.
The difference between me and Batman is Batman's not killing because he thinks he can rehabilitate people. We can change them. You can't change her, bro. Batman is the type of guy to try and get with jury and think, I can make her not psycho. That's what I'm not doing that. I'm saying make him suffer because killing him is the easy way out.
But at what point do you get rid of him? Because if you exist in a world where people can pull others out of dimensions and throw them in, when do you go, do you know what? He should suffer, but we are running the risk of Joker still being in circulation.
I get what you're saying, but technically it's DC. He could be resurrected. Like, there's no permanently getting rid of him. Really, is there? But yeah, I know what you mean. I don't know. There's got to be a dimension that only one person can control. I don't know. If you can't, you can kill him, but then you still have you have a bigger problem when he's brought back with the Black Lantern, and then you can't kill him at all. And he's just a zombie, a crazy zombie.
Well, the people are saying Superman was killing kids. Superman killed Billy, right? And Billy was in the body of a god.
Oh, Billy Baxter.
Okay? He wasn't killing kids. He killed a kid who was being disobedient. Now, I'm not saying that it's okay to do that, even if you're in the body of a god. But Superman did tell him a bunch of times, stand down. He told him a bunch of times. Now, Superman is a man that has lost everything, and he has a lot of strength. I think, in your adult form, you should have the common sense to be like, do you know what? I already saw him rip someone to shreds. Maybe I should just sit down. I'm not saying that it was okay that he killed Billy. Even when I watched that scene, I was like, damn, Superman, what are you doing? But in my mind, I was like, do you know what? If someone did that to my family and did that to my friends and did that to my city, I might not be in the right state of mind. You have to take into consideration his state of mind, right? What happened to him? He lost his mind.
So. You know, with the Billy kill, I think in general you're right, but with the Billy kill, he knew that Billy fucks up Superman. Superman loses to magic.
Yeah, but he's fought Black Adam before and beaten him. So
yeah, he had to beat him hella quick. He has to clap him up. Yeah, because he knows as soon as as soon as he gets to talk and start throwing him fucking Expelliarmus and other Harry Potter spells, he's gonna get murked. So you have to kill him quick.
But Superman's been in fights with magical people before. He just flies off to the sun, powers up for 5 minutes, and then comes down and kills them.
Bitch made.
I have no say in this. I'm just listening because I'm Team Batman.
But yeah, but he needs to be wary of Shazam. Because if Shazam gets close to him and says Shazam, I don't care. He's not that fast. He ain't out. He's not flash fast. That lightning bolt's going to hit him and it's going to do some serious damage. It might not kill him.
Oh, I don't know, but didn't he fly so fast he went back in time?
Yeah, but that's the city Superman, isn't it? Like actual Superman.
Oh, we're just talking about Injustice Superman.
Yeah, normal Superman.
I'm pretty sure that Superman could have gone out of the way of that. I mean, again, he did basically make Black Adam subservient. As Black Adam's a more adept fighter. I think in the Injustice comics, Black Adam was tougher than Shazam.
Probably.
Shazam was pretty stupid in that. So that Shazam, he ain't beating Superman.
True, but that was off screen. That was off panel, right? When he made Black Adam obey him.
Yeah,
I don't know what he did.
The beating was probably so severe. They were like, we can't do this to Adam.
Okay.
We can't show people what's going on here.
Maybe he blackmailed him and said, "Look, your little town over there, I won't touch it. I won't even look if they're doing bad stuff. Just listen to me." I think Black Adam would say that because his people are more important than his pride. One of the few villains that, well, I don't even think he's a villain. That's the only difference for me between him and Doom. Doom says he's about the people, but he would, if something benefits him, he would do it. Black Adam, if it benefits his people, he would do the thing for his people. Like, with no doubt, yeah.
Yeah, I still remember the story where he was in the city and he went up to the mayor's office and just fried him because he thought that the mayor was like not doing right by the people. And then when everyone got upset with him, he was like, "Why is everyone upset? I did this for you." So he is definitely a man of the people. But back to Superman, yeah, I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry. So yeah, if I ever got powers, you know where I stand. Okay, if you're doing dumb shit, I'm sorry. My stance. I think Injustice was such a good story because it was very relatable. It was one of those stories where like you look at all the bad things that are happening around the world and you see all these people and you're like, why are you making good people suffer? Like why should you be allowed to be here and not this person that you've taken their family out? You know, Joker took out his whole city. Why is Joker allowed to be there?
Sounding kind of like Kira, bro.
I was a Kira supporter. Sorry,
was you a Thanos supporter?
Thanos?
Yeah.
No, I thought Thanos was a little bit flawed because he was like, "Oh, I'll snap half of humanity or half of the universe so that there's double the resources." But I was just like, can't you just double the resources or triple the resources?
Like
I want to send you something. You know Jubilee? The whole like concept with one person, what's it, 1v20, whatever it is.
Yeah.
There's a person who does it for like anime and cartoons. There's one with Vegeta, there's one with Batman, and there's one with Thanos. And they answer that question. It's in the comics, but yeah, there's a reason why he couldn't just double the resources. I'll find you.
Why? Can you tell us?
Yeah, I can tell you. He basically, when the resources get bigger, people get more greedy, which is true. People get greedy when there's more resources to take. That's why he didn't want to double it. He said he tried it on his planet. I don't know if that's true, but yeah, he said more resources means greedier people will take the resources, and we see that now. Hence why we've got billionaires and poor people.
Yeah, but the problem with that is that first of all, I know he did it as fairly as possible. It was random, but the problem with that is that you will get to a point again where there's too many people and not enough resources. So you're just going to continuously snap people.
I don't know if they asked that question. I know they asked him. So after he did the snap and he reverted it, he said he was going to restart because he said like, "Oh, there might be a problem because after the snap, it doesn't stop the population getting big again." He just thought it would have enough time for the resources to catch up to the population.
So that's like a plaster on the problem. It's not really fixing the problem long term.
You put a band-aid on a problem.
Stitches. I'll say stitches, not plaster.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, I wouldn't have done what Thanos did. I wouldn't make that decision because that you're killing innocent people at that point. Like people that are literally just going about their day. You're even killing people that are not a burden on the system. Because Thanos' whole thing was like there's too many greedy people and there's too little resources.
The day they graduated. That's crazy.
RNG, bro. I RNG seeding. So yeah, I'm with Thanos.
Oh my god.
No, I'm not with
man.
Thanos, but I'm with Superman because Superman's attacks were like they were direct. Like he
Calculated.
would pick an enemy, and it's like, okay, in the comics, didn't he stand before the United Nations and all of these governments, and he said, "Relinquish your firearms, or shit's about to go down." And wasn't someone perking up, and they were like, "We ain't giving you shit." And Superman was like, "Oh well, okay, cool. Well, you're gonna die now." And
Fuck
his
around and
logic
find out.
behind that. Yeah, his logic behind that was that if you give up your firearms, innocent people won't die. You don't need them anymore because I'm going to govern the planet. Now, that might be a problem itself because if you've got one superpowered being governing the whole planet, that can also be a problem. But I think as if I was Superman, me thinking that I'm doing the right thing, I would think to myself, I can do this better than them. So I guess that is that, absolute power corrupts absolutely thing. But I'd probably do that as well. I'd say to him, listen, put your guns down, or I'm going to make you put them down. I can shoot lasers. Why are you arguing with me? Just put them down. And then there's not going to be a problem.
I think the only problem with Superman saying, like, he's, Johnny Big Bollocks is Lex Luthor is giving him the runaround, bro. You just lob a little green stone at him, and he's like, oh, I mean, you're not that guy. I would rather have Black Adam, to be honest.
Yeah, Black Adam is but again, like Black Adam is another character where you probably like look at the way he governs his country, and you're like, I might do it this way. I might do it this way as well.
Bro, I'm worse than you. I rate all of them. I rate out of like Magneto and Charles. I would probably side with Magneto. I'd be like, come on now, this bullshit needs to stop. Yeah,
well, Magneto was in the right though, because they were treating mutants like second-class citizens. So I don't see. I get what I understand Charles's point of view because Magneto was vicious with it, but his viciousness didn't come out of nowhere. Like they were treating them like they were less than. So Magneto was like, "Fuck this! We'll create the Brotherhood of Shadows. You guys get in my way. I'm going to turn you into a pretzel."
Yeah, you make it hard to defend, but yeah, I do agree.
That's what he was doing, though, wasn't it?
Batman the GOAT.
Yeah, he was literally pulling that iron from people's bloodstreams while they're still walking around. He's pretty fucked up. But I'm with all those guys. Just fuck around and find out, bro. Just don't do bad shit, and then everyone's cool. But that's because I know I can abide by the rules. Apparently, other people don't want to. Other people don't want to get out of the car. I'm getting out of the car, bro. Even if it's not me.
Yeah. This is what I was saying to Yaya earlier because he was side-eyeing me. But I was in a country where I knew that they were somewhat hostile towards us, and I was in the car, and it was me, two Jamaican guys, and one guy from Cameroon, I think, and they were hyping up, and I was saying to them, we don't know these people that are coming to the car, bro. They're the authority. We don't know what's going to happen, and we hadn't actually done anything wrong. We were just being pulled over. We hadn't done anything wrong up to that point, but these guys didn't want to get out of the car, and they kept on going on. We ain't getting out of the car. We ain't done nothing wrong. Now I'm already saying to the guy, I've already said to the guy to come to my window because I was driving. It's fine, I'll get out. But because they kicked up a fuss, I got dragged. And I said to him, I was complying. I'm literally looking at him going, I was not the problem here. And he's not even listening to me because they're making such a fuss. And then we got sent to the station. And I was just like, what? This didn't need to happen. Like we all could have gone out of the car. We know why we were pulled over. Okay, we weren't doing anything wrong. We looked suspicious. And I'm going to be honest with you, the way I was dressed probably wasn't helping. But we got pulled over for a reason. Just comply. Just comply and we can go home. I don't see how that's controversial to say, Yaya.
I was just fucking with you. I wasn't even paying attention earlier. I was focused on my food. Like, I agree with you.
Zero players, isn't it?
I'm not a Sparking Zero nigga. Don't do this.
I mean, you acted like one. You gave it all the oh my gosh, and then when he explained to you, like, nah, I was just raid baiting.
No, the Sparking Zero person would have left the call already.
You kind of delete though.
You would have been fucked up.
No,
either way.
I'm still here. I would have been gone.
Kenjamin, this is my problem with this mentality. It's possible that I would have gotten fucked up anyway, but you're almost always going to get fucked up if you do what my colleagues did. There's a chance that I could go home in one piece, but there's almost no chance with the way they were behaving. That's all I was saying. because my only goal is I want to go home and see my family.
It's
I'm
like
not
this
interested in
fucking-
spending a night in the cell. I'm not trying to
Yeah.
act like a bad man. I don't care how people feel, but I'm trying to come home. Okay, and that's the problem that I have with a lot of people when I watch
It's
these
like
videos.
the
It's
Joe
just like,
meme, the SNK Joe meme. Would you rather have $1 or would you rather have 2? And I'm gonna take my chances with 2. So yeah, why would you sit there and not comply when you could literally just almost have a better chance of survival?
yeah, like if I'm Superman, I've got powers, and you've done something naughty, and I've said to you, hey man, you just stepped out of line, don't do it again. And then like you throw a chicken nugget at my head. Whatever happens next is your problem.
Oh boy, chicken nugget is hilarious.
I mean,
that's their Homelander shit.
I've been in a situation where like pride and respect overrides what the right choice should be. I think we've all been there.
Yeah,
but yeah, I just tried to hold it down and be disrespectful, not in front of him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When they've gone, cuss them out, call them whatever
Yeah.
names you want, and say all manner of nasty things, whatever language you want to use to talk about them. But in the moment, I just want to go home. Just
Hold
want to
it
go
down.
home. Just want to go see my dogs. I'm not interested in trying to be a big man in the streets. Like we all know how that goes. It's just long. But yeah, I got cooked for that on Twitter. So back to the original point. We're probably going to get dragged for the stream that we do, but it'll be fun. It'll be fun.
Someone likes getting dragged up. Okay. You like getting dragged?
I don't think I like getting dragged. I think I'm always surprised at how angry people get over like just very lukewarm opinions. I don't think I'm going to say anything that's like outlandish in this stream. Nothing that we haven't already seen before.
I think it's just offensive. It's all going to be
Can I ask you a
offensive.
question?
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question? I'm debating with somebody on Twitter right now. I said 2SKO is a new IP for fighter games. Somebody said 2SKO is not a new IP. I'm like, he's like, we have to call Tokon a new IP as well. I mean, like, yeah, there's no other Marvel Tokon game. He's like, so what's Dragon Ball FighterZ? A new IP for like people tweaking or something? Like,
I'm assuming by IP he means the canon, like with the characters, like One Piece. If
I think that's what he
means. Came
means.
out,
yeah, but that's not what I mean. I'm talking about like 2SKO is the only 2SKO. Like it's not 2SKO 2 or 3.
Yeah, you're talking about there's a word for it. I can't remember what it is, but when
IP is the right word, isn't it? It's this intellectual property.
Yeah, an IP is like Dragon Ball. So technically before FighterZ, there was a Dragon Ball fighting game, technically. But what Yaya is saying is there's not been a 2D Dragon Ball game before. Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, I think he's talking about the whole IP, which there's been a Marvel game before, even though there's not been a 4v4 Token game before.
Yeah. With
just Marvel characters.
John Diaz, thank you for the $5. Enjoying the debate. Wait, hold on. Did this not come? Oh, sorry, I clicked on the wrong one. Immortica, thank you for the $5. What's the next Dragon Ball game?
Ooh.
The next Dragon Ball game is probably going to be another Sparking Zero, to be honest.
No, it's not.
Do you mean Dragon Ball fighting game?
I think he's asking what the next Dragon Ball game is, but we know it's supposed to be one coming out in January. We're supposed to get something revealed. So I don't know.
Isn't that the anime that's getting an update?
No, that's another Dragon Ball game supposed to come out, get revealed in January or at Battle Hour. So hopefully they lock in and make the Budokai Burst Limit 2. But
oh man, that'll be I'd say it'd be a dream come true, but I just
they'll fuck it up. Yeah.
I've gotten to the point now. It's happened so much where it's like I've wanted a game to come back, and then they bring it back, and I'm like, this isn't what I wanted.
The city came back and they hurt my soul.
I'm gonna be on the timeline complaining, and people are gonna be, this fucking Mike guy, here he goes again. But I'm like, I'm not wrong though. I'm not wrong. They do fuck it up.
No. It's so funny, like about that, because I went to Evo, and mind you, my whole point of going to Evo, I was playing Tekken 8, but somehow Sparking was there. I was like, oh shit. So I'm playing Sparking. I'm like, I literally came back and went to the Discord. I was like, bro, this game's not it. This is not the Tenkaichi 2 and 3 y'all think it's gonna be. Then I made the video. Everybody's like, he's a fucking hater. Then the game comes out. Everybody's like, ugh. I'm like, I told y'all, but y'all think I'm just hating Dragon Ball, man. I want y'all to have good shit too, bro. Like, mechanically, it's not as good as Tenkaichi 2 and 3.
Oh, actually, whilst you guys are here, I wanted to get your opinions on this.
Okay.
Let me just bring it up real quick. So it was something that happened with DSP yesterday. Let me find the clip. Here it is. So I want to get your opinions on this.
Before you do that, drag me back in. I want to go on my phone real quick.
Okay, go on.
Okay.
Let me just read this super chat.
I'm eating my sandwich.
Wait, are you on your phone now?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Joel, thank you for the $5. Superman would have went back through time and saved that chicken from becoming a chicken nugget.
Yeah.
He actually
Alright,
could have just got Flash to do that. To be fair, yeah.
He did
Maybe
he do that
overreacted.
once and it went sideways. He went back and saved his mum, and then like the whole planet just ate shit.
Oh, yeah, Flashpoint. Yeah, Flashpoint happened in it. Yeah.
It's like the smallest, that's the butterfly effect, right? The smallest thing can cause the biggest ripple.
Yeah. That was a sick film. That was when was it Wonder Woman and the Amazons went up against Aquaman and Atlantis, all because he saved his mum. Because Flash saved his mum.
Yeah, that thing things went upside down. Wasn't Batman's parents Batman and Harley?
Yep.
I think it was.
Yep.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was a good comic. Anyway, I want to get your take on this. I saw it a bit earlier. I was gonna make a video on it, and then I was like, I don't really want to do a video on it. But just want to get your take on this behavior that from DSP stream.
Get some more support if we're going to do that. Number two, over on Kick, we've got one person who supported all night, your future stepdad, and it was one sub. So from now on, I'm going to be very abundantly clear with all of you on Kick. Don't ever ask anything of me ever again. Don't ask for me to add you messages, new emotes, pop-ups, nothing. Because until people on Kick actually support the content, you get nothing. The YouTube side, you guys have been incredibly supportive and nice people. But the Kick side just sits here whining, bitching, complaining about things, wanting more, and doesn't support. So you get nothing. Okay? Unless we get 50 subs by the end of tonight, now it will be 49, you're never getting text messages in your moral support ever again. So you got an hour left. Get to it. Or shut the fuck up forever. We're not going to listen to your bitching anymore. A lot of whiny people, demanding people who don't reciprocate. Okay. All right.
So I saw that, and I said to myself that it's a pretty ridiculous thing to say to your community. I was actually having a conversation with somebody. The reason I'm bringing this up is because somebody was actually agreeing with him. I'm not going to say who that somebody is because I don't want to get them cooked. It is somebody in the FGC, but they were saying to me that if you're streaming, you're providing a service, therefore you should be compensated for it. And I said to him that streaming to an audience is a privilege, and it's something that you shouldn't ask people for money. You should just be happy that people show up to watch you, because time is the most I said to him, time is the most precious thing we have, and people are choosing to spend that time with you. And he was saying to me, yeah, but if they want me to spend my time, I need to be compensated for it. So I wanted to ask you two, where do you sit on that? I'll start with Yaya, and then we'll go for C4.
Cool.
It's messed up, but I feel like it comes from. I need to see the other chat, because I can sit there and I agree with you 100% on that front. Like, you should not be bitching about your viewership and stuff, especially having viewership on a platform like Kick. That's the place that you could get the most money. Why would you hate on, while live streaming? Why would you hate on Kick? That's dumb, right? At the same time, I feel like I don't watch Dark Side's Phil content. I just know he said a lot of dumb shit, and it gets sent to me, and I'm like, oh, okay, it's Phil next. But depending on the context of what he was replying to and what he claimed people was bitching about in the chat, I feel like he was saying that in a way to like, hey man, y'all gonna complain, but y'all ain't supporting though, right? And I don't know how severe the situation was, but he was playing that shitty ass MK board. So he probably was getting annoyed a lot by that too. I don't know.
You think your chat, your chat has? I mean, they obviously have a right to complain if they come to your stream,
right,
and you're doing something that they don't like. Doesn't the chat have a right, in your opinion, to tell you, hey, we don't like this, and we're watching you, It doesn't mean
Yeah,
that
I
the
think
chat's always going to
that's
be right, but they should be able to express how they feel about you saying pay me or don't talk.
see. That's why I said like I 100% agree with you, but I would need to see what his chat was because if it's some feedback about the shit being fucked up or quality and stuff like that, he's 100% in the wrong because you should have that in check as a streamer anyway. And if they telling you something's wrong, the streamer should adjust that because if they don't like something they see visually or the sound is off, I'm gonna leave and go watch something else. Mind you being real, we got IRL streamers taking over Twitch. You got stuff to watch everywhere now. And they decide to spend time with me. I appreciate everybody, even if you say I, right? Like, that's it. I'm happy. I don't need much more from you. Just tell me if something's fucked up, I'll fix it. Like, even when we did the Hunter tournament, I didn't know that one of the audios was loud for like 3 minutes when somebody else said it was good. But then somebody actually clarified it for me. Why would you get mad at that? But I feel like if his comments are because somebody's being like just saying it nasty, angry to him and Kick, because I know how Kick as a platform is, they unfiltered as fuck. Like I streamed on Kick for a little bit. They unfiltered as shit. I could understand him retaliating the way he did, but at the end of the day, he could have went about it completely different. So
okay, C4, how do you feel about that clip?
I think he didn't do himself any favors. I think his PR game is terrible. I get the sentiment though. I think when I used to stream, I always used to be wary of like, well, what I'm doing has to be good enough that people don't complain. So if it's what Yaya was saying, where it's like, oh, you forgot something, you left yourself for mute, I'll be like, oh, okay, cool. If they're moaning, I'll be like, go watch something else then. Fuck off.
Go watch something else that's different to pay me.
Well, he's saying pay me so I pay attention to you. That's what he's saying. Because he said you guys can still watch, but I'm just not going to read your chats out or whatever. I'm just not going to pay attention to you. So the sentiment is like, if all they're doing is being toxic, yeah, don't pay them any mind. Just like if you get shitty comments on your YouTube video, you just pay them no mind. If they super chat you, I'll ask you that. If someone sent a super chat that was being toxic to you, would you read it out?
Yeah.
Yeah, because they paid you. But if they're not paying you and they're just saying it, you'll be like, fuck off.
No, not on here. We always read out toxic chats. So if I catch them.
Yeah, because you mock them.
Yeah, they started it.
Yeah, but if you're just getting people being like on the platform, right, on Kick, obviously Kick is a little bit unhinged. It's not worth your time. If they're not paying you, it's not worth your time paying attention to them. That's how I see it. I know you said streaming is a privilege. I see it's a privilege if it's your hobby. If it's your full-time job, which it is for DSP, then I think it's a little bit different. A little bit.
I don't know, man. Like I understand some people do it full-time, but I still think like people showing up to watch you is like payment enough. It's nice when like you get supported, but saying I'm only going to do this if you do this is kind of like manipulating people a little bit. I know that it might sound silly to say that, but some people that are sitting there watching you, I think that maybe some streamers can manipulate their audiences. That's what it came across like to me.
I agree, but I think it's the same level of manipulation as super chats. Super chats, if you pay, then you get attention. No? If
super chats are like, I don't think it's the same as DSP's thing, because DSP is penalizing people for not paying, whereas super chats are highlighting people for paying. And I don't think you should penalize your chat. So like if I start streaming on Kick, I would still give that stream chat the same level of care that my YouTube one does, or I'd integrate it here into StreamYards so that they're treated the same way. Because the same way I've got Twitch, even though no one watches me on Twitch, Twitch comes up on here. The YouTube guys can't see it, but I can see their comments. Yeah. I would still treat them the same. So I think he's penalizing, and what super chats are doing is just highlighting. It's like you've done something nice for me. So obviously I'm going to bring it up to highlight it, to reciprocate. And that's the point in doing them as well, because they're usually asking questions for that, or like they want their chat to be noticed, because sometimes chats move too quickly. But if nobody's super chatting the entire stream, I wouldn't penalize them for that and be like, you haven't super chatted, so I'm not going to even look at the chat. I'm not going to address you guys until 50 subs come in. That I think that's a bit different.
Yeah, I think that's like what LTG does, right? He's like, no face cam until I get 50 subs, that's what I agree with you on, like the LTG version. The DSP one, I think it's the opposite to super chats, where it's like, you super chat, and then we have that respect. Like, you get something for super chatting. If you're not doing anything and you're only bitching, so it's literally the opposite. I know what you're saying. If they're not being toxic and you do that, then you're being an asshole. He says they're being toxic. So I agree with him if they're being toxic. If they're just saying, oh, you suck at the game, LOL, then I think you're just being a little bitch. But if they're like proper doing what the guy earlier in your chat was doing with the crazy fucking name and just filling up the chat with nonsense, then I'll be like, yeah, fuck this.
I think
all of
what
them are
they
doing
would,
it on Kick.
yeah, I think what they were doing, from what I remember from the full clip, is that they were asking for certain things, like for certain functions in the chat, like emotes and stuff.
Oh,
But nobody was donating. And when I was talking to the guy that I was speaking to earlier, I was like, shouldn't you create an environment where people would want to sit there and watch you rather than saying to them, pay me and then I'll do it?
yeah. In that case,
Yeah,
he's being a bitch.
Yeah,
In that case, he's being a bitch. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because there's so many other streamers
like,
out there. Right?
like if it was like for example, like when I first streamed on Kick, I was playing. This is when Marvel Spider-Man 2, and he was like, some guy he just came in. He was like, "Yeah, shut up, fat ass, just beat the game." And I'm like, "Bro, I just turned the game on. Like literally as I just turned it on." And like Kick comments are like crazy like that. In DSP case, he probably just not caring. Like people want certain things on certain platforms, and if you don't fix it for them on that platform, it's like, bro, why would they give you money if you're not accommodating them? Right? Low key, a lot of people don't realize this, and I agree with this a little bit, but like sometimes streaming, like it's kind of like having like working at a restaurant, right? Now I don't believe this 100% because it's never 100% that case that the customer is always right, but if you piss the viewers off, why would they watch you? They're gonna go somewhere else and watch somebody else do the same thing you doing, and then for free they'll have a better experience and then throw them money.
You've got a tipping problem in America, don't you? Like people believe they should be tipped, right?
People do believe they should be tipped, but at the same time, I don't give a fuck. Like I tip people because I would want to be treated that way. But if somebody don't tip me, I'm not gonna get pissed.
Yeah. Well, I tip if the service is good. Like if
the service is good,
polite.
yeah. But if it's trash, like if you piss, okay. So a quick story time. I'll give y'all a story time to talk about. This was Evo 2024, and we went to this pizza restaurant place, right? And the waiter was head ass. He was so rude and shit to me. And I think it was me, few couple other people at the table. I'm sitting there, and like the water, like the glass he gave me, it had like this really like nasty rim around it before he gave it to me. I didn't even want to drink it. I was like, hell no. So they was like, "Are you tipping?" I was like, "I'm not giving him shit," because he didn't know how to talk to me. So what I do, I go out the way of, instead of the waiter, the other people that bring the food and stuff, I will give them the tip personally because I usually carry cash, like go to an ATM before I go to a restaurant. But the actual waiter, fuck that. I'm not doing that because you gave me bad service. You don't deserve my tip. I already paid for your food. Should be happy you still got the fucking job at that point. That the food, that money going to the establishment. Because if you're gonna give me bad service, why should I give you a percentage of my own earnings for some asshole? And that's the same way that should apply to streaming and Twitch. People work for their money and then watch streamers. They do it out the kindness of they hard. They want to support the content. Why would you piss off a whole group? Especially like, see, now it's making me mad because now I'm going deeper down the rabbit hole. I'm like, wait, he is on Kick. You want the most money? Just fix the fucking problem and dude will probably give you money.
Isn't the payout on Kick like just the platform itself is much higher than YouTube and Twitch, isn't it?
It's 90. I think you get 90%.
Yeah.
No,
percentage is mad high.
95. You get 95.
That's crazy.
That's mad high.
No wonder they got so many people. I was always wondering, like,
that's why they be
people stream on Twitch?
wilding. They get to do whatever the fuck they want, and then they get paid out. Hell yeah, I'll be out here tweaking, doing stupid shit.
Yeah, that's crazy. I've never streamed on there before. I don't think I want to. Like, there's too many people in there.
Okay,
I'm just
so
like,
I streamed.
You should do it.
I think you would be. You should do it. Just
You'd
turn it
fit in.
on. Don't even look at it. Turn it
excuse
on.
me.
Just turn
Bro,
it on. Don't even look at it.
You are Injustice Superman. They will fucking love you over there.
Yeah, you would probably cook over there.
I
Yeah.
don't think
You'll
I've
probably
been
be full
insulted.
time by January if you start doing that shit.
I don't think I've not been insulted that badly before. That's to say that you
Well,
would fit in Kick. That is the biggest insult I've ever received in my life.
they look, if you made an account, had like no face cam and said Kira 2.0, they'll be all over your content, bro. All you do is call people out for being shitholes. That's what they like. They like saying people are bad. Not all of it. It normally turns into that.
Turns into that.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've never StreamYard doesn't have a Kick function, so I can't like integrate into the streams. But if it ever pops up on there, I mean, I'm sure the chat would look a bit more spicy if I integrated Kick into it. But I don't think my chat would appreciate it very much.
I think they're used to it. You've had, some unsavory people in chat, and your chat seems to deal with them pretty well.
Yeah, we'll just get Alexis on it. To be honest, they can't even see the other. They can't see Twitch anyway. YouTube can only see YouTube. And Twitch can only see Twitch.
mod. Go.
Yeah, Alexis fight. But my other mods are really good, like Masats, Kenjamin. I'm drawing blanks on names now. Finty.
Oh.
JJVA. Let me see.
Now you got to name every single one.
I got to name. Mrs. Play Stuff every now and then. Grandmaster Hawk. Damn.
No, the whole chat. No.
Jehuti. How could I forget Jehuti?
Yeah. Jehuti is playing Ninja Gaiden and being a nerd. All right. She locked in right now. So, but like,
yeah, I've got too many mods. I've got like 20 mods. So,
but you need them though. Like,
yeah, I do.
You be seeing, you need them.
Yeah, Mike is he's like a streamer for the people. When I streamed, I was never for the people. I just put events on and that was it.
Were you rude to people when they came into chat?
Not really. Like when I streamed, I started streaming for Dragon Ball and I had people come on for commentary. So you never really hardly heard me. Well, no, tell a lie. When I first started, I was doing solo comms. That's how I got into commentary. I was like, no one's putting me on their comms. I'll do it myself. I literally done the Thanos thing. Fine, I'll do it myself. So I streamed for like 6 months solo commentary. But obviously, because I was trying to get noticed, I wasn't rude to anyone.
Yeah.
I didn't care if like no one subbed or anything. I wouldn't say like, oh, I've not got any subs today. I'm not streaming next week. I never did that.
I've seen some girls like on Twitch saying, "Oh, if you don't sub and you're watching me, you're broke." And I'm always just like, if your goal was to get subs, you're like that's the what was the name, like Thighzilla?
Bad Bunny. Well, Bad Bunny or
Bad
another one.
Bunny, what, the rapper?
No, Bad Bunny. You know about Destiny and them lot. You know about Bad Bunny.
I know Destiny. I don't know who Bad Bunny is.
The musician?
Nah, she was like a political streamer that was with Destiny for a bit.
Never mind. Okay.
Yeah. He had quite a few girls on his stream though. I can't remember. She's not the Asian looking one, is she?
Nah. If I show you the meme, she's in like a couple of meme like gifs. If I showed you, you would go, "Oh, her." But yeah, Bad Bunny did that, and I think you're thinking of Invader Z, that chick.
Oh yes. Yeah, I know.
Invader Z. Yeah, that's I'm exposing myself. I don't really watch them people. I just have a good memory.
Saint Mars, thank you for the $4.99. Thank you for the stream. I finally got past 6.41 miles and hit 6.68 miles in an hour. I'll see y'all later. Shouts to Mr. Maskman on that fitness journey. I think he's a military guy as well. And OJ, thank you for the $2. You should collab with Sugar Mike. We already did that. I don't think we need to do that again. He did pop up on my stream the other day when I was on Twitch. I saw him on there, but I don't think there's any need. I don't think we need to go down that road again. Although I will say, after I did that Sugar stream, I got a lot of messages from different people in Japan saying thanks and whatever. And I saw a video someone made about me, and in the comment section there were a lot of nice messages. So I was pretty happy with that. You know? Yeah, I didn't realize that video had gotten around so much, or that live stream. And yeah, there was like a couple of like group chats that reached out to me and said, "Oh, we saw your live stream and your videos," and I was like, "Oh, sick!" But I think because I did the Johnny Somali videos as well, and they got around quite a bit.
You know what's crazy? Like, I don't think you realize you are kind of like a micro celebrity, and I hate it.
I'm not a micro celebrity.
You are a micro celebrity.
I'm definitely not. Why are you saying that?
People I keep telling you this. People recognize me because of you.
Wait, why do you hate it? Wait, what's wrong with me being a micro celebrity?
I hate it because you wouldn't believe it. I know you don't think you are, but you are.
I am definitely not a micro celebrity. I think I'm more popular than I was like last year, but I don't know if I would attribute the word celebrity to it. I haven't. I've gone out and I've been noticed, but it's not like, I don't know. When you say celebrity, I feel like it'll be overwhelming to go outside, but it's obviously not going like that. Like if I go to a fighting game event, obviously people know who I am. But if I'm just out in my day to day, maybe one or two people will say something. I've been in situations before where someone's walked up to me like a random on the road and it's happened, but it's not like, I wouldn't say it's like a celebrity thing where it's like people are running over to me and shit. That I would find that weird. I don't know. Maybe you've experienced that on my behalf, but I've never experienced that.
I've experienced it at fighting game events. I experience it, but I get it. I get people.
C4, you're away from your phone.
Is that better?
Yeah, sorry, we couldn't hear you.
Yeah, I was saying, yeah, I've not been noticed outside of fighting game events, but in fighting game events, my voice is commonly. This is the tier. It's Tyrant. They think, oh, you're Tyrant because I sound like
Tyrant.
So yeah, this is my claim to fame. It's that. Then it's, oh, I heard you on the Mike Collo show, and then it's, oh, you commentate Hana.
I'm sorry, bro.
That's always it. I'm cool with it.
See, Mike the micro celebrity.
I'm saying he's a micro celebrity, and I'm cool with it. I'd rather be noticed or recognized for being on Mike show than commentating. Because commentating, I'm just doing a job. I'm doing whatever. But on Mike show, I'm more myself. I'm saying what I want to say, not what the game tells me to. So I prefer to be recognized from here than doing a top 8 in some other game.
No, well, I appreciate that. Like, I obviously it's nice to be recognized. I don't think I'm at that level yet. Like when you say micro celebrity, I'm thinking of like Lil Margin or like Mike Ross or I don't know, Gutex or like they're like micro celebrities to me.
I think you're close. I think you're very close to their level.
Nah, Gutex and Mike Ross, those guys like transcended the fighting game community.
I'm gonna be real honest. You probably low key bigger than them. Like in terms of like in terms of numbers.
No, but that you can't measure someone's like.
Well, I mean, just following. I get it. I get you. Yeah.
You've been on fucking Rob Van Dam's stream. Was it Rob Van Dam?
Nigga, what?
Exactly. Tell me he's not a micro celebrity. Stop it. Stop.
He was meant to come on here. We were chatting in DMs, and I said to him because he plays Virtua Fighter, and I said, oh Rob, can you jump on? Can we play some Virtua Fighter 6 when it comes out? And he was like, yeah, hit me up. So I've got his details. I'm gonna hit him up.
Not a micro celebrity, by the way. Not a micro celebrity. I'm just gonna DM Rob Van Dam. By the way, this guy.
No, it was cool It's cool to like, because I don't know if people know how it happened, but I covered that story when the wrestler. Sorry, I'm not avoiding the super chat, by the way. I will get there in a second. Just give me a moment. Yeah, I covered a story that Mark Henry and Rob Van Dam and I think Kane had spoken about, and then people saw it, and then RVD reached out to me, and which was crazy. I woke up in the morning, right? I woke up at 6 a.m. and I don't go on Instagram. If you look at my Instagram DMs, they're flooded. But for whatever reason, I decided to go and look at my requested, and I saw RVD pop up, and I saw the blue check mark, and I was like, someone impersonating RVD. So I clicked on it and I started talking to him, and then he starts chatting to me, and then like we obviously came on video call, And I was like, what the fuck is going on? Why is RVD like reaching out to me? He said they'll jump on the podcast. We had a nice chat. We disagreed. Like he basically saw my video and he disagreed with what I was saying because I was disagreeing with him. But it was a nice chat. We had a nice, pleasant chat. I don't think his chat appreciated me being there. They were like, who the fuck is this guy? Why is he here on a wrestling podcast? But me and RVD had a good chat. I really enjoyed it. And he said that he'll jump on my podcast as well. And we'll play some games. So I didn't want to like waste that opportunity with like Tekken, where I'm not really too into it. So I thought he's a Virtua Fighter guy. He likes playing Virtua Fighter. When Virtua Fighter 6 comes out, we'll do a collab with RVD. So that was pretty cool. All right, let me read out this super chat from Messats. Thank you for the $4.99. Mike, you got to give us your top 3 mods. Choose carefully. I feel that I am obligated to say Alexis. I have to say Alexis because I think she's like ground zero. She does put her back into it. Second, I am gonna have to give it to Jehuti. I'll give it to Jehuti.
All the girls. The goonery is coming out. Let's go.
There's nice to have goon in it. It's the body of work.
The body.
Oh, but when I say that, that's so crazy.
Third, no, I'm not gooning to them, am I? Like I'm saying that they've been riding for the chat for a long time. Like their tenure in my chat is someone said gooning with a passion.
All I'm gonna say is this third person is so important because you might just start creating incels if you pick another girl. Just gonna put that in there.
I do have loads of female mods, but some of them are family. These guys don't know it. One of them is my friend's girlfriend. The other one is Mrs. Play Stuff. So I'm not gonna pick them because Kim is never here. Mrs. Play Stuff is busy doing her own thing. My cousins, they've been in the stream once, I think. Third, damn, this is listen. If I don't choose you, okay, you can't get onto me for it, okay? You can't get onto me. The third person.
They're gonna stop showing up as soon as you say it too.
It's not fair though, because I've got like 25 mods, so I feel like I'm gonna do someone dirty, man. Hold on, let me think. I'm trying to think.
You know what, Mike? I should DMD this, but I'm gonna say it out loud and proud. You might have to do the DEI pick. The DEI pick is necessary right now. You picked 2 females. You can change it up.
Well, I have to pick a black male.
Yes.
Who I think the third mod is. I'm gonna have to give it to Kenjamin.
Ooh,
I'm gonna have to give it to Kenjamin. Yeah, Kenjamin. It was a tough decision, guys. I love you all very dearly. The reason that I'm giving it to Kenjamin is
like, huh?
You paid the £5 as well. You paid £5 to get
$5
not be top 3.
Besides, the only reason I'm not giving it to you, and the only reason I'm not giving it to JJB or Anonymy is that those 2 have been mods longer, and if I recall, I've seen them banning the right people for a longer period of time. But I love all of you. I got nothing but love for all of you. Listen, I'll say this openly on the chat. If I ever got to a point where I was rich, I would pay all of you. I'd give you all money to just be here because you guys show up to the stream all the time. If I was rich, I would pay all of you to mod for me. I'm not rich yet. If I ever get there, if I ever win the lottery, I said it in 4K, so I can't back away from it now. But if I was rich, I would pay you guys because you guys are always here. So
can I ask you a question?
Go on.
I can't see chat, so hopefully they agree with me. I think next stream you should do a mod tier list.
Oh my lord. that's gonna be worse for me than the other stream that we had planned.
Yep, that's why I want you to do it.
No, do you know what? That might not be bad because I've got so many mods that are inactive as well. So I could just put them in F tier.
Okay.
I can get away with it.
Cool. I mean, you should do it. I like the fact that you think those mods won't get back to those mods, to the F tier mods.
Well, I mean, one of them is my friend's missus. I'll just tell her to shut up. The other one is Mrs. Playstuff. She ain't gonna care. Selzadar hasn't been here for ages. I don't even know if Kyako is still on the internet. I don't know where she is. Yeah, I don't. We'll see in it. We'll see. We'll do a mod tier list. Maybe we'll do a mod tournament. Masat said, "Am I fourth after Ken?" Yes, Masat, you can be fourth.
Oh my, bro! He gave me the hand-me-downs. He said, "Take this wooden spoon real quick because you're not good enough for bronze."
Yeah, no, Mrs. placed us a mod here. I don't remember when she became a mod, but it was quite some time ago. But what was I saying? Yeah, we're gonna do the charity stream tomorrow. I know you guys don't play Mortal Kombat, so it doesn't apply to you, but should be fun. I'm gonna go and check my DMs now because I know people want to fight Sikander. Guys always got beef, so it should be fun. But we're gonna donate $1,000 to Great Ormond Street Hospital. I spoke to them earlier today, so we'll get that donation over to them once the stream's over. And yeah, should be good. You know, give something back to sick children over the Christmas period. I know that I spend a lot of time ripping into Mortal Kombat because it deserves it, but we might as well do something nice. You can do two things at once. I can call the game shit and I can give to sick children. Or we can get Tom Brady to give to sick children.
Yeah, Turtle Beach got to see Hunter sick. I said Turtle Beach got to see why Hunter is sick.
No, Hunter's not sick, but I think he put on a sick event.
You lied, bro.
It's not.
He did just kept saying that.
No, Hunter, like, it was more enjoyable to watch than I thought it would be, but I think that is also because I was with you two. If I was just sitting there watching that, I might have just been like, I might have just watch paint dry, to be honest.
Fair.
I got it.
I'll take that as a compliment.
I'll take that. Yeah, I'll take it.
Yeah, I think Hunter, it could have been good, but it's just the sound in the game is awful. The animation is pretty bad. The HUD looks pretty bad. The art direction is lifeless. It's just there's so many things about the game that is telling me to not play it, and I wish it wasn't like that way because like Hunter's like one of my girl's favorite anime, so I want to like it, but I'm just like, it's just not a good game, man. It's not a good game.
Not wrong. It's fun, not good.
It's a questionable release. They probably could have kept it in the oven for 2 years. But
well, I'm about to skedaddle because
I think we've covered everything. I don't think there's anything else to go over. So yeah, I appreciate you guys being on. We'll do that nuclear stream next week.
When you do the MC stream, bro, I can't wait till we get to Deku. Y'all gonna hate me.
Oh, I can't wait till he gets Deku. I can't wait. I got some shit to say about Deku.
Okay.
But wait, Sifu, are you an anime guy? Like, do you watch a lot of anime?
Nah, I'm more of a Marvel DC guy. I've watched probably, I don't know, does Soul Eater count as a shonen?
Yeah, is Soul Eater shonen?
I guess.
I watched Soul Eater. It was really good. I don't know if it's a shonen. No.
I love Soul Eater. Soul Eater is gassed, but shonen wise, I've only watched Soul Eater, Dragon Ball, and like the first, I don't know, 2 arcs of like Bleach and Naruto. Naruto I watched up to Pain, and Bleach I watched up to Grimjaw, and then I stopped.
Okay. Well, you see quite a bit. All right, guys. Yeah. Well, I will probably see you guys next week then.
Okay. Oh, by the way, I'm going to start streaming soon because Token's out, and I'm going to be looking for mods. So anyone in B tier, when Mike does the tier list, you can come over to me, and you get like 5% of the subs. Huh?
Have you opened your channel yet?
My Twitch has been open. I just don't use it. I've got like, I was kind of doing all right on Twitch. I think I had like 3K followers. And my YouTube got big because of I did a way back in Injustice 2. I did a flash combo and it got on event hubs, and I got a bunch of fucking subs from that.
Okay, all right. Well, what I'll do then is after when the stream goes down, I'll send you and Yaya a link because you can do you can invite collaborators now, so your names appear where my subscribers are. I've been doing that for people. True Underdog did that for me, and I gained like 100 subscribers from it, so it's pretty good.
Oh, sick! Yeah, cool. I'll do that.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. All right, cool. Well, I'll let you guys go. I'll try to calm my mods down because they seem pretty. I'll chat to you guys next week.
All right, in a bit.
Peace out, guys. Now, mods, listen, okay? You put me in a very uncomfortable position. I did not want to pick because I love you all. I love you all. There shouldn't be a top 3. We should all stand side by side, right? We're all singing Kumbaya, holding hands. No, I don't want to pick favorites, but you paid in for me to answer an uncomfortable question. I didn't want to do that, Miss Sats. So if anything, you guys should blame Miss Sats. This is Miss Sats' fault because up until that point, BIMs don't even start. Up until that point, I looked to you all as equals. Miss Sats put me in that situation. You know why Miss Sats put me in that situation? Because he can't beat me on Tekken. That's why. Paul, I appreciate the 10 months. I can't see that because I'm on StreamYard. So, it's the T-Sip gif. Appreciate that, bro. Yeah, so you guys can blame Miss Sats, okay? Miss Sats caused that, and he did that because he can't beat me on Tekken. Now, Miss Sats, I got nothing but love for you, bro, but you do need to get in the lab and sort out that fuck around because, well, we've seen what happens. Anyways, guys, I'll see you tomorrow for the charity stream. That's probably going to start at like 7:30 UK time. The first match on the charity stream will be me versus Fate on MK11. And then the other matches, I've posted them on the community tab and on Twitter if you want to check them out. So C4, please stop telling my mods to rise up and rebel. We don't need any of that. Especially not after the stream we do next week. I'm going to need all the mods I can get. So thank you for all the super chats, guys. Appreciate all of you. And I'll see you tomorrow. Take care and peace.